Assalamu alaikum. Once again, good morning everyone from Mirpur Sher-e National Cricket Stadium. It's second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Good to see the sun is on. Seems like a very good batting track. We have moved on to pitch number 3 from pitch number 10, and mind it, this is the pitch where the practice match was being played. We have seen in the first innings 271 runs being scored. It's a mixture of cut grass and natural turf. Very good wicket to bat on, but first of all, there will be some early deviations from the first bowlers. As far as the match will progress, it will be up to the batters to be fluent. Once you are fluent, you can capitalize on this track. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first will be the key.
So it's the second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan here at Mirpur Sher-e National Cricket Stadium. The two captains, Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Nida Dar, alongside match referee Niyamur Rashid Rahul, and Jyoti will be going for the coin. All right, we'll be going for the toss again. She rolls it. All right, so Nigar Sultan Jyoti has won the toss, heads it was, and you want to...
Oh, we wanted to bat first. Seeing the condition, I think it's a very good track than the other day. So, and we wanted to put some score in the board.
Okay, so you feel that it's a better pitch than it was the other day, and you want to put up a good total. What would be a good total on this?
I think 230 plus it would be a very good total, because seeing their batting strength, I think it would be ideal for us. And obviously, we have a very good bowling attack, and we wanted to give them that opportunity to defend something good.
Okay, definitely. So, you started off the T20 series well. You won the series, 2 wins, then 1 loss, and then losing the first ODI. What was the chat in the dressing room with the girls?
I think it was very important for all of us to obviously not looking back there, and we had a very good series in T20s, but still I think we lost the momentum when they get the win in the third T20s, but still we have a very good chance, and it is very important for us to looking forward and obviously play as a team and make our day.
All right, and what's the side looking like? Any changes?
So we have 1 changes in place of Shamima. Moshida Khatun comes in.
All right, great. All the best.
Thank you.
Nida, well, not winning the toss yet another time. They've decided to bat first. What would you have done?
I guess it's not important to win the toss, but important is to win the match. So I'm okay with that. And other good advantages, we have already played on this wicket already. So we better know that this is a batting wicket. So I'm totally confident on my bowlers. So early wickets, the key, I guess.
Yeah, early wickets is the key, but does that mean that you would have bowled first?
If I have to choose to, I would have batting first, but it's okay for that, because it's not. This is not our first game here, so I'm okay with that.
All right, and does the pitch look similar to that day in terms of how it's going to play out?
I guess it's a good wicket, and it looks very dry, so it's good for the batters. But still, I'm okay if we restrict them under 150.
Okay, sounds good. And what's the team looking like? Any changes?
Yeah, we have 1 change, Aram Javedin and Munib out.
All right, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So the news from the middle is that Bangladesh have won the toss and elected to bat first in the second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan women's part of ICC Women's Championship. Said Abid Hussain Sami. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ramanno, and very good morning to all. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti on a pitch where the practice game was being played. 271 runs was chased down in this particular pitch. Nigar Sultana Jyoti mentioning that it's a very good track to bat on. The players have make their way out into the middle, so the umpires. With the new ball, it's Diana Beck. Previously, she also started the proceedings with the new ball.
And from the same end, which is opposite to the media end, she will be starting the proceedings. If anyone have missed it earlier in the first ODI, Pakistan had won the match against Bangladesh. In that match, again, Bangladesh had opened the batting. They were all out for 81, and then Pakistan ended up chasing the total pretty comfortably by 5 wickets.
Good to see our left and right hand combination is on for Bangladesh. Diana Beck steaming in, there is a backward point in place, also a cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. First ball into action. Push towards cover on that occasion. No run in the first ball.
Murshida, the left-handed batter, taking the strike, facing the first ball. She's the only change in the side for Bangladesh. And she's in the middle along with Farzana Haq Pinky.
On demand, Murshida Khatun, she had a good domestic season this year, back in April, May. Got some room and punched. Finds the gap towards backward point. First boundary and first runs for Bangladesh. They are on the way.
That's a beautiful shot from Murshida Khatun. It was outside the off stump. It was not really a bad delivery. It was in a good length area, just outside the off stump, but it was very well played by Murshida Khatun. Took that first step, and just that hand-eye coordination was fantastic.
Looking to see even bounce has been produced by the pitch. From the very early stage, Murshida Khatun off the mark with the boundary. That will make her more fluent, more confident. 4 of 2 deliveries, Diana Beck, certain change in the field. The gap between point and cover is being reduced right now. Onto her pads, jamming towards square leg area for a single. It's 5 for no loss, Bangladesh. Good start.
That's a very good start and good approach overall from Murshida Khatun. The previous delivery, she's hit it for a boundary which was outside the off stump. Then the next delivery was within the stumps, onto her pads, nicely flicked away towards defined leg and a single taken. So the right approach, you've got a boundary, don't want to overhit, you need to balance it out. Pakistan still opting with the slip. We've seen Diana Beck getting some movement in the previous match, which was on a different pitch, of course, and that is why they've still persisting with the slip. Early days.
Defended back to the bowler, respecting the good deliveries. Some early deviations by Diana Beck, angling away, shaping away towards the right-hander. But on that occasion, Pinky defended it back to the bowler. Bangladesh have won the toss and decided to bat first on a surface which is very good to bat on. One of the greenest surface of Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium. We have moved on to pitch number 3 from pitch number 10 for this second ODI. Got the room on that occasion, well fielded in the backward point region. Picks up the single. Pinky's off the mark with that single.
It was a good effort there, but could not stop the single, could not take it completely. Farzana Pinky making that walk towards her partner all the way, and just giving her a suggestion probably. Last delivery of the over, you don't want to do anything to lose your wicket. Maybe just a word of caution.
Again in the driving slot, but defended back to the bowler. Dot ball to finish the over. After first over, it's 6 for no loss to Bangladesh.
Second ODI of the ICC Women's Championship here in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium. This is Sadia Iqbal, who bowled beautifully in the first ODI, taking 4 wickets. He's definitely one of the contenders for the player of the match. He's bowled brilliantly, got the ball to turn both ways. So same combo, Sami, as we were talking off air. If they're going to opt for pace and spin, they are. Diana Baig and slip.
Tossing it up very early into the driving slot. Drives towards cover for no run. In the first ODI, we also saw in pitch number 10, Sadia Iqbal was tossing it up from the very early stage, forcing the batter to come forward. Picks up the single on that occasion. A slight change in the opening pair for Bangladesh. Left and right hand combination is going on. As I mentioned about Mushrida, she had a decent enough domestic season this year. 5 innings, scored 146 runs, averaging 36.50. Might be a strategical change. As far as Pakistan used Sadia Iqbal with the new ball, I think for that particular reason they have promoted Mushrida Khatun up in the order.
You rightly pointed out, left arm spinner, of course, make the angle much more comfortable for the left-handed batter. Nicely played by Mushrida Khatun, the young opening batter. She's got a half century. 51 not out is her best.
Slight shift away by the left-hander into the backward point region. There is a sleep in place for the left-hander. Backward point, cover, extra cover and mid-off. 2 fielders are out in deep mid-wicket and deep square leg region, cutting off the sweep shots. Into her back foot towards cover. No run on that occasion.
Just watchfully playing 2 fielders in the deep, on the onside, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg, and those fielders are there. She goes for a big hoik along with the turn. There's also a slip, as you mentioned, so if she can get one of the deliveries to move away from the left-handed batter. Just slightly straightening, but watchfully played by Mushrida. That will end the over. Just a single of it. 7 for no loss, Bangladesh. Diana Baig will continue to the 3rd over.
Got the room on that occasion, just up onto her toes, drives it towards cover region. Experienced campaigner Diana Baig represented Pakistan both in football and cricket for her country. Back in 2013, she made her debut for Pakistan. She was a part of 2016 T20 campaign of the same team, also represented Pakistan national football team. multi-skilled.
Oh, outside the off stump. It was short and wide. She wanted to drag it out and pull it towards mid wicket because there's a huge gap there. Of course, first power play conditions applying, but did not connect the bat with the ball. But good information, Sami. And not only multi-talented, definitely one of the best in her country, because you're making it to the football team and the cricket team, the national side. The quality and your skill level has to be top-notch.
And also moved on to Lahore for her graduation. Now changed her length a bit, flicked towards fine leg region. On that occasion, Pinky got another single, still to be fluent. Farzana Haq Pinky scoring the first century in women's ODIs for Bangladesh against India. We mentioned in the early match, in the first match, that it was a healthy competition between Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Farzana Pinky, who will score the first century for her country. And it was Farzana who won the race. Now once again slip in place for the left-hander once again. Into the driving slot. Could not clear the mid-off region on that occasion. Well fielded.
But this is very impressive from Murshida Khatun. It's a very good looking stroke. Yes, she did not find the gap, but temperament is good. She was on top of it, kept it along the ground. Just to mention the officials officiating in this second ODI, on-field umpires Masood Rahman Mukul and Mohammad Kamruzaman.
Change of length and change of pace also. Good to see Diana Beg mixing her lengths very well. Got some early deviations from the very early stage, but not so much as we saw in the very first ODI at pitch number 10. Very good condition to bat on. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, winning the toss, decided to bat, mentioning that this is one of the finest pitch to bat in Mirpur Sher-e National Stadium. We mentioned early in the practice game, 271 runs been chased.
Now this was full and wide and nicely timed. Will be cut off by deep third, but they're coming back for the second, and this is very good running from the Bangladesh batters. Farzana Haq Pinky and Murshida Khatun coming back for the second in the last delivery. So 3 runs of this Diana Beg over. Bangladesh 10 without a loss.
Once again, it's Sadia Iqbal from the media end. Left-arm orthodox spinner coming around the wicket towards the right-hander Farzana Haq Pinky. Tossed it up and drives. Drives, finds the gap, bisecting between two. There is no one to stop that ball. 4 runs for Farzana.
4 signaled. It's a beautifully played shot from Farzana Haq Pinky. Plenty of experience, of course. And goes on to show the difference in approach, of course, but also the difference in behavior of the pitch in the middle. It was we can already understand that it was a very good toss to win. In the previous ODI, Sami, if you remember correctly, the first boundary came in the 12th over. Now in the 4th over, oh, that's a very good delivery from Sadia Iqbal, getting the ball to come back into the right-handed batter, defensively played. But within the 4th over, we've seen both the batters hit a boundary each.
Exactly so. Push towards cover for a single, but on that occasion, well stopped by the fielder. Good to see the approach of both the openers of Bangladesh, especially Farzana Haq Pinky, maintaining a high back lift, covering the off stump, making the room by herself while it's needed. into the bats, flicked it away towards square leg region, into the inner circle, picks up a single. Quick runs for Bangladesh. It's 14. We're moving on to 15 from 14 for no lost. We are into the fourth over of the match. As I can remember, in the very first ODI, during the fourth over, Bangladesh maintained a run rate of 2 point something. Right now, well managed.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery. That's very well bowled by Sadia. Just getting past the edge of the left-handed Murshida Khatun. After the keeper, she takes off the bails and appeals for the stumping, but no one was interested. Of course, so Masur Rahman Mukul and Mohammad Kamru Zaman, the two umpires on field. TV umpire Morshid Ali Khan, and had this been referred, would have gone to him. And defensively played towards the onside, but straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Reserve umpire Sajidul Islam, match referee Niamur Rashid Rahul. That will be the end of the fourth. Bangladesh 15 for naught.
Bangladesh women's national team are ready to make a statement here. Diana Beg steaming into the driving slot, pushed it towards mid-on region, into the inner circle for a single. Good to see the men's cricket team are back on track on a winning note against Sri Lanka. But incidents happen during the timed out of Angelo Matthews. It's been covered all over the world. What's your thought on that, Shamanway?
Well, of course, it's going to be covered all over the world. Firstly, because he became the first batter to be timed out in the history of ODI cricket. We'll get back to that. As Diana Beg goes on to bowl defensively and watchfully played again. Well, again, it's well within the laws, and I don't know, like, if the MCC guidelines or that book has a separate page where it states that these are the laws. If you play by those laws, some rules, some points maybe. If you play and abide by those rules and regulations, then it's not within the spirit of cricket. That's where the question is. This was full and nicely played by Murshida Khatun. This is running off to the boundary. This is brilliantly played. Another 4 from Murshida.
She's never going to miss that. Darted on a full length into the driving slot. An uppish on drive on that occasion, clearing the mid-on. And the ball raced towards boundary for a wonderful looking shot. Murshida moves on to 11 of 15 deliveries. As we were mentioning about the timed out incident, I was a bit confused regarding the law, because MCC law said that the next batter, after departure of the batter who got out, the next batter has to be ready within 3 minutes in ODIs. But as far as ICC playing condition is concerned, we're getting back to that after that ball single has been taken by Murshida. But I was mentioning that in MCC law book, it's written that the next batter has to face the next ball within 3 minutes. But as far as ICC playing condition is concerned, they have mentioned for ODI and Test match, he or she has to face the next ball within 2 minutes.
And playing, so that's playing conditions. And playing conditions take precedence. And hence, he had 2 minutes. Just wondering, we'll get back to that again. This was a full toss, watchfully played. There's a fielder there. Short mid-wicket again, 1 drop to her. So, I was just wondering, like, he made it to the wicket. He was there in the pitch, was taking his mark. And that's when he realized that the strap on the helmet is broken. Now, did he go to the Bangladesh captain first and asked him, number 1. Number 2, after asking the captain or the umpires, and then if he had called for an extra or the new helmet to be replaced. were those things taken into consideration? And I'd just like to add one more story, which was back in 2014 when Sri Lanka were playing England and the bowler was Senanayaka. Angelo Matthews was the captain. When Senanayaka had Mankad Joss Butler at the non-striker's end. Yes, of course, that video has come to live again and it's been viral again. It's the end of the over after 5-21 for no loss, but it's a live broadcast, so we'll get on with the story. Yes, Senanayaka had warned Joss Butler multiple times in the previous over, or prior to that action. He had warned the batter, but then it was done. Mankad was done and it was accepted. The appeal stayed. Angelo Matthews back then could have reversed, could have asked the batter to stay, but did not. But was that within the spirits of the game? And that's where I feel, as Shakib Al Hasan mentioned in the post-match conference, that if these things are not well appreciated, as the spirit of the game can be questioned, if that comes, then maybe these laws can be revised. And in all fairness, as he mentioned in the post-match conference also, oh, goes down the wicket. I think she's gone. She's been defeated by Sadia Iqbal. Now Masur Rahman Mukul will be referring it to the TV umpire, which is Murshid Ali Khan. He's got a job to do in her hands. Young Murshida Khatun took a few steps and wanted to hit a lofted shot, but was defeated. I think she is already on her way back.
Exactly so. Tossed it up on that occasion, used her feet, Murshida Khatun. The keeper grabbed that ball, but was it dropped?
The question is, did she drop the ball? We can see the ball coming out and her taking off the bails. And, well, as far as the first shot, this one, it shows that the ball could be still in contact with the glove. If it is, then it could be marked out. But then, if the ball is not in contact with the glove or not within the grasp of the wicketkeeper, and she's taking or dislodging the bails, well, this is a question, and I hope she's not leaving. No, she's still in the middle. This is going to be a tricky one for the TV umpire, Murshid Ali Khan.
The bat was up, but the question is whether while breaking the stump, the ball was in contact with the gloves or not. Murshid Ali Khan, the third umpire, has to make the decision. From that frame or so, we have seen the ball has a solid contact with the stump. First of all, the no ball should be checked. The front foot is checked fairly. It's fair enough. Nothing wrong in that. After that, it will be the square leg cam view. It's quite confusing from this end whether when the ball hit the stump, whether it was along with the gloves or not. The third umpire has to decide, and he has decided. Murshida Khatun has to depart. First wicket down for Bangladesh. It's 21 for 1. Good presence of mind by Sadia Iqbal, watching the batter's footstep, tossing the ball towards the batter into the driving slot, and the slight deviation on that occasion just deprived the batter to have a shot into the trap of stamping. Bangladesh lost their first wicket. It's 21 for 1. And once again, it's Sadia Iqbal
who gets the breakthrough. Yes, she does. It was very well bowled. Shubhana Mustari is the new batter in. Murshida Khatun has to, well, she has already departed for 12 of 18, 2 boundaries. She was looking good. Just that extra attacking mindset. She wanted to take charge against Sadia Iqbal. She's been putting that pressure, just giving away 6 runs onto her third over. Maybe she just wanted to unleash and break off the shackles against Sadia, but you need to be very, very cautious while playing her. Now, Shubhana Mustari, the new batter, be taking strike.
She likes to play her strokes, Shobana Mustari. She also had a wonderful decent enough domestic season, driving the ball towards cover region on that occasion. Always keen to play her shots. In the first ODI, got out into the cover region. Now good use of the feet, finds the gap. Long chase for the fielder, but there's no one to stop that ball. Boundary to start the proceedings for Shobana Mustari.
Just kept a tad bit low. The delivery. She shuffled back onto the back foot, then nicely placed it. It was about the timing and more than that, the placement to find that gap between the fielders. There is the point and the cover point. Again, look at that. Just opening the face of the bat, using the pace of the bowler. Sadia Iqbal, that rare boundary against her. Well played. And that prompts a fielding change from the Pakistan captain, Nita Dar, getting a mid-on in place.
Good to see the approach of double stepping by Shobana Mustari. First of all, there is a approach into her front foot. After that, judging the length, she makes her footstep behind. As we mentioned, while scoring the boundary by Shobana Mustari was onto her back foot, but there was a narrow footstep into the up. Again so, dot ball to finish the over. 6 overs gone, it's 25 for 1 Bangladesh women.
Just to go back to that, Sami, as you were asking, and as he openly, frankly, honestly, whichever word you may use, he mentioned that he did it for his country. And when making it for the Champions Trophy was at stake and was well within the laws, well, both in men's and women's cricket, at the top level, we've seen players use the law, and particularly when Mankat comes in. So those things have been there. Yes, this is the first time, and yeah, some people are already questioning and some words as disgraceful, and those things are mentioned, and that's where I feel that it's very, very unfortunate. Well, if it is one of those laws looked down upon in such a manner, then maybe the law itself should be reconsidered. Otherwise, if it is within the books, are you questioning one of those laws? That's what I have in mind.
Nothing to question about. When it's within the law, everything is fair enough. Diana Beck once again steaming into the driving length, played with soft hands into the mid-off region. Nida Dar, the Pakistan captain, holding the ball. 25 for 1 Bangladesh women. And another thing we must mention, Bangladesh were 2 overs behind as far as the slow over rate was concerned. So Shakib Al Hasan had to take the fair advantage. Mind it, during England game in Dharamshala, Bangladesh fined 5% of their match fees because of slow over rate, and they had to field with 4 fielders outside the circle in the very last over. Bit uppish, finds the gap on that occasion, but there's a fieldsman over there in the third man region. What I was mentioning, Shakib Al Hasan mentioned in the post-match press conference during the England game that it was the outfield of Dharamshala which did not allow Shakib Al Hasan to decorate his field setup that much. So he had to pay the price. He had to pay 5% of their match fees. But on that occasion, where did the spirit of cricket go? So everything is fair enough when it's within the rules.
Yeah, those things do come into consideration. Often you might find opponents trying to be a bit clever. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That's superbly bowled by Diana Baig. Pitching it up. I think, just coming back to this game, I think the length has been a bit different from the Pakistan bowlers. Here was one delivery where she has pitched it up and she's got movement off the deck, getting the ball to move away from the right-handed batter, inviting her to come to the front foot and then beating her. But on the other hand, Farzana Haq Pink, we noticed that she's been batting outside the crease.
Darted towards a good length on that occasion, some deviations by the bowler, pushed towards cover on that occasion. Yeah, you mentioned Farzana Pinky.
It's good to see. It just goes on to show that they've done their homework. We mentioned the lack of singles, rotating the strike in the first power play, in the first ODI. We've seen the intent to rotate the strike. There's a lack of boundaries in the power play. The intent is completely different today.
Using the crease very well on that occasion, finds the gap, bisecting between two fielders. But good stop into the middle with the cover fielder on that occasion.
Question is, was that a catch? It's just a fumble from that fielder at point. Maybe was on a drop to her, but Diana Baig, she doesn't look happy. To that fielder at point, and that fumble allowed that single. So 7 done. Bangladesh are 27 for 1.
Decent enough looking scorecard for Bangladesh women, 27 for 1. After 7 overs, Murshida Khatun got out of 12, facing 18 deliveries for Zana Hawk Pinky. Fluent enough. Shobana Mustari using her feet very well. As I mentioned about the double stepping, first of all, there is a step forward. After that, judging the length, going back, scored a boundary with that manner.
We can see Nida Dar getting her feel right on the offside, getting the point and cover point to closen up the gap. And that is because there's been a difference in approach from the Bangladesh top order. Now they're looking to hit through the offside. This was a full delivery. So the field setting, if you notice, Sami, is similar to what they had in mind. Same strategy in the first ODI. They've got a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket are the two fielders outside the circle. There's a short mid wicket and a mid on within the circle on the onside, but offside it's pretty packed. But even then, was fully played. Even then, Bangladesh have managed to hit a few boundaries through that gap, because if you can make it past those 4 fielders in the offside, there's a point, cover and mid off. If you can find the gap between the 4 fielders and time it properly, you get a boundary.
Quite flat at this time, changing the trajectory and also changing the length. Good to see Sadia Iqbal mixing the length very well. On the previous occasion, it was tossed up. In that particular delivery, it's quite flatter and put the length back. Shobana Mustari once again using her feet. As we mentioned that she's playing with the lengths, Sadia Iqbal, and also Shobana Mustari, she has to adjust well, and she's adjusting. Moves on to 5 of 12, Shobana.
But credit should be given to the bowler. Sadia Iqbal yet again is piling up pressure against the top order. 5 dot balls on the trot, make it 6. It's a maiden bowl by Sadia Iqbal, the first one today of her bowling. Very well bowled. 8 overs done. Bangladesh are 27 for 1.
After 8 overs, it's 27 for 1, Bangladesh women. No change in the bowling. Diana Baig steaming in once again. Slight deviation by the bowler. Push towards cover for a quick single on the occasion. Last over, it was a maiden. Building up the pressure, so they need to rotate the strikes. They need to rotate the strikes more.
So 2 changes for Bangladesh playing in this second ODI. Sultana Khatun and Shamima Sultana sitting this one off. We've seen Murshida Khatun opened the bat. One of the changes. And there is also Nishita Akhtar Nishi, who's making her debut today. We're yet to see of her. Diana Baig, that Sadia Iqbal, that partnership, but it's been a tad bit costly.
Again beaten by the deviation, beaten by the zip of the ball. On that occasion, Shobana Mustari moved towards her off stump, tried to drive the ball, tried to clear the cover. On that occasion, it was the deviation which restricted her to play the shot.
Just like to see Farzan Haq Pinky and Shobana Mustari talk a bit more, because Farzan Haq Pinky certainly assessed the conditions. That is why she's stepping it out or standing a bit further away from the crease, while you can see Shobana Mustari, she's going deep into the crease and making that trigger movement, opening up. Now if she comes down the wicket, she can play with the fast bowler's mind, and she does not have the risk of getting stumped out when you're facing a fast bowler, and that will put the bowler in two minds.
Diana Baig darted her length into back on that occasion, seeing the trigger movement of the batter Shobana Mustari, rocking back every time. Again rocking back. Wristed flick towards square leg. There was a single on that occasion, but Farzana Pinky refused to take that as she was in the danger end. Nashra on that occasion was the fielder. Well picked up, quick on that occasion. As you mentioned that she has to play with the brain of the bowler, as the bowler is playing with the brain of the batter, while watching the batter's footstep, rocking back, putting the length, darting the length, bit back. Now got the room on that occasion. It was a freebie serving on a plate, but could not execute well. Another dot ball, 4 dot balls in a row. Mind it, in the previous over, it was a maiden.
Bowled by Sadia Iqbal. And speaking of changes, one change in the Pakistan side. Iram Javed makes it in place of Muniba Ali. Makes it to the side. So one change for Pakistan, 2 changes for Bangladesh. Mustari plays it on the off the back foot, but still could not find the gap. Just that single of this Diana Baig over. 9 done, 28 for 1.
We are on to the 10th over and no change in the bowling. Sadia Iqbal, last match picked up 4 wickets, definitely was a contender of the man of the match. Player of the match, in fact. Darting on a good length, the deviation forced the batter to come forward, and
It has been referred upstairs to the TV umpire one more time. She's such a clever bowler, is Sadia Iqbal. She's certainly mastered the art of left-arm bowling, particularly in women's cricket, and she's been bowling superbly here in Bangladesh. Murshid Ali Khan, TV umpire, has been referred to him first to check the front foot. That seems fair and valid. No problem with that. Farzan Haq Pinky, the first image of her, she does have the back foot. Seems fine from Sadia Iqbal. In terms of the front foot, just checking the front foot, of course. Here's Farzan Haq Pinky in strike. Oh, well, she's behind the line. Did she raise her foot? That is the only question.
quick glove work by the wicketkeeper. You must give the credit to her.
Najiha Alvi with the gloves, of course, in hand. Seems to be fine to me. Don't think she's raised the back foot. If anything, she's just made it more firm to stay put inside the crease. I think not out decision has been given by a TV umpire Morshid Ali Khan, and just to repeat, Masur Rahman Mukul and Mohammad Kamrul Zaman are the on-field umpires today.
Once again, forcing the batter to come forward. Sadia Iqbal, clever to mix up her lengths. Farzana Pinky, still to be fluent.
See, there's no short fine leg or a deep fine leg, so that area is completely empty. This is well bowled. This is well bowled. She's bowling such a tight line against such deliveries. You can't go for the sweep. Perfect example of how to bowl under such conditions and with such field setup.
Not giving the room that much to the batter. This time, a bit of room, pushed towards cover on that occasion, but played with soft hands, could not find the gap. As we mentioned, that mixing the length and also mixing the length very well, very tight, very accurate. Sadia Iqbal into her 5th over, managed to take a single wicket.
This time she comes down the wicket, inside edge onto her pads. Well, the intent is sort of right, but you don't want to give her that extra wicket, of course. They don't mind. Najia Alvi just chirping away from behind the stump, the youngster, of course.
This is the credit of the bowler, forcing the batter to come forward. The pressure is on. Dot ball to finish the over. After 10 hits, 28 for 1 Bangladesh women.
Done with the first power play, 28 for 1. Bangladesh with a decent enough start with Murshida Khatun and Farzana Pinky. Murshida Khatun then departs for 12 of 18. Sadia Iqbal taking the wicket, quickly stumped by Najia Alvi. Behind the stumps, of course. And then Shobana Mustari comes and joins. She's on 5 of 18. Farzana Pinky still not out. 11 of 24. End of the power play signaled by Masur Rahman Mukul. And as signaled as the end of power play, it's time for a change in the commentary box. Ahmed bin Pervez will be joining Sami.
Still no change in the bowling, although we have a change in the com box. Welcome, Ahmed bin Pervez. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Sami. It's been pretty tough going for the Bangladeshi batters, must be said. On a good wicket to bat on, target should be at least around 230, as Nigar Sultana said during the toss. Diana continues. First ball, right on the money. Just a defensive push from Mustari. She's been pretty safe and she's trying to play very cautiously. You need to settle yourself in. It's a 50-over game, Sami.
You have to buy your time for yourself. When there is a 50-over match is going on, you need to assess the condition well, and to assess the condition, you need to buy some time for you. Shobana Mustari using the crease very well, using the depth of the crease very well. Slight change in the field. The slip has been taken off. There is a gully in place, also a backward point in parallel position. Got the room, slashed it hard. There is a fielder over there in backward point region. A big shot for a single on that occasion by Shobana Mustari. She moves on to 6 of 20 deliveries, Bangladesh 29 for 1.
There was a lot of room to play with. Mustari went for the shot, slashed it hard over the infield, but it's the beginning of the second power play, so we see at least 4 fielders that can be deployed around the boundary line, and that backward point came in handy on that occasion. Diana Beg had 6 overs for 15. She couldn't get a wicket in the first game. Today she's going on, has shown a lot of lungs here. Her 6th consecutive over she's bowling. That was down the leg, nicely taken single. Strike rotation is important, especially when you're not getting a lot of boundaries. We've just seen 3 from the Bangladeshi batters so far. and we're already into the second power play. During a 50-over game, Sami, I think you might agree with that. A lot of times the batters or the batting side has to recalculate what their initial target is, assessing the wicket, assessing the start that they get, and how many wickets they have in hand.
Definitely so, and that's where they were not that much calculative in the very first ODI. Right now, change in length and change in line also by Diana Beck. She's mixing it up. Pushed it hard into the cover region by Shobana Mustari. As you mentioned, that when the field setup is spreaded, then it allows the batters to rotate their strikes more. But interesting field setup by Diana Beck and the captain Nidadar on that occasion. They are allowed to place 4 fielders outside the circle, but they have placed only 3, keeping the pressure on into the inner circle. Now it was a freebie, serving on a plate on that occasion. Cut it away towards backward point. Couple of runs taken by the batters. Played into the soft hands by Shobana Mustari on that occasion. Finds the gap but could not clear the distance on that occasion. Diana Beck conceding 4 runs into this over. Conceding 22 of her 6th, Bangladesh moves on to 32 for 1. We are into the 11th over.
That also says how Sadia Iqbal has bowled from the other end. She's put on the pressure. She's got the only wicket that Bangladesh lost. Sadia has bowled 5 overs, got 2 maidens, just conceding 10 runs. Diana going for the last delivery again, full and straight. Straight drive goes off to mid-off and the over ends. After 11, it's 32 for 1 Bangladesh women. So the flags flying high, Bangladesh and Pakistan here for the second ODI, the home of cricket in Mirpur, Dhaka. It's an important game for both sides. Bangladesh previously have never lost an ODI game at home. That was the first one that they lost in the first ODI on the 4th of October. So they'll be looking to come back, especially after a brilliant series against India. But they were able to tie that series, and Sami, you were in the thick of things. You enjoyed it, especially that memorable victory that Bangladesh got, and Farzana Haq Pinky was a big part of that as well, scoring that huge century.
Definitely so. As we were mentioning that it was a healthy competition between Farzana Pinky and Nigar Sultana Jyoti. On previous night, they had a bet. They had a bet on who's going to score the first century for her country. And Farzana Pinky on that occasion winning the bet. Tossing it up once again. One thing I must mention that on the previous over, Nidadar, the captain of Pakistan, she reduced the gap between backward point and cover. Now the gap has been spreaded. It's a slight different strategy by the captain of Pakistan. Shobana Mustari rocking back all the time. Now playing the spinners. There is a double stepping movement shown by Shobana Mustari. First of all, moving forward before releasing the delivery. After that, judging the length, adjusting her footsteps, playing with the mind of the bowlers.
She's been trying to do that, some proactivity from her end, at least trying to find the gaps, but still not batting with a very high strike rate, that must be said. It's just 8 from 25. Sadia has been really on the point. Another delivery targeting the stumps. She's been very accurate with her bowling. She got a 4-wicket haul in the previous game, was very, very good, and was the main reason Bangladesh actually couldn't post up a big total.
Do you think that she's overcautious because not making room too much, taking guard into her off stump?
It looks like that. She's actually trying to look at the cover region because you don't see a fielder in the deeper positions over there, and there she finds the gap. Through the backward point for a boundary. Mustari cuts loose her second boundary. She played that late, trying to find that gap between backward point and the covers, and that's what she got. Finally, some relief for her and for Bangladesh.
That's the strategy she's maintaining, getting on top of the ball, playing the ball late, playing just under her eyes. That's a good strategy to play in this kind of surface, especially Sadia Iqbal, a clever bowler to face on. That boundary will relieve the pressure from Shobana Mustari on that occasion. Moves on to 12. Now, the fact is, every time she's exposing her leg stump, being very clever, Sadia Iqbal dragged that line towards the leg stump. Dot ball to finish the over. After 12, it's 37 for 1.
Those little adjustments that the batters have to make, especially when you've already faced a few balls from the opponent. Mustari, we've seen her moving across, trying to cover her off stump, but in the process, as Sami mentioned, exposing her leg stump a bit, and Sadia was quick to pick up on it, was nearly going through. Bangladesh made a decent enough start. I think a good platform would be important for them. They have 9 wickets in hand, and the kind of wicket that we are playing on, especially with the weather conditions, could be on for a good total in excess of 200 at least. The first change in bowling. So Diana Beg 6 overs with 22. She's been rested. And we have a new bowler now. Back to the left arm off spin. First ball in through the covers. And Pinky. She wished she was on 99, the jersey number that she's wearing. She would really want to go and score big. Very, very important component of the Bangladesh batting setup. The only batter who has more than 1,000 runs in women's ODI for Bangladesh.
Change in the bowling. Nashra has been brought into the attack, being very much predicted in the first ODI, very much dependent on her flight, maintaining the same trajectory in each and every occasions.
There's a big difference between Nashra's height and Sadia Iqbal's height. Sadia is a very tall left arm spinner, bowls from a different trajectory, and Nashra has to flight the ball up a bit, trying to deceive the batter in flight and drift. The next one again on spot, Farzana Pinky with her front foot pressed up, just putting up a defensive shot. Bangladesh trying to get a move on. They got a boundary in the last over. They'll be trying to rotate the strike, although we've seen 4 dot balls on the trot.
That was turn, sharp turn. Sharp turn produced by Nashra, and it was the flight which actually deceived the batter on that occasion for Zana Pinky, forcing the batter to come forward and beating her by turn. Nashra Sandhu, as I mentioned, that she is very much dependent on her flights. Once again, forcing the batter to come forward, pushed with the soft hand, fielded into the inner circle. Dot ball to finish the over. Once again, it's a maiden. It's the maiden into the introductory period of Nashra Sandhu. It's 37 for 1 Bangladesh women.
25-year-old Nashra Sandhu, slow left arm orthodox bowler, one of the more experienced ones in this Pakistan side, has previously played 57 women's ODIs already. She's got 74 wickets. She went wicketless in the last match, bowled 5 overs for the 20 runs. Of course, Nida Dar would be expecting much more from her spinners, since the T20 series seems like the spinners have a lead role in the outcome of the game, and it has been the battle of the spinners from both sides.
The captain of Pakistan, Nida Dar, she has brought herself on player of the match on the previous occasion for Pakistan. Tossed it up a bit, allowing the batter to go back. Long chase for the fielders that will allow a couple of runs to the batters. Shobana Mustari. As we were mentioning, the strategy of Shobana Mustari, allowing the ball to come towards her body and playing the ball late, playing just under her eyes. It's the strategy what she's maintaining from the very early stage, but maintaining the strategy, she's exposing her leg stump all the time. As we mentioned in the previous over, Sadia Iqbal pointed that out and changed the line of the ball. She has to be watchful, she has to be careful regarding that. But so far, good going, scoring 14 runs off 29 deliveries. There is a slip on for Shobana Mustari.
Oh, beaten outside off. That ball drifted away. Looked like a dusra for me. Nida Dar, very experienced captain. She's bowled very well during the T20 series as well and continued her form. Got 3 wickets in the first ODI. Coming in for her next one. Well flighted in, nicely driven. Beats the mid-wicket fielder off to the long on. Strike rotation happens in this case. Mustari, she's gone past Pinky at this point, her senior partner, but both batters have played enough number of balls to call themselves settled at this point.
That's where experience comes off. Nida Dar maintaining a decent length and also playing with the mind of the batter. This time forcing the batter to go back, rock back on that occasion. And this is where experience comes on. Nida Dar varying the length, varying the pace very well, deceiving the batter, confusing the batter by her pace and also the length. On the previous occasion, it was a bit fuller, but the last delivery produced by Nida Dar, she forced the batter to go back. This is where the batters must be very much watchful, judging the length, picking up the length very well.
Good over so far. Nida has been very consistent with her lines and lengths, but Bangladeshi batters managed 3 runs. This one though, Pinky wasn't able to pierce the cover region. A ring field set up over there, 4 fielders around the 30-yard circle. 40 for 1 Bangladesh. Nida Dar trying to finish her over quickly. In the end, had to make some adjustments to her field setup, especially on the leg side. We see there's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg down on the boundary. The only fielder on the onside within the circle is a short mid-wicket. Oh, there's a gap. Oh, she couldn't find that. There was a lot of room, Sami. I think that's a missed opportunity from Pinky on that occasion. Yet another over goes by. Just 3 runs coming from it. After 14, it's 40 for 1 Bangladesh women.
After 14, it's 40 for 1 Bangladesh women. A chat is going on between the umpire Masood Rahman Mukul and the captain of Pakistan, Nida Dar. A slight change in the bowling. An interesting change has been brought by Pakistan captain Nashra Sandhu. On previous occasion from that end, she bowled the last over, but now another change in the bowling. It's Hani, the right arm off-break bowler. So off spin from both the end for Pakistan. It's slightly a different strategy. The field has been spreaded up. 4 fielders outside the circle. There is a long on in place, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, also a deep cover. You are watching a bird's eye view of Mirpur Sher-e National Stadium. Hani steaming in, tossed it up, forced the batter to go on back, rock back on that occasion, but could not time it properly. Though there was no deviation on that occasion, I think the deceiving speed actually did the trick for Hani.
Bit of a top spin from her. Not much turn, but some bounce being noticed. Mustari has to be mindful of that. A very tricky customer, Hani. Again, not a lot of turn there. Just an outside edge. That was a direct hit on the non-striker's end. A beautiful throw from the cover point region. Mustari had to dive and the umpire has to move to the third umpire. Definitely a very close call. Any direct hit is a very close call. Looked like she put it dive in, but I wasn't sure if she placed her bat while she went for that big dive. A risky single in the end, and Pakistan looking for a breakthrough. Very good fielding there from the fielder in the cover region. Mustari, she has to be thinking, was there a single on?
There was definitely a single on, but there was a confusion going on between 2 batters. Just pushed towards backward point and there was a confusion going on. I think Pinky at the very first stage refused to take the single, so confusion on to Shobana Mustari. After that, she had to dive back in. I think she's safe. She is completely safe. That dive saved her on that occasion. There was a direct hit from the backward point region by the fielder. Well enough. She is in. Third umpire, Murshid Ali Khan Shumon, has to make the right decision on that occasion. Shobana Mustari, that dive saved the direct hit. But well fielded by Pakistan on that occasion. The pressure was on. A drinks break is going on. And also some snacks for the umpires. We are into the 15th over. It's 40-1 Bangladesh women.
Regarding snacks, I mean, who is not a fan of snacks? We would all maybe also want to have some of it, but it's pretty sunny here at Mirpur, and deserving break for the players and the match officials as well.
What's your favorite snack during this part of the day?
I'm not a big snack fan, especially around 10:30 or 11. I have my snack in the evening, mostly because I'm a heavy breakfast person.
I often see you posting photos going to restaurants on Facebook and also on.
Yeah, that's.
Do you have Instagram?
No, I'm not very active in it, but yeah, I do have. I think nowadays everyone has Instagram, but I don't post a lot of things there.
I have seen your photos going to restaurants and clicking those photos of delicious foods,
Yeah,
posting on Facebook.
a lot of credit has to go to my wife for that. I mean, she has a good knack of tasting some different kinds of cuisines, and that's how we get that opportunity. But that's the experience of life. That's what everyone needs or wants to have. And right now, what Bangladesh would want to have is a solid partnership, which is growing, must be said.
On that note, I must mention that we have to learn life lessons from you, Pervez. How to manage.
Yeah, a lot of things in life happens, and I'm really glad to be here right now. So whenever an opportunity comes, it has to be taken with both hands. And for Bangladesh, today we have a debutant. She played for the under-19s, Nishi, and she's just 15 years old. So for her, it's a big occasion, Sami.
I was talking with the coach of Bangladesh national women's team, and he mentioned it may be the youngest debut ever by a Bangladeshi women's cricketer. Debuting at the age of 15. Let's see how she performs. Now we are continuing with the proceedings. We are into the 15th over after the short drinks break. Ummehani got the room on that occasion. Slight tennis ball bounce, but well managed by Farzana Hawk-Pinky. We mentioned about Ummehani on the previous day. I was commentating with Shaman Noy. She has her typical and conventional glass on, not the sports glass. And that particular glass was very much fond by Shaman Noy Ghosh.
Ummehani with another one right on spot. This ball turned in a bit, and a front foot defense, solid one from Farzana Hawk. She's been very solid. Scored her 13 of 37 with a boundary to her name. As we've mentioned, she has 1,261 runs before this game. The only batter with more than 1,000 runs in women's ODI for Bangladesh. So has to be one of the most important components of this batting setup. Another single, well driven to the long on region from Pinky. She has this very competitive edge, and they have this healthy rivalry with the captain Nigar Sultana. They both challenge each other to outperform. And I think this sorts of competition helps a team in improving, especially improving the team bonding as well as improving individual performances. Another one from Ummehani, again right on the spot, just a defensive push from Mustari.
Definitely, as you were mentioning, that collaborate individual performances impact the entire team, and that's where they're performing well since 2021. We have seen lots of improvements of Bangladesh national women's team. They tied the series against Team India, the mighty India. Now they have won the series against Pakistan in the T20s. Moving forward with that confidence, they are very much keen enough to capitalize on that. Nigar Sultana Jyoti mentioned in the toss in the very first ODI that yes, they have got a foundation and they want to capitalize on that. They have got the confidence from the T20s. But unfortunately, it was the first ODI. They was not able to assess the condition that much. Change of ends for Nashra on that occasion. Quite surprising. Maybe she was not comfortable enough from that particular end. We mentioned that she's very much dependent on her flight. You picked it up very well. Because of the height, she's dependent on flight trajectory that much. And also using the crease very well, making the crease 24 years from 22.
Trying her best to put some variations on. Nashra in a very good mood. Pakistan should be. They've won the last T20 of the three-match T20I series, and then they've gone out and won the first ODI as well. So they're on a winning streak against Bangladesh, especially in ODIs. This has been an important factor for them. Looks like plumb in front, and the umpire's finger is raised. The death knell for the batter there. Subhana Mustari has to go off. And big celebrations there for Nashra. Fantastic bowling from her. Just made use of the crease, attacked the stumps right away. And that sweep shot, we haven't seen that from Subhana Mustari the entire game. The first time she goes on to play that sweep, she misses the line and she has to head back to the pavilion.
The fact is, when the ball is darting on that particular length, you don't have the luxury to play the sweep shots on that occasion. It was too close to play the sweep shot. As we saw in the India-South Africa game, Henry Klassen did the same mistake from Ravindra Jadeja. Quite unfortunate for Shobana Mustari. She was on, she was confident, she was fluent enough. She set herself in, but as soon as she set herself in, she gifted away the wicket.
Just 16 from 35. Subhana Mustari better than the previous game. She was on a golden duck. In the previous game, she couldn't add anything, but today put in a tough fight, put in a good partnership with Farzana Haq Pinky. But right now, the two most experienced batters for Bangladesh, I think the two that can change fortunes for Bangladesh this innings. Captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti comes into the crease at a time where Bangladesh needs some momentum. Haven't been able to score at a high rate. The last 5 overs yielded just 15 runs. So a push from the batters would be needed in that end, and Pakistani spinners have again put a stranglehold on this Bangladesh batting order.
I think it was the it was the patience which actually did the trick for Pakistan. They were waiting for the batters to play across. New batter Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain, driving towards cover on that occasion. The most fascinating thing of Nigar Sultana Jyoti is when she scores quick, and she has those go-on shots like sweep, paddle sweeps.
This time though, she respects the length delivery outside off stump. Ummehani on the other end, Nashra Sandhu from this end, they've been really good. Sandhu getting her wicket on the second over, and Sami, you mentioned she was bowling from the Thana end, now she's from the media end, and immediately she gets success. There must be something going on from this end that she finds would be helpful. That kept very low, Sami.
The fact is, in the very first ODI, we saw the maximum number of wickets were being purchased from the media end. And the bowlers, the spinners particularly, were bowling from the media end. They were tossing it up, maintaining a decent length, which is a bit fuller towards the batter. On the other hand, from the Thana end, the spinners were maintaining a flatter trajectory. So there is something for the spinners from the media end, although we were in a different track. It's wicket number 3. As I mentioned in the pitch report, we have moved on to wicket number 3 from wicket number 10. And in this particular pitch, the lone practice match was being played between these two sides. And mind it, 271 runs been chased in this particular pitch. Nigar Sultana Jyoti mentioned that 230 to 240 might be a decent enough score to defend. And yes, they are looking forward it, but you have to be very much calculative.
Bangladesh actually scored their highest ODI score against Pakistan, but that was way short of 250. That was 234 in 2022 back in Hamilton. Definitely that was a different condition, different outfield, different playing conditions for them. But this wicket looks like a 250 wicket. If Bangladesh can hold their wicket, the wickets, I think it's possible for them to go close to that. Farzana Pinky facing that first ball from Nashra again. We see a twin partnership of off spin from both ends. Hani with her second over. Again with that typical shades on that Shamunnoy likes very much. Maybe we need to ask Hani regarding the power. Does she have some power in it? Because this really doesn't look like a sports spec.
We can't mention that fact in front of Shamunnoy because I was about to gift Shamunnoy a conventional glass today, but I have forgot to bring on. Right now, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, I mentioned that she has her go on shots like conventional sweeps, paddle sweeps, but it's important that when to play those go on shots. Shobana Mustari did a mistake, could not adjust the length that much, went for the paddle sweep. Now it was the deviation which deprived Nigar Sultana Jyoti on that occasion to make a stroke. There are some turns for the spinners as far as the match is progressing.
We've seen some extra bounce from this end. I think the wicket is behaving differently on both ends. That is evident. Full length this time hit from Hani, but nicely driven off. It was a soft drive from Jyoti, initially just trying to settle herself in. Still yet to get off the mark. Scored 13 in the previous game. Would really like a big innings here. And she's got the platform, she's got the partner. These two will have to make it big, but Hani, she's been bowling on the spot since ball one. Another one right on the money, just outside the off. Bowling a very full length. When Jyoti rocks back, she tries to open up the covers, but not being able to pierce it since there's no room to play with.
That's good bowling by Hani, maintaining the pressure, maintaining the line well. Initially, I thought she's going to get the freebie on that occasion, but the ball jacked back in towards the right-hander. 7 dot balls, 8 dot balls in fact, conceded by Jyoti. Still to get off the mark after 17, it's 44 for 2 Bangladesh women. As I mentioned, Pervez, the line from Hani is quite deceiving because it seems that the batter is going to get a freebie or get the room, but the fact is the ball is zipping back in every time for the right-hander. So she's purchasing turn. Nashra Sandhu, left-arm orthodox spinner, going around the wicket into the driving slot. Played with soft hands. No run on that occasion by Farzana Pinky.
This one again, a ditto delivery from Nashra Sandhu. Pinky tried to drive it through the covers, not finding the gaps. Pakistan keeping a very tight leash on that. They just have less than 4 fielders outside. They've kept a lot of fielders in. You see 6 fielders and the slip, so 7 are within the 30-yard circle. Another dot ball conceded there. Pinky is struggling to find those gaps. The slip has been placed on, which is very important. Trying to indicate to the batter that Pakistan want to dominate this game and want to really squeeze in. Not want to give any opportunity for the batters to even rotate the strike.
Now using her feet, but could not place it properly. There is a slight fumble into the mid-off region that allows the batter to take the single. Slight relief for Farzana Pinky. Getting off the mark after a very long period of time. A lone run has been scored in this particular over after conceding 4 dot deliveries. They're maintaining a proper plan, Pakistan, maintaining a tight line. Jamming it towards backward point for a single to finish the over on that occasion. After 18, it's 46 for 2 Bangladesh women, and Nigar Sultana Jyoti is off the mark after conceding 8 deliveries, 8 dot deliveries in particular.
It's a big relief, and anyone who has played cricket in any level would know As a batter, you just get one opportunity, one mistake, and you're done for. Compared to that, the bowlers have a lot of balls to come back, to rectify their mistakes. But for batters, it's just that one opportunity. So, a chance to get off the mark. Until that, there's some butterflies in your stomach, some jitters. Hopefully, Jyoti can shed that off. She's off the mark finally and retains the strike. From the Thana end, the first ball is swept away. Jyoti going for her go-to shot against the off-spinners. She sweeps very well. That is well documented. Goes for that sweep. The all-reliable sweep gets her a single from the first ball. Bangladesh trying to move on. 47 for 2. We're already nearing the 20th over.
Again tossed it up, rotating the strikes very well. These two batters, experienced campaigners, Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Farzana Haq Pinky. The strategy of Hani is to force the batter to come forward. On the previous occasion, we have seen Nigar Sultana Jyoti played her go-on shot, the conventional sweep. It's very important to understand when to play and in which length of deliveries you have to play those shots. Now rocking back towards back foot. Could not find the gap on that occasion. Good change in length by Hani. Mixing the length very well, mixing the pace also. And also the angle, the trajectory what she is maintaining. Seems that the batter is going to get the freebie. Now using the feet, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, but could not find the gap. Played with soft hands.
This is excellent from Pakistan. Nida Dar has to be credited for that. She has been very attacking with her field setup. You still see 7 fielders in, 4 in the offside, 3 in the leg side within the 30-yard circle, and she's kept the mid-off, mid-on right inside the circle, cutting off those singles, those easy singles that the Bangladesh batters could have got. Beaten by turn, Jyoti. Bit surprised by that turn and bounce that Hani did generate on that occasion. The wicketkeeper initially couldn't grab hold of it in the first chance. Was that even an inside edge? She might be asking her keeper there. Hani has been bowling very accurately there. Jyoti having a look at the wicket, maybe at those regions where the ball pitched on the previous occasion.
The strategy is quite clear. Just cut out the singles from the V zone, from mid-off and mid-on, inviting the batter to clear mid-on and mid-off. That really gives you the chance of taking wickets. Dot ball to finish the over after 19. It's 48 for 2 Bangladesh women. Current partnership says they have jotted down 5 runs between them, Pinky and Jyoti. Veteran campaigner, experienced campaigner for Bangladesh. No change in the bowling on that occasion from media end. The left-arm orthodox spinner Nashra Sandhu. Still, there are 7 fielders into the circle to cut off the singles. Inviting the batter to go up, inviting the batter to play her shots. And this is the strategy they are maintaining, cutting off the singles, building up the pressure, inviting the batter. Now what we have seen, Farzana Pinky adjusting the length by coming forward, stepping down, but could not adjust properly.
They stopped all the scoring zones, and the Bangladeshi batters are finding it difficult to rotate the strike, which has been the main issue even in the first ODI. Again, the ball driven straight to mid-off. Just imagine if it was another condition, another situation, we would have seen the mid-off and mid-on fielders down near the boundary, and this would have been easy singles, but they have really put that pressure on. Now she gets some room, but the height wasn't there. Went for a cut shot, a full-blooded cut. The ball was stopped right in the covers. Another series of dot balls being put in by Nashra. She's in her 4th over and just conceded 3 runs.
She changed her end, and this is the comfortable end for her as far as her trajectory is concerned, because she is maintaining a flighted trajectory and the pitch is doing some trick from this end. Now darted it towards a full length area and glanced it towards square leg on that occasion by Farzana Pinky. She moves on to 19 of 52 deliveries, Still to be fluent enough. Farzana Pinky, she has to go big. In particular, these two has to go big. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain, scoring 2 of 14. Defended back towards the bowler. Dot ball to finish the over after 20. It's 49 for 2. Change in the com box. Let me welcome Shamanay Ghosh along with Ahmed bin Parvez.
Change in voices might bring change in fortunes, but for which team, that is to be seen. Pakistan for now have been very dominant, losing the toss, coming in to bowl first. Nida Dar managed her bowlers pretty well, just the 4 bowlers on show. Nashra Sandhu bowling 4 overs, just conceding 4 runs and getting her wicket from the media end. Hani again on the other end with 3 very tight economical overs. And now it's time for Nida Dar, skipper herself. First ball right on the money again. Pinky had to just softly push it back. Bangladesh yet to reach their team 50, one short of it, 49 for 2. Welcome, Shamanay.
Thank you very much, Parvez. It goes down the wicket, does Pinky. That's a fielding miss, and it goes away for a boundary, a much welcome boundary. You were speaking of fortunes, and you were waiting to see who it favors. For now, it favors Bangladesh, and it's a welcome boundary as mentioned.
Yes, so the fielder in the mid-on region must be very disappointed. There was a very regulation stop for her, and if you misfield off your skipper's bowling, you might not be able to look her into the eye. Nida Dar wouldn't be very happy with that, but a big relief for Bangladesh. A welcome boundary after a long time. Another drive through the covers, but Pinky doesn't find the gap on that occasion. She looks settled. She doesn't look like she's facing a lot of problems, but it's just a lack of strike rotation is a big cause for Jyoti and Pinky right now.
Flighted delivery, speak of strike rotation, there she goes, rotates the strike. And yes, as you mentioned, Parvez, Pinky has faced 56 deliveries and more than enough time to get your eye in, assess the conditions, read the wicket, and as you rightly mentioned, rotating the strike is of the ultimate essence.
Nida with another full one, glanced on to the fine leg region, but no runs on offer on that occasion. Jyoti, she was the batter. She's also conceded quite a few deliveries now, having a good look at the spinners. Pakistan went in with the 5-prong bowling attack. Only 5 of them bowled in the previous game, and we still see these 5 in action today. So it will be tricky to understand which bowlers the Bangladeshi batters would actually go and target. Single from the last ball after 21, it's 55 for 2. After the 22nd over, Nashra Sandhu had her success from this end, got Subhana Mostari out. First ball through the covers, no run from that as well. Jyoti still on strike, just 3 from 18, the Bangladesh skipper. Another one onto the stumps, flicked away for a single.
A quick single taken, and something positive for Bangladesh, that taking the singles, that's where Pakistan was different. Pakistan was ahead in the first ODI in terms of putting pressure on the fielders, and that's what Bangladesh is doing now, and rightly so. Both the batters, as mentioned, have taken their fair share of deliveries to get their eye in.
Oh, that was big turn from Nashra Sandhu. We've seen a couple of deliveries jump out, burst out of the wicket, and the batters found it difficult. So there is something in the wicket for the spinners.
And rightly applauded by the captain Nidadar, standing in the slip.
Turn and bounce, beaten again outside off. Pinky has to set her eye in.
And they're talking. You can see Nidadar nodding her head and see the bowler smiling, because the captain is applauding, is acknowledging that she's bowling the right line and length and saying, this is what I want from you.
The slip is still on. And Pinky goes for her defense once more. String of dot deliveries from Nashra Sandhu.
Watchfully played. First two deliveries were well bowled. Again, not going for the sweep.
That's flighted in, well defended, but another good over from Nashra. 22 gone, just a single from this over. It's 56 for 2. So before Sami left, he actually mentioned something about Ummehani's glasses, and I wasn't sure what to make of it, but maybe you could shed some more light on it, since he mentioned you as well on that.
Speaking of glasses and shedding some light, yeah. Well, if she has those glasses on, then maybe I'll shed some light. Otherwise, it's gonna trouble her eyes.
She's been having that on. We've seen her bowling with the glasses on already, so she has had a very good spell this innings as well. We've seen her bowl with the same intensity as the first ODI. She got those 3 wickets, and now looking for her first over here.
I'll just keep it simple. Your name starts with P, and the word also starts with P. Patience, Marvis, patience. We'll wait for her to come back into the attack.
It's Nidadar for the moment. The skipper again with the first delivery. That's full and straight, driven straight back to her. No runs from that as well. Jyoti still waiting for her first boundary. Again, drifting down the leg. Little glance gives her that single.
Nidadar with hands above her head. I think this was close, a bit of a shuffle. The leg stump was exposed, and had it just missed the bat and went on to hit the leg, the foot, it could have been very, very dangerous for Nigar Sultana Jyoti on that occasion. Farzana Pinky back on strike.
Pinky on 24, steps out, doesn't find the gap. Nidadar again on a tight leash.
Tight bowling, tight bowling.
Another full one, just a hint of turn, but this time very, very well judged single taken by Pinky. Rotation of the strike. The call of the day right now for the Bangladesh during the middle overs. The second power play is well on.
Bangladesh scored 28 runs of the first power play, 28 for 1. Got some room, driven to the covers, no run on that occasion. Again, that infield setup helping Pakistan. Just looking to pierce that gap on the offside. No fielder in the deep on the offside, and again, if you can just pierce that field and cross those fielders, you can get a boundary. A single taken from the last ball of the over, so 3 from it. Bit productive for Bangladesh. It's 59 for 2 after 23. Just the 3 runs of this Nidadar over. Kept it pretty tight, China big, a tad bit expensive in comparison. The first ODI went for 22 runs over 6 overs, was wicketless in the first ODI also. Sadia Iqbal, 4 wickets for her in the first ODI, 1 for 15 in this one with 2 maidens. 2.5, the economy has been very, very tight, and now Nashra Sandhu, 5 overs, just 5 runs given. Very economical for a wicket. First ball comes in, another one on spot, full and straight. Not a lot of turn, and Jyoti had to ride that turn. Just
made a full defensive block. She's played 24 deliveries already now. Nashra conceded 20 runs in the first game from her 5, but this time round it's just 5 runs from 5 overs, which is very, very good. Another one cut through the covers, but no gap found again.
Still persisting with the slip because she's getting some turn, Nashra.
Oh, well left. Still a bit skeptical, Jyoti.
It was full, inviting the batter to go for the drive. She remembers that Nidadar, her counterpart, is standing in the slip cotton.
Has to be mindful of those. Now she goes for the sweep. Finally gets her sweep right. Good fielding near the boundary area there. Backward square leg. Was a direct hit again, but a single taken by Nigar Sultana.
It was very good fielding because she's standing at deep backward square leg. It was a sweep. One of the rare shots played. We haven't watched many sweeps played in this ODI. There's no fielder at deep fine leg. And she went across. She went straight towards the trajectory of the ball where it was headed, cutting off and only allowing a single.
Boundaries have been hard to come by. Steps out. Doesn't find the gap again.
She has to be careful when she's going to do that. That gives hope to the Pakistani skipper. You see a smile on her face, trying to play against the turn, and perhaps that's what the coach is implying.
Tilkaratne went off his seat on that occasion. That's a nice sweep there in front of square. There are two fielders converging. The one from the mid-wicket region finally cuts that off, but a couple of runs nonetheless for Pinky.
A much better looking shot and far more control on that occasion. That will end the over. 3 runs from it. 24 done. Bangladesh 62 for 2.
We've seen very small press conference meets done by in terms of time length, I must say. Hashan Tilkaratne was there for the media yesterday, just for 4 minutes or so. There were just a few questions thrown at him. He did not give in the information that Bangladesh would be bringing in Nisha for her debut today, but he was mentioning about the responsibilities that the batters have to take, and Bangladesh winning the toss again gets their first opportunity on this wicket to set a target. First ball again from Nidadar. Jyoti wanted to pierce the mid-wicket region.
He shuffled across and then hit a straight pull, straight back to the bowler.
Again, a forward defensive shot, a yes-no situation.
Yeah, soft hands, played with soft hands, was looking for a single for Zonak Pinky, calling for it but denied by Captain Jyoti, and rightly so, because wicketkeeper Najee Alvi was very quick to get the gloves off and run towards the ball.
The keeper has very good hands. Oh, that was low. The sweep did not connect for Jyoti on that occasion.
Yeah, towards the leg stump. Now they have a backward square leg inside the circle. They have a square leg inside the circle. There's a deep backward square leg also, and a deep mid wicket, and a long on. Now mid on now falls back to long on. So it's a heavy protection on the onside. Again looking for a soft hands and a quick single, but denied by Nashra and the skipper, of course. But they're enjoying themselves.
They are, and Jyoti actually, her eyes lit up when she saw the fielder moving on to the long on region. She tried to access that, trying to drive with the spin, but did not get the gap on that occasion. Another forward defense from Jyoti, another solid over from Dar.
Yeah, I think the fact that Nashra Sandhu is keeping it so tight from the other end, you know, bowling in tandem, bowling in partnership is also very important. That is, of course, building up pressure on the batters.
Last ball of the over. Well driven single for Jyoti to end the over. Just the 1 run from it. It's 63 for 2 Bangladesh after 25. It's halfway done, and maybe we could just have a little recap of what transpired so far. Bangladesh, they've won the toss, electing to bat first. Nigar Sultana. made a couple of changes from their lineup in the first ODI. Murshida Khatun, the left-hander, coming in, scoring 12 of 18, stumped by Najiha Alvi, and the bowler on that occasion was again Sadia Iqbal, who had a great outing in the first ODI. Sadia picking up her 21st women's ODI wicket through that. Subhana Mustari came in at number 3, scored 16 of 35. LBW bowled Nashra Sandhu on that occasion. So just the 2 wickets for Pakistan from the 25 overs of toil in the field. But they've been very good at restricting Bangladesh to a less than decent total so far. It's just 63 for 2. Second half of the Bangladesh innings yet to move on, and right now we might see some more changes in bowling. Is it Bisma Maroof that we see?
Yeah, it is Bisma Maroof, the ex-captain, the former Pakistan captain. Now given the ball, just wonder if it's a bait. If it's a bait offered that you want to take a risk, if you want to go against her, because Nashra Sandhu was bowling very, very well. Full toss, swept away, down on one knee by Jyoti. She likes to sweep, will only get a single.
A nice shot there from Jyoti. Her eyes lit up. Was a full toss that she wanted to make use of, but just couldn't on that occasion. Single for her nonetheless. Bangladesh trying to rotate the strike.
I just want to touch base again on what transpired yesterday, what happened yesterday, referring to the timed out dismissal of Angelo Matthews. This one turning away from the right hand batter, nicely played through. Deep extra cover will get to the boundary. It's well played by Pinky, and most importantly, she found the gap. It's a welcome boundary, and as mentioned, a bait offered and well taken by Bangladesh.
A risk taken by Nidadar, giving Bisma Maroof, the 6th bowler, the option to bowl. She's putting in a lot of flight, and all Pinky had to do was just wait for it and find the gap, which she found very efficiently. Moving on to 31, becoming an important innings for Bangladesh on this occasion.
Now, one of those scenarios. Let's get back to that. It's a lot of flight. Perhaps the ball deploys a bit of wings, but a fielder has been placed at deep extra cover. I've rarely seen Pakistan offer a fielder in the deep and on the offside.
Again, a cut shot offered there, but couldn't find the gap. Pinky on that occasion. You're speaking of baits. I mean, this can't be a bigger bait than this. I mean, the kind of flight that she's giving, she's just enticing the batters to go for it. Pinky has went for it so far. She's got a boundary. She might want more from this over.
Has to be careful, has to be very careful. Fight it again. And it makes her wait. It was drawing her to come down the wicket, and she sort of did, but rightly kept herself behind the delivery. So we'll have to wait for that timed out thing we'll speak about.
This time it's driven nicely, but there is protection in the covers. Just a single for Pinky. 6 runs coming from this over from Bisma Maroof. After 26, it's 69 for 2 Bangladesh.
Alia Riaz was there in the deep, so 6 runs from it. The 26, 69 for 2, as you mentioned. So year in which the first dismissal took place. First caught dismissal took place in 1877, bowled 1877, run out 1877. 1877, by 1877 I mean the year. LBW 1877, stumped 1877, hit wicket 1884. So it was
It took
7 years.
7 years
7
for the
years.
first hit wicket. Okay.
Yeah. And then retired hurt was in 1877. Obstructing the field was in 1951. Welcome to the 19th century. Neither that to continue, even though we're in the 20th at the moment. Throws back of her own bowling, and then handling the ball 1957. Obstructing the field was 1951, so 6 years after that was handling the ball. Retired out was 2001, first year when it took place. Come back to the next one. Will only get a single. Bangladesh hitting the ball twice, happened. You want to guess? Parvez, do you want to guess which year? Close to this era.
Still should be before 2000s, or is it just
So
after
Sami,
2000s?
who's not on the mic, is saying 2004. 2004. 2023.
Oh, okay. So
It comes here and then timed out.
it's again 2023.
No surprises there. But that's there, and I also want to quote, yes, of course, mixed reactions, of course, as Shakib himself mentioned in the post-match conference. Of course, people are going to talk about it. We've seen Prasad's tweet. A lot of people were not appreciative of the fact what happened. But I'm going to read out one of them. Off the back foot, fair bit of bounce, but straight to the fielder. Sanjay Manjakar, within the laws, if a cricketer takes any advantage available to win a game, we can't grudge that cricketer. At least I won't. As far as spirit is concerned, I have started enjoying it of late with a diet soda drink. I'll just not mention the brand.
Yeah, I think we can guess what that could be, but yeah, a lot of mixed reactions from all around, the opinions from the experts, and a lot of controversy regarding that timed out decision against Angela Matthews. But nonetheless, he's put himself into the history books. His name will be there. I think you can't complain about that. Dar, the next delivery, just onto the stumps, doing what she does best, keeping it tight. But now it's been comparatively easier for the Bangladeshi batters to milk some singles. 3 coming from this over. It's 72 for 2 after 27. Pinky on 34, Jyoti on 9. This partnership slowly but steadily growing. Bangladesh trying to get a move on the last couple of overs. They have scored 12 runs, which is much better than what they've done in the previous 25 overs. We're batting with a run rate just below 3. Trying to improve on that. Each of the batters got starts, it must be said. Murshida Khatun 12, Subhana Mustari 16, Farzana Haq on 34, and Jyoti got a start as well. She's on 9. Again, Bisma Maruf with her unorthodox, exceptionally flighted deliveries. Pinky played a forward defensive shot on that occasion.
Again, I think more of a challenge given to her if she wants to go on and hit Bisma.
Another flighted one. This time she steps out, but still can't find the gap.
I think Jyoti's got a thinking cap on. Look at how she's standing. I think she's thinking how to deal with this bowler. What advice to give?
Bisma for the next one. Gets some room, Pinky, but still can't pierce the offside. Backward point in action.
This was comparatively much flatter. She did connect it, not much base on offer, and that is what is different action on this occasion. A bit of a different action from Bisma on this occasion. I'm not too sure what the umpire just signaled with two more deliveries to go. I think that's what she signaled.
At first I thought she was bowling from so close to the stumps. Might be even obstructing the umpire's view. She's been using the crease pretty well, Bisma. Bowling like an expert spinner at this point. She has been very much on spot, at least in this over. The last delivery. Oh, Pinky still finds it hard to put that off, but gets the single nonetheless. Avoids conceding a maiden over. Just a 1 run from this one. It's 73 for 2 after 28. And speaking of controversies regarding the decision yesterday, it was interesting to hear from Angela Matthews. He actually did not mention spirit of cricket once in his conference. He just mentioned common sense a lot of times. So I think in the back of his mind, even he knew the decision was given abiding by the rules. He was just disappointed that the Bangladeshis appealed for it, and that came out through his press conference.
Well, I sort of understand the fact because, as Shakib also mentioned, that they both go a long way. They've been playing together since the under 19 days, which was in 2006. Bit of the back with soft hands, quick single taken. Oh, could have been close. Could have been close. Direct hit, and I think she would have been gone. She would have been a goner. She's got a smile on her face. Nida Dar saying something. But yeah, this could have been very, very risky. Now that puts Nigar Sultana Jyoti back on strike, but we'll just see how close it was.
Was a very, very good throw and nearly getting a direct hit. Pakistan's ground fielding has been very, very good so far. Another full toss, this time dispatched through wideish long on. The first boundary for Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She bounces on that.
That's very smart batting. This is very smart batting from Jyoti, taking her counterpart on. Coming down the wicket, making it into a low full toss. And then hitting it through that gap, big gap towards widest long on and cow corner. This time she goes back foot. It was predictable because she played it on the full the previous delivery. So now was she, I think, premeditated that the ball's gonna be back of a length. So she went onto the back foot, played it. Go back to what you were asking, Parvez.
Yes, coming back to that, but not before Jyoti plays another elegant on drive. This time the mid-wicket fielder chases it but doesn't reach it. Another boundary from this over. Nigar Sultana. Her bat is doing the talk right now. Very, very good shot.
Yes,
Well timed.
Smart is what I would say again. Look, mitigating the risk, not in the air on this occasion. Just finding the gap and making sure that she's playing along with the turn. That is of essence. That is of ultimate importance, and not in the air. So there's no risk in it, and that's very well played by Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Don't forget that Nida Dar was the one who got her wicket in the first ODI. Both, of course, captains of their respective teams, and well, I think Jyoti is sort of getting her hand in this match.
Still trying to get a move on. The most expensive over from Pakistan in this innings. This time she goes for the sweep. Doesn't connect it well. Well fielded. Short fine leg region. And a dot ball finally. 9 runs coming from this Nida Dar over. She's been a bit expensive. The most expensive one in terms of economy rates for Pakistan. Last delivery off the over. Nigar went for another pull shot. This time in front of the mid-wicket fielder. Gets her single, 10 runs from the over. Very good from Bangladesh on this occasion. After 29, it's 83 for 2.
Just to go back to what you were asking, Parvez, he did not mention the spirit of cricket. I understand how it could have hurt him. Of course, you're losing your wicket in a World Cup match in that manner, and of course not the most ideal of things, being timed out when you're the first player. Not the ideal way to be remembered in the history books, of course. But then again, he did mention this graceful. And that's where I sort of have an issue. You're not shaking hands. Is it cheating? If it's within the laws, then it's not cheating. Then how it is not within the spirit of the game? That's what my question is. Now, again, this Mamaruf to continue. Played off the back foot, nicely played, but this cover in the deep will be cut out. I think that's Nashra in the deep. So, it's not cheating. So, again, if that is a concern, and what I want to refer to is, did Angelo Matthews talk to the umpires, ask the umpires, and as the opposition captain, look, I've got an issue with the helmet, can I please have that? And if that was done and Shakib said no, or I don't know, maybe if it was a vague answer, just saying, these are hypotheses, we don't know exactly what was the word spoken in the middle during that time. If it was a vague answer from Shakib's end, then you would know that okay, he might go for that, or let's not take a chance. Of course, no one has done it in so many years, so it wouldn't have come to his mind. But was he, it also makes us question, was he intentionally delaying, knowing that the Bangladesh could be troubled in terms of over rate in the last 10 overs? So was that a part of the ploy? That can be questioned also. Now, if he did as the captain and Shakib himself was bowling, it was a spin bowler round. So maybe he could have just gone on to play a few deliveries with the same helmet or without one. Well,
These are choices that you make, and the reasoning that you gave is very much based on subjective understanding of the situation and the context. But what transpired as neutrals, maybe, it's good to have a heated rivalry. It's good to see some fierce competition on the ground. For neutrals, it was maybe an entertaining event overall, but not shaking hands in the end, and maybe calling the opposition disgraceful. I think those could have been avoided, even after whatever happened, or even after how bad he might be feeling at that moment.
and what people don't talk about, full toss was flighted, made into a full toss by Jyoti and hit well. I think that's Sidra Amin at square leg. Now there's a confusion in the middle. This could be very, very dangerous. Pinky was certainly not happy and has a shout at her skipper for the confusion. Now, what I want to see is if it was cut off properly in the deep. Was it cut off properly in the deep is what I want to see, and what caused the confusion. There it is. Now, I think this is very close. This might as well be a boundary. Sidra Amin sliding. Was she touching the ball? Was she touching? No, I think it's well done. Yeah, that's a better angle. That's a better angle. This is a good effort. Good effort by Sidra Amin at deep backward square leg. Yeah. Pretty evident that it's well defended in the deep, and that brings the question: how many runs were taken of the last delivery? Well, it's time for drinks now, and just waiting on the confirmation. Time for drinks. We'll take a short break and come back, and it will be a change in the comm boxes yet again. We'll be joined by Syed Abid Hussain Sami.
Welcome back once again after 30, it's 88 for 2. Couple of boundaries has brought back Ummehani into the attack. Conceded 5 runs of her 3 overs. Good to see a partnership is going on between the two experienced campaigners, Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Farzana Pinky. Couple of boundaries release the pressure, forcing the captain to spread up the field. Joseph Ultas pulled away towards deep mid-wicket region. On that occasion, the fielder from deep square leg moving towards the mid-wicket, stopping the boundary on that occasion.
It was well fielded, well fielded. It was right off the middle of the bat of Nigar Sultana Jyoti. It was a juicy full toss, as you mentioned. I think Jyoti would feel it was sort of a missed out opportunity, but good partnership ongoing between Pinky and Jyoti.
45 to be exact. Moving on to the 46 runs of this partnership. Playing into her back foot with soft hands. Farzana Pinky moves on to 39 of 84 deliveries. Was not that much fluent early on, but somehow managing to stay in the wicket and also rotating the strikes.
Was it dropped, is the question. Was it dropped? Nigar Sultana Jyoti playing along with the turn but hitting it in the air. Fielder at mid-off. Did it carry to her?
It was silly. It was silly. It carried towards her. Unfortunate for Pakistan. Yes, it carried. She could not hold the ball properly. Once again, Nigar Sultana Jyoti tried to clear the mid-off region on that occasion. It was in an inviting zone for the batter. She tried to clear the mid-off.
Iram Javed, the debutant, was there, the fielder, dropping Jyoti on 22.
Again using her feet with soft hands, well stopped by the bowler herself, Ummehani. Is it the pressure did the trick for Iram Javed? Playing her first match, first international match.
I think it was just a lapse in concentration. It came all of a sudden and might just happen. I think she couldn't judge it well. She was there in position. Maybe could have taken a step forward to position herself and take it well within her grasp. But Sami, I would just like to bring up again the timed out thing with you. Just reminds me of the 2019 World Cup final, right? When the throw, Miss Maruf to continue to her 4th over, slightly different action, was in the air, dropped to the back to the bowler. I think he has to be careful, but yeah. So there were we noticed, we observed throws off the bat going for boundaries. See, speaking of the action, it's so different that she's also losing the ball. But and at the end, a World Cup trophy being decided on the number of boundaries being hit, well within the laws. No one questioned. Yes, people had doubts, people spoke of it, people talked about it, but never was it questioned that was it enough to decide a World Cup winner based on boundaries. And even if so, 4 runs coming off a throw, off a bat, was that those things can be questioned, right? So if it is within the laws, then why is a particular player being questioned? What should be questioned is the law itself, and how many of the players or who are, not many are speaking about the umpires, that okay, he was well within the crease within 2 minutes, just because of the helmet, and the umpire said it's fine, because Shakib and company had a discussion with the umpires first.
The fact is, before every tournament, there is a captain's meeting. There is a captain's meet where each and every loss are being described towards the captain, towards the team management, and they agree on those laws. So whatever it is, if it's within the laws, everything is fair enough. and you are playing an international match, so you have to be aware about all the facts. Now tossing it up, forcing back, rooting back on that occasion Farzana Pinky, but could not find the gap properly.
Also, another point, what no one talks about is, I mentioned the year, the timelines when each of the type of dismissals have taken place. Oh my God! Oh my God! Pinky is devastated. She is so unhappy. What was that? We've seen a confusion in the previous over. She's looking for a single. It went straight to the fielder. Jyoti was not interested in it, and I think that's what she was gesturing, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, that it straight went to the fielder. There was not a run in it, and that breaks this partnership between Jyoti and Pinky.
Only she is responsible regarding this fact. She has to blame herself, and she is blaming herself. There was not a single on Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She was not interested, not watching at her partner. She just ran away, and after that, being refused by her partner, she actually threw her wicket. So third wicket gone for Bangladesh. Just look at the replay. Quite unorthodox action by Bisma Maruf. Driven towards cover and her running towards her partner, but Nigar Sultana Jyoti refused. There was never been a single over there. Somehow, lacks of concentration did this kind of trick. Third wicket gone for Bangladesh. It's 92 for 3.
She goes for 40, 40 of 88, 3 boundaries in that innings, and the partnership being broken at 49 runs. The last delivery of this Bisma Maruf over. Bangladesh 92 for 3 after 32. Just a bit of respite for Nigar Sultana Jyoti as new batter. I think Fahima has come in and will be joining Jyoti.
You were mentioning about the unusual outs. Once I can remember back in 2006, Inzamamul Haq was batting. He was out obstructing the field by the throw of Suresh Raina, and after that in the post-match press conference, he mentioned that he did not know about the rules and regulations regarding that fact. And also, I can remember Inzamamul Haq driven the ball towards mid-off region. Suresh Raina was fielding and he was half crease back. Then Suresh Raina made the throw. Inzamamul Haq just received the ball by his bat, and after that, the whole Indian team, the entire Indian team appealed. Maybe Mahendra Singh Dhoni was the captain of that particular Indian side, and the entire Indian team appealed. After that, umpire raised his finger. Inzamamul Haq was quite shocked, quite surprised. After that, I can remember Ramiz Raza was in the post-match presentation ceremony. He was asking Inzamam about that, and Inzamam said, I was not aware of the rules.
And thanks for bringing this point, Sami. Well, firstly, I think if it was 2006, not sure. If it was 2020, then maybe Dhoni was the captain. Other than that, I'm not sure if he was captaining the side in
I think
ODI
Rahul
side.
Dravid. I think
Yeah,
Rahul
could be,
Dravid
could
was
be
the
Rahul
captain.
Dravid. Yeah, but see, and that's how Inzamul Haq has earned the respect of his team, not only his teammates, but players of opposite sides also, his opponents. Mehani to continue. Watchfully played, looking for a single. It was not there. So, and we've seen many interviews of Rahul Dravid where he mentions and reminisces stories, funny stories with Inzamam also. Is because he took it positively, and he mentioned how he was not aware of the law or that particular rule. Now, about yesterday's incident, what people are not mentioning is that after this, every batter will be on their toes and be very careful that they make it to the crease on time, and they be very careful that they're ready. Very cautious. You've seen the likes of Virat Kohli. You mentioned Virat Kohli not only because of how he plays, how he manages and maintains himself off the field when it comes to his fitness and all those things. Fahima Khatun, the new batter in. Why? Because the number 3 batter, you see, are all padded up, the helmet on, and you're in the dugout. Whether you lose your first wicket, now she goes for a big heave, and she hits it in the gap, in the air. Does it go all the way? I don't think so, but it was nevertheless a big hit from Fahima. 1 bounce for 4 as signaled by umpire Mukul.
Clears the long on that occasion. In fact, clears the mid on that occasion. The mid on was up, and the bowler Hani invited the batter to go up, and she went up. Just look at the replay. Tossing it up, darted on a length towards Fuller. Now darted the length back, well managed by Fahima on that occasion, jamming towards square leg for a single. That's good cricket. A sixer followed by a single. In fact, a 4 followed by a single. As you were mentioning, that it's a complete learning experience not only for the international cricketers, the cricketers back in the root level. They have to realize, well, I'm playing a competitive game, it's a professional cricket, so there is no chance of escaping from that rules and regulations. If that particular rule is written on the law book, that means it's completely legal. You have to be aware about each and every facts. You have to be ready. Driven back towards the bowler on that occasion, Nigar Sultana Jyoti trying to build another partnership, what she built against with Farzana. Unfortunately, she got out just in the previous over.
Using her feet, Nigar Sultana Jyoti smartly, so will get a single at the end of the over. 7 runs of this Hani over that moves Bangladesh to 99 for 3 after 33.
When you were talking about earning respects, I can easily remember Steve Waugh being got out in the case of handling the ball. Maybe Anil Kumble was the bowler, and as soon as Steve Waugh realizes that he handled the ball, he walked on towards the pavilion, not looking at the umpire. So these are the facts, these are the rules which you need to abide by.
And as I was just mentioning, how often do you see Virat Kohli in the dugout from the start of an innings while his team is batting and he's all padded up with the helmet on, right in the groove and waiting to go on. It all teaches us a lesson, definitely. And I'm sure, with all due respect to Angelo Matthews, what he's achieved over the years, he's a player I look up to also. And he's achieved so much and done so much for Sri Lankan national team, either side, domestic and other leagues. But if he's coaching and if he's teaching young kids, I'm sure he's going to make sure that they know the laws of the game. Anyway, but moving back to today's game, second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan here at Mirpur Sher-e Bangla. Nasha Sandhu changed the bowling. Very well played by Jyoti, who likes to play the sweep shot. Well timed. Not only that, this is very well placed. Races off to the boundary.
The placement was clear for Nigar Sultana Jyoti. In particular, there were protection over there. There was a fielder in the deep square leg region, but the angle what Nigar Sultana Jyoti produced, the ball raced towards fine leg, a bit finer on that occasion. This is her go-on shot. Nigar Sultana Jyoti moves on to 29 of 57. Now got the room, tried to play the cut shot. I think in particular it was the height which actually confused Nigar on that occasion.
Nashra, before this over, had just gone for 8 runs off her 6 overs. Now she's conceded a boundary, the second delivery, and I feel that Nida Dar, when she took Nashra off and not bowling Sadia Iqbal either, allowed Jyoti and Farzana Pinky a bit of respite, a bit of cushion to carry on with the partnership. I don't know why she did not carry on with Nashra or bring back Sadia Iqbal. She did, but Sadia Iqbal now has a few more overs to go. Fahima Khatun on the other end scored the highest runs in the previous ODI. Not much though, a low-scoring total. She scored 18 of 37, so they would surely want a good partnership between the two in the middle.
Last ball of the over, dot ball to finish. After 34, it's 103 for 3 Bangladesh women. Interesting captaincy by Nida Dar. She has brought back Sadia from the other end.
Maybe she's got her ears on the comm box. She's listening to the commentary. I just mentioned it, didn't I?
But the fact is, it will be interesting to see how Sadia performs from the Thana end. From the initial stage, she bowled from the media end, purchasing some turns, purchasing some low bounce with the new balls. Sadia picked up 4 wickets in the very first ODI, maintaining the same trajectory as she maintained from the media end.
Change of ends for her. Bowled the first 6 overs from the media end, as you mentioned, and just saw her bowling a single over from that end in the previous match. Thinking of using her feet, but then the ball holding a little, and thankfully she went back in time and shifted to the back foot.
Good presence of mind by the bowler. As soon as she saw the batter is moving forward, she just changed her line. Jamming onto her front foot towards mid-on the occasion. No run. Slight interesting field setup, Shamannoy. There is a mid-on, a short mid-on in place, and also there is a long on. Right now, the mid-on is been taken towards short mid-wicket.
Full toss, finds the gap. Very well played. It was a gift. It was a rare gift from Sadia Iqbal, but still had to be taken. And she's grabbed the opportunity with both hands by timing it and finding the gap.
She's not going to miss it out, Fahima Khatun. She's using her feet very well. Bisecting between two, a Josephul toss. Very well managed by Fahima Khatun. She moves on to 9, facing 6 deliveries. Bangladesh moves on to 107 for 3. Again using her feet. Beating the fielder in the short mid-wicket region, heading towards long on for a single.
She looks very confident, doesn't she, Fahima Khatun? You mentioned how she's using her feet. I think that is making the bowler think. And keeping the bowler on their toes is one better. Now Jyoti is on strike.
Dabbing towards cover for a quick single. That's good cricket. That's good cricket at all. Maintaining the strike rotation very well, Fahima and Jyoti. It's 108 for 3 Bangladesh women. Looking at the coaching staffs of Bangladesh, Hassan Tilak Ratna, the head coach of Bangladesh women's national team.
Seeing the Bangladesh dugout. Ritu Muni all padded up. Shorna Akhtar was also there. Nida Dar, she's hurt herself, hurt her foot probably while fielding. Saw her limping a bit in the previous over. 6 runs of that Sadia Iqbal over again. A rare sight. Thanks to a few strokes from Fahima Khatun taking the charge. The ball on the full. Bangladesh have passed their 100, are at 109 for 3. 15 more overs to go. Current partnership 17 of 18 balls. So Bangladesh would be at least eyeing somewhere around the 200 mark, Sami, from here.
During the toss, Nigar Sultana Jyoti was aiming to score 230 to 240. Let me remind you, the lone practice match between these two sides were played in this particular pitch. 271 runs were being chased. Another thing we must mention, as we were watching the dugout of Bangladesh team, the local coaches has been promoted in this particular side. Mr. Nasiruddin Farooq Shajib, one of the finest first-class cricketers ever from Borishal division, the assistant coach of Bangladesh national women's team. Also Mr. Rashid Iqbal, the team analyst. He used to be a game educator of Bangladesh Cricket Board. This is a good positive sign from Bangladesh Cricket Board women's wing, that bringing up the local coaches, promoting them. It will inspire and encourage the other coaches as well, as they are getting the international exposures. After 35, it's 109 for 3. Let me remind, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti. They had a decent start today. We saw Sadia Iqbal bowl the previous over. She has conceded 21 runs, taking 1 wicket. In the last ODI, she took 4 wickets. Was a prime contender for player of the match, but it was the combined effort of captaincy, batting and bowling of Captain Nida Dar. She got the player of the match award, forcing the batter to go on her back foot on the occasion, the first delivery. Again, the length and the turn purchased by Nashra Sandhu. Quite impressive, maintaining a tight length, a tight line, confusing the batter. On the previous occasion, the batter forced to go back. Now, moving forward, uses her feet, finds the single on that occasion. After 2 dot deliveries, they have picked up 1. Bangladesh moves on to 109 for 3. In fact, 110 for 3.
Asha Sandhu, she's been bowling really well. She's kept it very tight, faster through the air, skids on onto her 8th over, just gone for 13 so far. Looking for that single, but not there. Bowling to her field. Have to give it to Nida Dar. She knows her bowlers so well. They do their study on the opposition players also. How to keep the fields for them now. She goes down the wicket, tries something different towards that gap, coming for a second. Bit of a hesitation was there. The throw was not fast enough.
Another thing I must mention of Nashra Sandhu, while delivering her ball, she increases the length of the pitch. She delivers the ball from quite behind. I think it deceives the batter, confuses the batter according to pace. She uses the flighted trajectory very much. Fahima Khatun moves on to 12 from 9 deliveries. We have seen Fahima Khatun using her feet against Nashra Sandhu because of the deceiving speed. Once again, using her feet, driven back towards the bowler, could not find the gap on that occasion. Dot ball to finish the over. After 36, it's 112 for 3 Bangladesh women. Pacer has been brought back. Diana Iqbal, the lone pacer of this Pakistani side, she has been brought back. Earlier in the very first ODI, she maintained the pressure in the first 10 overs, but bit expensive in this particular ODI, conceding 22 runs in her first spell. Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Fahima, their batting needed a bit of work, and they have successfully done it. The approach, the intention was quite different from the first ODI. They have managed to pick up runs on board, 112 for 3 after 36. There is a backward point in place, a cover, a mid off, a mid on, mid wicket. Darting into a hard length on that occasion, forcing the batter to come forward. Nigar Sultana Jyoti drives back towards the bowler.
Diana Beg, Nita Dar has had to bring her back into the attack. She's tried Sadia Iqbal. She's gone back to bringing back Nashra again. She's tried Hani in the middle and herself also. She's looking for that quick breakthrough. Break the partnership because Nigar Sultana Jyoti in particular looks comfortable, and Fahima Khatun, well, she's a girl on a mission. Ever since she came in, you can feel that aura and that extra confidence that she's willing to score runs quickly.
The scoring rate is pretty high on that occasion. As soon as Fahima Khatun came into the crease, they have managed to pick 20 runs in this partnership, conceding just 24 deliveries. A bit of chat going on between the captain and the lone pace bowler of this side. A slight change in the field. There is a deep square leg in position. Deep fine leg. Also deep third man using her feet. Fahima Khatun. There is a protection into the inner circle area.
Now it looks more like an ODI field. It does. Deep extra cover on the offside, deep third, deep fine leg, deep squared leg. And as we are heading towards the 40th over, maybe a few more boundaries will make them switch a few more fielders towards the outside. Now she goes down the wicket charging. Will get a single.
I think Fahima was targeting the long on boundaries because there is a big gap over there. Mid on is into the inner circle area, and the bowler is targeting a length which is quite comfortable for the batter to play those kind of driving shots. She was trying to clear mid on that occasion but could not time that properly. The ball headed towards square leg region. Diana Beg now brought the length back, pushed towards cover for a single. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, that's good cricket going on, rotating the strikes. Nigar Sultana Jyoti maintaining the anchorship. On the other hand, Fahima, we have seen several times using her feet. Now change in the field. Long on has been taken, and the fielder in the deep fine leg has been brought into the circle. That's good cricket as soon as she realizes that the long on is on. Driven towards long on for a single. After 37, it's 116 for 3. 4 runs from this over.
Second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Here at Mirpur Sher-e National Cricket Stadium in Dhaka, ICC Women's Championship. It is part of this ODI series. The Pakistan women's team, they were at number 4 before the first ODI on that ICC Women's Championship points table, courtesy of that win by 5 wickets in the first ODI. Gained 2 more points, and it accumulated to 14 points for them, and they move up to the second position. 1 point and 1 place behind India, who are at the top with 15 points. Bangladesh at number 8 with 7 points of the 10 matches played. So they'll surely be looking to fight back, make a statement with a win, gain 2 more points, especially with the Women's World Cup to be scheduled next year in Bangladesh. We've seen the Indian team tour Bangladesh a few months ago, where Bangladesh played well, of course, with top quality players on display here also, with the Pakistan side coming, trying to get used to the conditions. Again, right before the World Cup to be scheduled here, to be played here. Hani now to operate from the media end with the vintage glasses on.
Using her feet, Nigar Sultana Jyoti on that occasion, but somehow managed to go back, seeing the length. Good adjustment by Ummahani. 116 for 3. Bangladesh women current partnership says they have managed to pick up 22 runs in between them. Went back, gets passed through the wicketkeeper. The single was on, and they have taken the single.
Even though not much pace on offer, with the quicker deliveries, even though this was not intentional, this is one area where they could also exploit, playing it late with the deft touches. There's no deep third, there's no fine leg. And I'm not talking about the usual sweeps, just the touches to get it through fine leg. Now change in field, deep extra cover in position. Maybe she'll be bowling a tad bit shorter. Yeah, takes a few steps forward, does Jyoti, but looking to play towards the onside. Sadeh Iqbal's there.
As you were mentioning that playing the ball a bit late, what we saw Shobana Mustari was doing, angling the bat towards third man, backward point region, played a bit late, using the feet once again, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, but deceiving pace actually did the trick for Ummahani on that occasion. Couple of dot balls. They have managed to take a single. There is a short mid wicket in place. They managed to take the single in the very second ball of the over. Covering off stump, pushed towards mid off, just angled a bit.
It's much better from Jyoti, and this is one shot I would like to see more from the women in the middle. The Bangladesh batters, of course, that inside-out drive. Haven't seen much of it.
Muscling towards mid-wicket region, Fahima Khatun, there is a protection single to finish the over once again. 3 runs have come from this over. After 38, it's 119 for 3. You were mentioning about taking the aerial route, clearing extra cover region. We have not seen that much. We are covering a couple of ODIs here in Mirpur.
Maybe it's also along the ground, but that inside-out shot against our spinners, just to pierce that cover and extra cover mid-off region. And I think that if you can take advantage of that, that will give extra headache to Nidadar. You see, yet again, during Diana Baig bowling, there's no cover at the cover region. Down the wicket, there's a loud shout, could be close and given. She gets the breakthrough. And she gets her first in this ODI series, does Diana Baig. Fahima came down the wicket and was looking to hit it on the onside. Still have a bit of a question, was the impact within the stumps?
We have to see the action replay to be confirmed, but that's what she was brought back with the old ball. Diana Baig was wicketless in her first spell, but the captain had the belief on her. With the old ball, according to variation, she can't give up a fight. Was bit fuller, coming down. The ball was shaping in towards the batter, nipping in. She completely missed the line, playing across. Hit her on the pad. Umpire Masudur Rahman Mukul rest his finger. Number 4 down for Bangladesh, scoring 119. Fahima Khatun, the batter who was in form, was rotating the strikes. She departs.
She scored 16 of 17, 2 boundaries, strike rate of 94. Yes, the impact was around the middle and off. As you rightly mentioned, Sami, that the ball was nipping back in. She came down the wicket, and umpire Masudur Rahman Mukul did not hesitate to raise his finger. Wicket of the first delivery of her 8th over from Diana Baig, and that brings in Ritu Moni. Another partnership broken with 11.5 overs to go. That's the dugout. Shubhana Mustari, Shamima Sultana there. And we see Shorna Akhtar doing a bit of shadow batting, getting prepared, set up to come in anytime the team needs.
And you must be ready with your helmets. Ready with your helmets properly. You have to make sure that each and everything is ready and each and everything is properly done before coming towards the crease. Because as we have seen last night against Sri Lanka, the incident happened of the timeout. Angelo Matthews being the first in the history of cricket, in the history of international cricket, being timeout. Shakib Al Hasan made the appeal as he was not ready to face the next ball within 2 minutes or so. New batter Ritu Moni. You were watching the dugout of Bangladesh national women's cricket team, the head coach Hassan Tilak Ratne. I'm very much impressed with the length of Diana Beg. Again, jamming into a hard length. Push towards third man region on the occasion. She's off the mark, Ritu Moni. Bangladesh moving on to 120 for 4. They need to rebuild the partnership towards the end. We are into the 39th over of this particular match. Bangladesh have managed to pick 120. In the toss, Nigar Sultana Jyoti was aiming for 230 to 240. This is one of the high scoring pitches of Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium. Change of pace, change of length on that occasion, push towards cover for a single.
A quick single taken. Diana Beg went running on her follow through to recover the ball. We mentioned, yes, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain, did mention during the toss she's looking around 230. Well, 100 runs away, more than that at this stage. Has to be a really firing last 10 overs if they are to get anywhere closer to that. I think 200 is still going to be a decent total with the sort of bowling attack Bangladesh possess, and especially under the home conditions. She was also not shy of giving the due respect to the Pakistan batters. Alia Riaz on the screen at the moment, Bisma Maroof, and skipper Nida Dar, of course, with the player of the match performance in the first ODI. The kind of batting they possess, you need a good total on the board to put pressure on them.
Swing and a miss. Missed by the deviation of Diana Beg. Using the length very well, using the pace, the variation very well, Diana Beg. She has her strong wrists on. I was very keen to see how Diana Beg performs with the old ball. Last time we did not get the opportunity to see her with the old ball. She had to bowl only one spell in the very first ODI. Again, jamming it back towards the batter. Single to finish the over on the occasion after 39. It's 122 for 4. 3 runs and a wicket from this particular over. We are into the 40th over. Bangladesh have managed to pick 122 for 4. Hani, she's continuing from the media end, conceding 17 runs, has not picked up a single wicket in this particular match, but being very tight, tossing up, allowing the batter to go back, heading towards backward point on that occasion, but no runs has been scored in this particular delivery. Slight change in the field. fielder from the cover end. Again, the deceiving pace, forcing the batter to come forward, but fortunately Ritu Muni got back into the crease on time.
Yeah, just in time, just in time. Having a chat with Hani, Osman Muko, and wicketkeeper Naji Alvi was up to the task, quickly taking the bails off. Just been informed by fellow commentator Ahmed bin Pervez, the stat that again looking for a single denied. Ritumoni still has to take strike. That Pakistan have won 8 times against Bangladesh, while Bangladesh have won 6. Used to be 7-6 before that first ODI. They won by 5 wickets. Recently concluded World Cup also Bangladesh had won. And now Ume Hani thinks there was a thick outside edge. Is that a drop from Naji Alvi? Ritu Muni would have been gone.
The reaction says so from Nazia Albi. The catch has been dropped. Again, she was purchasing the turn very well, and also the slowness of the wicket did the trick. The batter was expecting the ball in a proper reaction time, pushing towards point for a quick single on that occasion. The fact what we were mentioning, that the deceiving pace of Hani, she's forcing the batter to come forward, tossing the ball up, and also purchasing some turn from this particular end. On the previous occasion, she came from the Thana end also, but purchasing a bit of turn from this particular end. What she did purchase in the first ODI.
Fighted and fielded off her own bowling, just a single of that over. 40 overs done. Bangladesh, having won the toss and batting first, are 123 for 4, and time for another change in the comment box. Ahmed bin Pervez will be replacing me.
$123 for 4 Bangladesh women after 40 overs. Hani from one end. We have seen pace from the Thana end on the previous occasion, Diana Beg. But after taking 1 wicket, I think she was brought back on for that particular wicket, breaking the partnership, breaking the shackle. And after that, it's spin once again from both the sides. Welcome back, Ahmed bin Pervez.
Thank you, Sami. Let's hope the last 10 overs becomes an entertaining one for both sides. Bangladesh trying to up the tempo. Oh, there's slightly a misfield. The throw back to the bowler wasn't a good one. And while Sadia Iqbal went to pick that up, single was stolen by the 2 batters. That was good presence of mind shown there by Ritu Joki and Ritu Moni in with another partnership here. Big loss for Bangladesh, losing Faima Khatun very cheaply. She was batting pretty well, losing 16 from 17 deliveries for falling trapped in front of Diana Beg's in-swinger. Another single taken there. 2 batters right now will have a set target in their mind. Bangladesh beginning the 3rd power play at 123 for 4. Muni on strike. Goes for a cover drive, had to reach out for it. Ball was pretty wide outside off. Single being taken there by Ritu Muni. She moves on to 5, bringing back Nigar Sultan on strike. She's played a labored innings of 35 from 73. 36 from 74 to be precise. Another one onto the cover region. There's protection in the deep. Another single taken. Dealing in singles right now, the Bangladeshi batters looking to push on towards a competitive total. We've known previously the practice match that was played here at the same wicket produced a lot of runs in excess of 270. He steps out again. Couldn't avoid the mid-off fielder. Pakistan still trying to keep some fielders within the 30-yard circle in specific positions, and once the bowler bowls in those channels, it's difficult for the batters to pierce the gap.
Good to see 5 singles has been taken from this particular over. 5 from this over. After 41, it's 128 for 4 Bangladesh women.
Since we've been watching the couple of ODIs so far, and we understand that it's a very important series for both sides, being part of the ODI championships that ensures direct World Cup qualification. Each of the matches has a lot at stake, and right now Bangladesh, having an initial target of around 230 to make, are still way behind, as Shamonoy mentioned. Sami, what do you think could be the total in the end, and would it be competitive?
I think they have the lights of Sher-e Akhtar into the camp, so maybe they should go for anything above 200. As we mentioned during the pitch report, it's one of the high scoring pitches here in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium. And let me remind you once again, 271 runs were chased in this particular wicket in the practice game between these two sides. Right now, Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Ritu Moni, they need to rebuild a partnership. Jyoti conceding 75 deliveries. She's buying some times for her, buying some times to assess the condition. I think that's enough. You have only 9 overs left. You have to go on. We are into the slot overs. Hani, we saw her bowling from that particular end. Right now, is there a change in the bowling? No. Hani, she's still continuing. Playing with hard hands towards long on region. Tried to clear that long on boundary. But on that occasion, I was mentioning about the deceiving pace produced by Hani. She is also purchasing the turns, but confusing the batter by the deceiving pace and the tossed up deliveries.
Absolutely. There are 2 ways you can protect yourself, especially in white ball cricket. One way is to definitely rack up the dot balls, to bowl in disciplined areas. Hani, she hasn't got a wicket today, but the way she bowled was really helpful for the bowlers in the other end to put some more pressure. This is a very precious spell from her. Another flighted one, this time driven, but the gap not found again. Jyoti still trying to find those gaps. There is a big gap in the covers. You can see the mid-off is just there. There's a cover within the 30-yard circle, and there's the deep extra cover. But behind them, there's a big, vast open space.
Even the gap in the inner circle is being very much visible. You have seen the backward point is there, and there is a big gap between the backward point and the cover, and also there is a gap between cover and the mid-off. Also there is no protection in the deep, in the offside. It allows the batter to play her drives, rocking back on that occasion, understanding the intention of the batter. Hani darted the length back on that occasion. Nigar Sultana Jyoti forced to go back. Slight change in the field. The fielder in the long on region has been brought quite wider.
Jyoti has some intention to hit it through the covers, and that's what she does. She finds the gap through the covers, but there is protection in the deep. They'll scamper in for a couple more runs. So just 3 runs from this over. A very good one from Hani. After 42, it's 131 for 4 Bangladesh women. Has been a tough time for the Bangladeshi batters. They had to graft for their runs. Not a lot of boundaries being scored. If we are very precise, there's just been 12 boundaries throughout this entire innings from the Bangladeshi batters, which shows how well the Pakistanis have bowled in this good batting wicket.
Good to see 12 boundaries has been scored in the very first ODI. We saw the first boundary being scored in the very 12th over. In fact, Pakistan scored their first boundary in the 10th over. Both the parties were very much handy with the ball. Right now, Sadia Iqbal, on last occasion, she took 4 wickets, mentioning one of the finest candidates to take the player of the match award. But it was the combined effort of Nida Dar as far as captaincy, batting, bowling is concerned. She grabbed up the player of the match award. Now taking the real route on the occasion, finding gap between what we were mentioning. There is a big gap between backward point and cover. She placed that well on the occasion. Ritu Moni moves on to 8. Now another change in the field. There is a fighter jet plane going on above the sky of Mirpur Sher-e National Stadium.
Hope that distracts both the batters and the bowlers right now. A bit of wind we've also seen blowing across the ground. Sadia again with another dot delivery. Jyoti, the batter on that occasion, steps out again, just pushed straight back to the bowler. Sadia has been very, very successful in pinning the batters down, and the field setup is ideally for her to reach out and bowl outside off stump. There is protection there. They're trying to save boundaries right now.
Very well pointed out, Parvez, by you. The field setup will get back onto it, jamming towards long on the occasion for a single. The field setup, what you mentioned, just before the ball, Nigar Sultana Jyoti got into strike. They brought the fine leg in. The fine leg in to cut off those sweep shots, the go-on shots of Nigar Sultana Jyoti. It certainly creates a psychological impact on the batter. Now shuffling and beaten. Beaten by the turn. Is it the 5th wicket goes down for Bangladesh? The umpire heading towards the 3rd umpire on that occasion. She certainly was beaten by the turn. Played across the line, played against the turn. Could not time, could not touch the ball properly. The wicketkeeper grabbed the ball, broke the stump. She's walking out, I think she's gone.
Was excellent work from Najia Halvi. As we look at the replays, the 3rd umpire has been called into action. It's a fair delivery there. No attempts of a no ball. This would be the interesting angle here. Ritu Moni with her batting stance looked to step out, and it was very, very quick stumping. It is touch and go. Ritu was quick enough to try and put her bat behind the line, but I think that wouldn't be enough. Just a couple of confirming replays that the 3rd umpire has to look at, and I think he has made the decision. The batter has to walk off. Ritu Muni could not add more than 8. She leaves the ground. 8 from 15. Another setback for Bangladesh.
This is where the skills come on. Sadia Iqbal, she is very much handy as far as purchasing the turns are concerned. If she would have bowled the ball a bit straighter, the batter could have connected that properly, but it was the turn, the extra turn produced by the track. And also Sadia Iqbal, she is very much handy in it, that actually deceived the batter to play the shot. Sadia Iqbal has taken 2 wickets in this particular match. Earlier on, she took 4 wickets. Now look at the trajectory, look at the length. It was darted on a hard length, convincing the batter to come forward. Ritu Moni convinced and took the invitation, beaten with the turn. Played the ball against the turn. Now the batter which I was mentioning, Sher-e Akhtar, on last occasions of Under-19 World Cup, we saw a sixer of 90 meters in women's cricket, a rare scene in women's international cricket against Australia. And that reminded me the sixer of Aftab Ahmed played in 2005, the NatWest series against Jason Gillespie.
Sher-e Akhtar can hit it big, and Bangladesh would need her to get some big blows right now. Last delivery of the over. Sadia gets a dot ball, a very successful one for her. Just the 2 runs and a big wicket of the batter there, Ritumoni. So the over ends, it's 43 overs done, 133 for 5 Bangladesh. I was looking at the scores that Bangladesh and Pakistan have scored against each other, especially in Bangladesh. There were 4 matches prior to this. The first 2 matches were in 2014 in Cox's Bazar, but those were very low scoring affairs. Pakistan got all out for 87 and Bangladesh chased that down but lost 7 wickets in that occasion. And then in the second match, Bangladesh scored 152 and Pakistan were all out for just 109. And then the third instance in 2018, Pakistan scored 94, Bangladesh chased that down, and then in Mirpur we just saw the first ODI, Bangladesh were all out for 81. So every affair between the two sides in Bangladesh have been low scoring ones, and 152 has been the highest runs scored between these two teams in Bangladesh. So the score right now, 134, we can add 1 to that. The first run has been taken from this first delivery. It looks like a target of even 170 could be handy.
And both the teams are very much dependent on their spinners. As far as spin attack is concerned, Bangladesh has one of the finest spin attacks in the world. Sher-e Akhtar coming forward, trying to jam the ball towards mid-on. It's very much fascinating seeing the bat swing, the downswing of the bat of Sher-e Akhtar, which allows her to place those kind of big shots. And it's quite evident that she's very much handy on it. The downswing of the bat, it's quite impressive. Although she needs to prove that on. Now look at the downswing, but somehow missed the height, missed the length, missed the line on that occasion. Tried to hammer the ball towards mid-wicket.
I think she moved her eyes off the ball. She was too intent in hitting it big. Need to have a close look at the ball till the end. The connection has to be clean. When she hits it big, we know that. But so far, Ummehani has been making it very hard for her to do that. Stepping out once again, making it into a low full toss, but then couldn't find the gap. Pakistan is putting a stranglehold and having some refreshments in the meantime.
The intention is quite clear, as you were saying, that she's having a high back lift and a very forceful downswing of the bat. And she's tossing it up, and the batter misses the length. Another wicket for Ummehani. In fact, the first wicket for Ummehani. The hard work pays off. In fact, although this is a wide delivery, but the fact is, good presence of mind created by the bowler. As she saw Sher-e Akhtar coming down the wicket, she changed her length a bit, and also the deceiving pace, which actually paid off for the bowler. 5th wicket down for Bangladesh. It's 134 for, in fact, 6th wicket down for Bangladesh. Sher-e Akhtar goes for a duck. We were praising her for her backlift and downswing of the bat and the intention. As far as the intention was clear by the Pakistani bowlers, they have rightly picked it up. Changed the length, changed the line. Sher-e Akhtar, she's gone.
Bangladesh were hoping high on her adding some quick runs, but instead it was the fall of wickets, and Ummehani again exceptional with her off breaks today. Way out of her crease. Once she missed the ball, she knew she was in big trouble, couldn't add anything to the total. Nigar Sultana Jyoti losing her partners right and left. Now she has to attempt and try and take most of the strike. New batter is in, this time she stays on her crease. Cheeky shot onto the fine leg region. There could be a run out situation there, but Jyoti makes it with a desperate dive. Another over ends. Bangladesh a bit on the back foot right now. 135 for 6. The dugout looks in anticipation. A few of the batters came and left. Many of them got starts. We talk about Murshida Khatun scoring 12, Suhana Mustari 16, Fahima Khatun on 16. Farzana Haq was looking good until she got unfortunately run out. And Nigar Sultana Jyoti, is she struggling a bit here, Sami?
Yeah, she is. She has spent quite a bit of time into the middle, facing 84 deliveries, scoring 41 runs. You must give credit to the Pakistani bowlers. The first wicket, which was gone for Bangladesh, Murshida Khatun got stumped out. If you look at the scorecard of Bangladesh, 3 stumped out in one particular scorecard. That means how much clever and how much handy Pakistani spinners are as far as deceiving and beating the Bangladeshi batters with turn is concerned. Ritu Moni, another candidate for stumping, and also we have just seen Sharna Akhtar being stumped out by Ummehani. The intention from the very early stage by the Bangladeshi batters by using their feet actually forced the Pakistani bowlers to bowl on that particular pace and that particular trajectory. And hard work pays off, patience paid off. To be very honest, in a certain stage, Bangladesh had a bit of partnership between Farzana Haq and Shobana Mustari. After that, Farzana Haq got run out. Shobana Mustari got into the trap of LBW by Nashra Sandhu. And after that, Nigar Sultana Jyoti is the lone performer who's trying to build a partnership, but she was losing her partners from left to right. Right now, they need to settle themselves up, and they have 6 or 7 more overs to left. They have to maximize their opportunities. 6 overs in particular, to be exact. Bangladesh have managed to score 136 for 6 in 44 overs. On a wicket like that, as we were mentioning, Pervez, Nigar Sultana Jyoti said that she won a score 230 to 240. But as far as the condition is concerned, I think 170 to 180 or anything touching towards 200 is quite handy.
Last over of the ball being bowled there. Nigar Sultana needed some assistance from the physios after making that big dive in. The last ball goes for a dot as well. So it's 44 overs done, 136 for 6. Anything around 170 and 80, Bangladesh would take that at this moment because they've lost quite a few wickets. We've talked about partnerships. Pakistan initially they were struggling to find those wickets, but they kept it really tight. And the scoring rate was a big concern for Bangladesh throughout the entire innings. But one good thing about this is a lot of times in this age of T20 cricket, a lot of teams lose their sight that within a 50-over game, you can actually play it deep. You can actually build a partnership, take your time. And this Bangladeshi batting effort at least showed that. Although they couldn't score a lot of runs, but looks like they're going to be able to play their 50 overs, which a lot of times the teams miss out on.
You must mention about the innings of Virat Kohli in Eden Gardens against South Africa. He was batting deep. The wicket was not that much easy to bat on, although Rohit Sharma had a good start, decent enough start, but the deviations what South African bowlers were producing from the wicket. I can mention you about the wicket of Shubman Gill, now forcing the batter to play the drive on that occasion. Sadia Iqbal got the room, the batter could not time it properly. As we mentioned about Virat Kohli's innings, it was not that much easy for the batter to play their shots, but Virat Kohli maintaining a decent strike rate, rotating the strikes. He scored 101, and among those 101 runs, 61 runs were taken on foot, not scoring the boundaries. So this is an example of perfect innings, how an innings should be decorated on those kind of tricky surface.
Very quick single taken there on that occasion. Good running, good understanding between the two batters here. Nahid Akhtar, another experienced campaigner for Bangladesh. The Bangladesh women's side have also seen their fair share of transition. A lot of the senior campaigners like Rumana, like Jahanara, they are not part of this squad. But the new players that are coming in shows a lot of promise, as head coach Hashan Tilagaratne mentioned. Sadia, they're going for the arm ball going in, but Jyoti was good enough to defend that. She has to be a bit careful because if Bangladesh lose her wicket, I think it will put a big dent on the proposed target that they aim to have after 50 overs.
I was quite surprised seeing the previous delivery by Sadia Iqbal. The trajectory was flighted, but she produced the armor. It was not a flatter one, it was flighted, but the armor one. So that indicates how much variations she has into her stock. Nigar Sultana Jyoti once again shuffled a bit, pushing towards mid-wicket for a quick single, a fumble into the circle, and the ball is heading towards the boundary. Well stopped by the fielder. It was a long chase, but it allowed 2 more extra runs for the Bangladeshi batters. 3 runs in this particular ball. One by running and couple of runs by the overthrows. It's end of another over. After 45, it's 140 for 6, Team Bangladesh.
A bit sloppy from Pakistan, conceding 2 extra runs through overthrows. We've seen a few of them, but in general, the ground fielding from Pakistan has been very good. And behind the wickets, I must say, Najeha Alvi has done really well. Completed the 3 stumpings, although she missed caught behind opportunity there. It was a very hard one. The edge was a very hard one. The deviation was big, which is why she could not show her reflex. But in general, her keeping was very good. New over begins. Hani coming in to finish off her 10 overs. We've already seen Sadia Iqbal finish her 10. She has 10 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs and got 2 wickets as well. Right now she's the highest wicket taker in the series.
Again darted towards a length which is a bit fuller for the batter to play those drives. Nigar Sultana Jyoti played that drive. There is a fielder in the long on region. In fact, the mid-off is into the circle, so there is a gap.
Pakistan is asking the Bangladesh batters to go through the offside, play against the turn. That might be a risky ploy, challenging the batters on that end. This time Nahida flicks it on. The short fine leg fielder was just there. Bowling to her field, Hani. She has been doing it the entire game, and it's unfortunate she did not get a wicket, but her contribution has been very, very vital in this bowling effort from Pakistan.
Keeping it tight, maintaining the length well, deceiving by pace, now forcing the batter to go backward. Could not time it properly, chops that on. The wicketkeeper had to move forward towards the cover to stop that single, but unfortunately she could not. 2 runs have been taken from this particular over, but Hani into her last over has been very much handy as far as economy is concerned. Although she has not picked up any wicket, again forcing the batter, darted on a length where the batter is forced to come down the wicket. It's the deceiving pace once again which actually depriving the batter to play those kind of big shots.
Just 2 runs coming from this over. A very good one from Hani again. Would want to finish her spell on a high. Defensive block from Jyoti. She plays out that over as well. Another over goes by. Just 4 overs remaining for the Bangladesh batting innings. After 46, it's 142 for 6 Bangladesh. Nahida Akhtar on the other end, coming in at number 8. Hasn't had a lot of success with the bat in ODI format. Just has 78 runs from the 35 matches or the 26 innings that she batted, and her highest score is just 25 with a batting average of just above 4. Doesn't show a lot of promise, the stats, but I'm sure she will have her presence of mind to support Jyoti. Just the last 24 deliveries, Bangladesh would try to maximize the scoring.
She had a well enough domestic season this year in Women's Premier League, Dhaka Women's Premier League. Back in March and April, she had some handy contributions with the bat, but mind it, this is international cricket, you have to prove. But as far as bowling is concerned, she's already proven she's the prime bowler of this Bangladesh side. Back in 2019, she managed her spot into the ICC ODI ranking into the top 5. We saw Hani from the media end right now. The left-arm orthodox spinner. Nashra Sandhu from the other end. She's changing her end frequently. Forcing the batter to come forward. Bit uppish on that occasion. Try to find the gap between mid-wicket and wideish long on. They have managed to pick up a single on that occasion. Nahida Akhtar moves on to 3, conceding 7 deliveries. But it's up to Nigar Sultana Jyoti. 5 runs short of a half century.
With the bat, yes, Nahida might have been average in the international circuit, but with the ball, she has been very, very prolific. She already has 44 wickets in ODIs. Just 6 more needed to get 50. Jyoti on that occasion driving it to the covers, not finding the gap again. Very close to another ODI 50, Bangladesh's skipper. A hard-fought innings of 45 from 92 deliveries. Found it pretty hard to rotate strike, but at least held fort on one end. That's her classic sweep shot, but she doesn't get the gap on that occasion. The connection was very good. If she just could find the gap, maybe that's what she was aiming for, but just a single after that big blow. And the sweep shots have paid dividends for her, although she has been very cautious about her innings.
Down the track, inside out, clears extra cover. It's Nahida for you. Welcome boundary. After a very long time, we have seen a boundary has been scored. And as Shaman mentioned earlier, we were deprived of seeing inside out cover drive. Right now, taking the aerial route, clearing extra cover. There was a big gap between deep cover and also the wideish long off. And she executes the cover very well.
Excellent from Nahida. Steps out at the right time, reaches to the pitch of the ball. This time though, tried to nudge it through the point region but couldn't find the gap. Another dot. Nashra into her 9th over. She had that solitary wicket, but from the other end, from the media end, right now she's bowling from the Thana end. Slight distraction from Nahida Akhtar, moves away from her batting stance. Started well. That inside out shot must give her a lot of confidence.
Good to see she has taken the charge, but this time she's beaten by the turn. Beaten by the turn and the skill of Nashra Sandhu. Dot ball to finish the over. We just have 3 overs left in this particular innings. Bangladesh have managed to score 148 for 6.
Nahida was one of the very young players to make her debut in international cricket. Nahida's first match was against Pakistan. Her debut was against Pakistan in 2015 in Karachi, October 2015. So she has 8 years of international cricket under her belt, and she's just 23. So she started really early as well, and she has gained a lot of experience already and has a long way to go. Could be a long-serving cricketer for Bangladesh women.
Another new cricketer, Nishita Akhtar Nishi, is going to be introduced from this particular match. She's just 15 years old. One of the youngest cricketers of Bangladesh. Tried to play the reverse sweep on that occasion, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, but could not place the ball according to her strength.
Jyoti has been a fighter for Bangladesh. She's still keeping on the fight. The next ball was a bit short, tried to pull it, but a bit mistimed, moving into mid-off. Good enough for her to get another single and rotate the strike. Nahida is back. It will be an interesting last 3 overs. Nida Dar taking up the challenge of bowling in the death. Nahida to face her. Tried to push it, but straight to the hands. A wicket falls for Bangladesh. Nahida trying to up the tempo. Beaten by the slowness of the wicket. The ball seemed to stop a bit. She wanted to clear the mid-wicket boundary, but just handed the ball over to the fielder in the mid-wicket region. Another wicket falls for Bangladesh. It's 149 for 7.
This is where the experience come on. Nida Dar maintaining the variations of trajectories. On the previous occasions, it was a bit flighted, and this particular delivery, it's flatter. Put the length short, darted the length short on the occasion, and Nahida Akhtar placed it towards the mid-wicket fielder. So this is where the experience come on. Nida Dar, although she's a bit expensive than the first ODI, but the fact is at the very end of the match, the experience paid off. Forcing the batter to go backward, and also the trajectory was different from the other delivery. Did not purchase that much turn. It was bit flatter, bit quicker. The ball holded a bit, and it confused the batter on that occasion. 7 wicket down.
That's nicely timed. There is a gap there, but there's a fielder covering that. Not more than a single being taken. Rabia is the new batter in. Goes off the mark straight away, putting up Nigar Jyoti to take the strike for the next two deliveries. So it's captain versus captain right now. All stakes in hand. Bangladesh reach 150. 150 for 7. Their highest total against Pakistan in Bangladesh. Previous ODIs was 152. So they're on course to score more than that maybe. But will that be enough in this wicket? That's the important point. Another single from Jyoti. Nicely dabbed onto the point. Jyoti slowly moving in to get another ODI 50.
You mentioned a point very well. The pitch is producing some slowness with the old ball, and that's why Nida Dar is darting the length back. Wide delivery produced by Nida Dar. The first wide produced by Nida. Good presence of mind, although seeing the batter exposing her leg stump. Nida Dar targeting those leg stump on that occasion. And rightly we mentioned that seeing the slowness of the wicket with the old ball, Nida Dar just darting her length quite back. So it forces the batter to go backward and pull that ball hardly. After 48, by the single, it's 152 for 7 Bangladesh women.
Speaking of bowling, I think the Bangladesh bowlers would particularly look at how the Pakistani bowlers adjusted to this batting wicket. The areas that they bowled would be very important, and we all know it's very well documented that the Pakistan top order has quite a few experienced campaigners. Bisma Maroof, Nida Dar has been in very good form. I was a bit surprised Muriba Ali was taken out today. She's given a rest. She has been in good touch as well. She scored a brilliant knock in the third T20I and played a big role in Pakistan scoring big over there. But Nigar Sultana, we'll also have to talk about her. She has been, in a lot of occasions in recent years, the mainstay for Bangladesh in the batting, and today, again, she's pushing it, trying to play till the end. Her 350s in ODI cricket came against South Africa in Cox's Bazar in 2017. That was her first half century, and then she scored another. That was against Pakistan in Lahore in 2018. And her latest one came in 2022 against New Zealand, where she scored her career best 73. So she has been important, and she always talks about how she feels bad that she was beaten by Pinky to score the first century for Bangladesh in ODI cricket. But today maybe she won't get that opportunity, but the thing that she did was hold on one end and really ensure that Bangladesh do play their 50 overs out.
Struggled a bit into the middle. She had a cramp on into the middle. Diana Beg, the lone pace bowler from this Pakistani side, has been brought on once again. Broke the partnership in her last spell. A low full toss. Somehow managed to take a single. Rabia Khatun. As I was mentioning that Nigar Sultana Jyoti had a cramp into the middle, and observing the fact the ball was holding a bit, and Nida Dar in the previous over she darted the length back, because as she had a cramp, she had to provide some extra efforts to play those kind of shots when the length is back. So this is quite interesting captaincy by Nida Dar, veteran and experienced one. She knows the condition very well, and she can assess the game, she can assess the opponent very well. As soon as she realized that Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she had a cramp, she instructed her bowlers to dart the length back.
Jyoti is supposed to go for it big. Right now there's just 11 balls remaining in the innings. She's on strike, having a good look at the field setup. There's the long on, long off and deep mid wicket in place for Diana Beg. Length delivery slowed it down a bit. Could be an off cutter there. Nicely negotiated by Jyoti. Gets a single. Puts Rabia back on strike. Still finding it difficult to get those boundaries, Bangladesh. But Sami, you mentioned this has been a better show from Bangladesh batting first compared to the first ODI.
Definitely so. The wicket was pretty good to bat on in the early stage, but after 30th over, I must mention, the ball was holding a bit. The ball was not coming towards bat on a proper reaction time. So Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she had to wait. But the fact is, partnership was not getting on after the departure of Fahima Khatun. She had a decent enough partnership with Fahima, but after the departure of Fahima, Nigar Sultana Jyoti only had to see that her partners are getting out, now getting the length back, very well managed by the batter. Single taken by this particular delivery. It's 156 for 7.
Rabia doing her job well. Her main task was to give the strike back to her captain as soon as possible. She's still on a runner ball situation, scoring 4 singles from her 4 deliveries. The onus is on to Jyoti now. Try and hit it big, but Diana Baig has been very hard to get rid of. Another off-cutter there, making it into a low full toss. Jyoti gets 1, going for the second. Could be run out there. She puts in a big dive. Rabia puts in a big dive there in the non-strikers end, and we go back to the third umpire again. He has been a busy person today. Quite a few referrals had to be looked into. Now it's the case of a run out. Rabia putting in a desperate dive. Each and every run made to take with a lot of struggle and special efforts down there by the Pakistani fielders. As we can look at the replay, the first run was taken quick. There was a bit of a confusion, and it was a clean pickup and throw, so the dive even couldn't save Rabia. She's run out again.
She had to go, she had to depart, but they have completed the single at the very early stage, and by the grace of the single, I think Nigar Sultana Jyoti completed her half century. Is it so? I think so. She was on 49 before the start of the ball. She driven the ball away towards mid-wicket region, calling for the second, but completed the single.
Yes, she's supposed to have her 50th run, but unfortunately she won't have fond memories of this ball because a wicket fell off it as well. But this is desperate times for Bangladesh. They are looking to maximize and trying to take those 50-50 chances. There was a good throw from the mid-wicket region, a very sharp one just over the stumps. It was an easy job for Diana Baig just to break the stumps, and Bangladesh lose another one. So 8 wickets down for 156. It might be, the scorecard might change there because Jyoti is still back on strike and the single would be considered. But there again, the reassessed total of 170, that still looks very far from here.
Well-deserving half-century by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the 4th one of her international career. Diana Baig steaming in once again, driven towards long off for a single. As I mentioned that Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she had a cramp into the middle, and after that it seems to be very much difficult for Nigar Sultana Jyoti to open her arms and play those kind of big shots. In a condition like this, where the temperature is close to 32, 33 degrees Celsius, she has played 99 deliveries. In particular, I must say, I think she has played more than 100 deliveries. She has scored a half century. She bought some time for herself to assess the condition, rotating the strikes, built partnership with Shubhana Mustari and also with Fahima Khatun. After that, she's been the lone performer of this Bangladeshi side, going down towards leg. Another wide delivery produced by Pakistan, welcoming runs for Bangladesh.
Yeah, and if you look at how disciplined Pakistan was, this is just the 4th extra that they've conceded. It's just the 2nd wide, and we just have 2 leg byes that they conceded. Compare that to their bowling effort in the first ODI. They conceded 8 runs from extras, and there were 6 wides in that. So they've been even better. This was a beautifully struck square cut from Marufa. Magnificent timing. Gets a very important boundary for Bangladesh. Very handy with the ball in her hand. A big fan of Mustafizur Rahman. And now she shows what she has got with the bat. It was short and wide, there to be punished, but she had to do the job and did it brilliantly. No chance for the fielder. Important runs being added there by Marufa. She's batting at a strike rate of 400.
Suddenly, tennis ball bounce producing by the wicket. It was way short. Got the room on the occasion, Marufa Akhtar. It was her very first delivery in this innings. but the fact is she got a decent enough bounce on that occasion. It will be interesting to see who's going to bowl the last over. It's Nashra Sandhu. Nashra Sandhu has managed to pick up a lone wicket, conceding 21 runs, very much accurate, very much tight as far as line and length is concerned. 163 for 8 Bangladesh women. We are into the last over.
A bit surprising though, Nida Dar, she did not bowl out today, just bowled 7 overs for 30 runs and got her wicket. Bisma Maroof was a surprising bowling change. She bowled 4 overs and went quite cheaply, just conceded 14 runs. So Nida Dar saved her 3 overs from there, and then Diana Beg just bowled 9, so she couldn't bowl out as well. So the final over begins. Nashra Sandhu, she gets the dot from the first delivery. Jyoti, after scoring her 50, will be trying to hit it big.
Going on to her back foot, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, but could not clear the distance on that occasion. Managed to pick up a single, forcing Marufa to get the couple. But Marufa did not want to take the risk.
That wasn't on actually. Marufa, I think, would explain that to Jyoti. She already had that unfortunate incident with Pinky. Those two were batting so well, and then there was this mishap. Pinky got herself run out. So Jyoti already has been involved in one run out occasion. Has been involved in one more. Rabia got run out as well. Jyoti was on the other end. This time a single taken, a dive. A desperate dive from Marufa. She is really going for it right now. Desperate to bring Jyoti back on strike. So the first 3 balls of the last over yields 2 runs for Bangladesh. 165. 170 looked far away, but now seems like a possibility.
Using her feet, tried to clear the aerial route, could not time it properly. Big chase for a couple of fielders. I think they'll manage to pick up a couple of runs on that occasion. Yes, they have. Then Bangladesh moves on to 167 for 8. They have a couple of deliveries to left. As far as Ahmed bin Parvez said that they are aiming towards 170.
Yeah, look at the field, it's very interesting. There's no one in the covers. Nashra Sandhu, left arm spinner. Oh, that was brilliantly bowled. Beautiful flight. Stumping attempt there again by the wicket keeper, and the umpire goes up to the third umpire. Jyoti is still standing her ground, but looks like she could be a bit late in placing her bat back, and Nashra might get another wicket there.
From naked eye, it seemed that she was miles away. She was beaten by the turn. It was a tossed up delivery. Nigar Sultana Jyoti tried to clear the front leg on that occasion. It's a legal delivery. Nothing wrong in that. We have to see the frame from there, whether Nigar Sultana Jyoti got right on time into the crease or not. Yes, she used her feet, couple of steps. It will be a close call for the third umpire. It will be a close call. Now the frame says, the last frame says, as soon as the stump is broken, Nigar Sultana Jyoti jammed her bat in. This particular frame says that, but I think the third umpire has confirmed his signal. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she has to go back.
It was tough. I mean, the 2 frames that were shown on screen did not give a very clear picture, but in the end, it was up to the third umpire to decide when the bails were dislodged. Was she able to bring the bat back onto the crease? And she couldn't, which is why she has to walk off. I think Jyoti did not seem very confident. She was just hanging around to confirm the decision from the third umpire. But another wicket goes down for Bangladesh. We're on to the last ball of the innings. Can Bangladesh play out the 50 overs? They can. But can they not get all out? That will be a big question. 167 for 9. Jyoti goes off after a fine 50. An important knock for her country.
For incidents like that, there used to be a soft signal from the umpire, but now that has been removed. Signal to finish the innings, or it's a couple. They're running, yes. Marufa, she's running like a cheetah. Throw at the wrong end and couple of runs to finish the proceedings. 169 for 9 Bangladesh women. So Pakistan has to chase it down. They have to score 170. They have 300 balls intact. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh have managed to score 169 thanks to Maruf Akhtar for that 100-meter sprint all the way from one end to another to ensure the couple of runs in the very last ball. So it's done. 169. What do you think, Purvis?
Could be a tricky total, especially in Bangladesh. We've looked at the matches that has happened. Not a very high-scoring affair in general, but the Pakistani batters are experienced. They would like to have a good start, and the Bangladeshi bowlers would feel they have some sort of a total to try and bowl out Pakistan. We've talked about the previous occasions where Bangladesh and Pakistan faced each other in Bangladesh. Those were very low-scoring affairs. As I've mentioned, there's just one occasion where Bangladesh scored 152 and Pakistan were all out for 109. That was back in 2014 in Cox's Bazar. So in Bangladesh, a score of 150 could be competitive. Let's see if that happens in this case.
So as far as stats is concerned, as you mentioned, 169, this has been the highest score scored in between these two sides in Bangladesh.
Yes, that's exactly it. So that makes the target a bit challenging for Pakistan. If you just look at how the innings transpired, it was a decent enough start from Bangladesh. The two openers came on. That was a right-hand, left-hand combination. Murshida Khatun got her chance in this series for the first time. Started off well. Farzana Haq Pinky, in her usual way, tried to stay in the wicket. Very unfortunate to get run out on 40, but the top scorer was none other than Nigar Sultana Jyoti, a gritty 54 from 104 deliveries before she got out in the last over. And there were some other contributions of single digits in the end from the Bangladeshi batters. Important one was from Maruf Akhtar, I think. She was very good in the end. Just ended up with 5 runs from 2 deliveries to give a bit of momentum to Bangladesh. A few players got starts, Sami, but couldn't capitalize on it.
Yes, that actually did the trick. But end of all, Bangladesh managed to score 169, so Pakistan has to chase it down. We're taking a short interval. After that, we'll come back with the second innings in proceedings.
Here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium, Dhaka, Bangladesh women going against Pakistan women for the second ODI here. Bangladesh won the toss, batted first, scored a competitive 169 for 9 from their stipulated 50 overs, and Pakistan will have to chase the highest runs they have ever done against Bangladesh in Bangladesh. The target is 170. Commentators here, Ahmed bin Parvez, and I'm joined here by Syed Abid Hussain Sami.
Good afternoon, Parvez, and good afternoon, all the viewers all over the world. The players have made their way out into the middle. With the new ball, it's Maruf Akhtar, the lone pace bowler of this particular side. There is a slip in place from the very early stage. Fahim Akhtar into the slip, winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Bangladesh have managed to score 169 for 9. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the lone warrior, managed to score a half century. Steaming in Maruf Akhtar for the first delivery. Shaping in towards the right-hander on the occasion, driving towards mid-on. There was bit gap over there in the mid-wicket region, but somehow she could not find the gap. The fielder in the mid-on region grabbed the ball. They have to chase down the biggest number of runs in Bangladesh, Pakistan, 169.
The highest that they've scored against Bangladesh in Bangladesh was in 2014, as we've mentioned before. And that was 109. So batting second, Pakistan has a good record when they're chasing less than 100. Maruf Akhtar did well with the bat, scored some crucial runs in the end with a boundary as well. The only fast bowler that Bangladesh has, and she has risen into popularity, especially playing the T20 World Cup. She bowled very well over there and acclaimed worldwide recognition. She's got a pace, she has got some natural in-swing movement. Yet another air swinging delivery, pitched full and straight through the covers, but no runs for the batter there.
She has that ability to push the ball towards the batter, nipping the ball towards the batter, and also she has the ability to zip back out of the right-hander. Maruf Akhtar, a few days ago, I observed a TV commercial being highlighted for Maruf Akhtar, a telephone operator of Bangladesh. Going back to that after that ball.
Another in-swing delivery, hitting the pads this time. No single being taken. Sadaf Shamas making a very slow and steady start here for Pakistan in the run chase. They've bowled very well, but so far they haven't got off the mark. Sadaf and Sidra Amin are the two openers for Pakistan. They did it in the last match as well. This was the opening pair.
I mentioned about the TV commercial featuring Maruf Akhtar, her journey towards international cricket. It's very much inspiring for each and every girl in the root level, in the rural area. Now giving the ball bit enough time, shaping in towards the batter, driven back towards the bowler, well stopped by Marufa. And this is such an inspirational story for all the girls who live in rural areas of Bangladesh and coming back from that route into international cricket. The journey has been very tough for Marufa, convincing her family, convincing the local community, and after that coming towards international cricket. Such a gem, Maruf Akhtar for Bangladesh. And that TV commercial featuring her journey towards this arena.
Let's hope her journey is a big one and a fruitful one for Bangladesh. The last ball of the over being bowled, a maiden over to start with for Bangladesh. The first over gone. Pakistan still yet to get off the mark, but they have their 10 wickets intact. Sadaf Shamas and Sidra Amin, the two batters. They each scored 7 runs in the previous game. Sidra Amin scored 7 from 18 and was plumb in front LBW by Nahida. And Sadaf Shamas was run out, so they couldn't make big impression in the previous game. They would try to rectify that in this one because the target is quite big. The last game they just had to chase 82. They had a lot of balls in hand and in the end made it. Scored 85, losing 5 wickets, winning the first game. They have an advantage here and they would like to capitalize on that, Pakistan. And the even record that we've talked about in ODI cricket, 14 matches before this between the two sides in one-day internationals. Bangladesh winning 6, Pakistan winning 8, so it's pretty close between the two sides.
Nahid Akhtar straight to the new ball as expected. Last time we have also seen Nahid Akhtar bring in with the new ball. Slight change in the field. There is a fine leg into the inner circle in place and also backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. The offside into the inner circle is been packed off, forcing the batter to play with the turn. Sidra Amin, in fact, the right-handed batter, steaming in Nahida around the wicket. Tossed it up on a driving length. The batter drives the ball towards the bowler. Good stop by Nahida.
Nahida is on 44 wickets, just 6 more to get 50 wickets in ODI international. Sidra Amin, on the other hand, 32-year-old right-hand batter, very experienced. The next ball being blocked off by her.
Back in 2019, Nahid Akhtar makes her way into the top 10 of the ICC ODI women's ranking. She placed in the top 5 spot, in fact.
Nahida with the third ball of the over. She's got a slip. Just stump to stump. Slowly pushed into the mid-wicket region. That was vacant. Nahida had to run through, but a single being taken, and the first runs for Pakistan in this innings.
The line has been so impressive by Nahida Akhtar, maintaining a decent corridor, not creating that much room towards the batter because there is a big gap into the boundary area of offside. So that's why maintaining a tight length. Also, there is a slip in place for Sidra Amin and Sadaf Shams. There is a deep square leg and deep mid-wicket in place to cut off those sweep shots.
Sadaf facing Nahida for the first time in this match. Down the leg, a nicely played sweep shot. Couldn't find the gap though. Ritu Muni out there. Another dot.
This particular field setup means you are forcing the batter to play those kind of sweep shots, and it actually maximizes the opportunity to take wickets with the new ball. Nahida Akhtar very much accurate.
Sadaf on strike. Again, front press. The decent looking cover push, but yet again blocked by that wall in the offside. 4 fielders there within the 30-yard circle.
But you have to manage your length as well to get the deviation. On 5 occasions, she put on a length which is very much comfortable for driving. Now by setting between 2, the ball is racing towards boundary, and it's a boundary at the end. After 2, it's 5 for no loss to Pakistan women.
A half volley delivery, easy pickings for Sadaf, who gets off the mark. We're talking about Sidra Amin, one of the experienced campaigners for Pakistan. She's played 58 matches prior to this with close to 1500 ODI runs, and her highest score of 176 not out shows how good she is in this format and how dangerous she could be if she stays on the wicket.
Exactly so. And as we were mentioning, Nahida Akhtar being very tight according to her line, but the fact is she has to balance her length as well. She was darting on a length which is very much comfortable for the batter to play those kind of driving shots. But on a wicket like this, to get the deviation, you have to bring your length slightly back. Maruf Akhtar, the lone pace bowler of this side, steaming in once again. A slip in place, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and also a fine leg. There is a deep square leg in place, also a deep third man.
Sadaf on the other end, preparing for the first delivery from Marufa down the leg. Short fine leg comes into action. No runs from the first ball. Bit of in-swing movement from Marufa. She's been very good. The last match just got to bowl 2 overs for 6, but she wasn't used later on.
The situation actually demanded to bring on the spinners from the very early stage and continued till that. Bangladesh managed to pick up 3 wickets in first power play. After that, couple of wickets in the second. So the spinners were on from the very early stage.
Marufa with another length delivery outside off. The ball swinging in. Defensive block there from the batter. 5 for no loss. Pakistan chasing. Bangladesh's total of 169, 50 from Jyoti, 40 runs came from Pinky's bat. So those 2 stalwarts were the mainstay for Bangladesh in that innings. Maruf Akhtar has this natural in-swing going for her, yet again on spot. A perfect delivery considering the conditions. Batter had to play that down, taking no risks right now, the Pakistanis. Bangladesh had a similar pattern when they were batting, started very cautiously.
Being very much predicted, Maruf Akhtar shaping the ball in, nipping in towards the right-hander, though there is a slip in place. But being very predicted, she has bowled 9 deliveries so far, not conceding a single run, maintaining a tight length. Now the length should be like that, giving the ball a bit of air, forcing the batter to come forward and play those drives as you have a slip on.
She's always been a very good fielder as well, one of the best that Bangladesh have. And even on commentary, we called her a cheetah at some point. She's so fast. She bowls fast. She runs quick. She has good, reliable hands as well. Overall, a great package for Bangladesh women's cricket and a great find in a place where spinners take precedence. She has often taken the limelight in many occasions, especially overseas.
I can remember the very first ODI between Bangladesh and India was played in this particular venue. Maruf Akhtar got the Player of the Match award, took 4 wickets on that particular match. Steaming in for her 5th delivery of this particular over. Again, gave a bit of air, forcing the batter to play the drive. No run on that occasion. Pakistan have managed to score 5 runs. After this over, it will be change in voice. Shamanna Ghosh will join Ahmed bin Parvez.
Marufa on the other end here, trying to finish off another very good over. She had a maiden in the first one. Sidra Amin playing cautiously right now. Beaten outside off. A brilliant delivery to finish off the third. After 3, it's 5 for no loss. Pakistan women. Cautious start from the 2 batters. Similar to Bangladesh's start of the innings as well. The wicket looked a very good one till the 30th over, as mentioned before, but later on, slowness of the wicket gradually took precedence. Pakistan need to pace this run chase properly. They have the firepower to do so, they have the experience, but on the other hand, Bangladesh with known conditions would want to take advantage of it and get back in the series, which is very important part of the ODI championships. Direct qualifications for the World Cup at stake. Nahida Akhtar continuing from the media end. First ball being bowled, no runs. Welcome, Shamannoy.
Thank you, Parvez. Well, early wickets is the key for Bangladesh. They have 169 on board, 170 for Pakistan to chase. Now Nahida is very crucial in how it transpires for Bangladesh, how it goes on for Bangladesh. Nahida Akhtar, very reliable. Nigar Sultana Jyoti relies on her, especially to get the early breakthroughs, and is also a contender for the ICC Women's Player of the Month this October. Played brilliantly in the T20 International Series in Chattogram against the same side, against Pakistan recently. Trio of a performance, wicket-taking performances of course, and Amelia Kerr scored runs freely, also contributing strongly in both ODI and T20 contests against South Africa. And West Indies all-rounder Hayley Matthews is nominated following notable white ball heroics. Now, if she could have gotten the ball, that was an opportunity. A bit of a confusion in the middle between the Pakistan batters.
Similar sort of confusion that got Sadaf Shams out in the first match. She was run out, so the 2 batters will have to be careful with the running. It was a nice push, the gap was there, but Nahida covered the space, just couldn't take the ball in the first instance, fumbled it a bit, and that gave the opportunity for that single. 2 runs coming from the 4 deliveries in this over. Speaking of Nahida, she picked up her fifer in the first T20I, got 5 wickets for just 8 runs. She was man of the match in that match particularly. Play and a miss, extra bounce and turn, doing the trick there for Nahida Akhtar.
We got a 3 for in the first ODI on this ground also. Took the wickets of Sidra Amin, who's there in the North Strikers' end, and also Bisma Maruf, the former skipper, and Alia Riaz.
Last ball played softly down to the point. No runs being scored there. After 4, it's just 7 for no loss, Pakistan women. Nahida bowled 8.5 overs in the first match, as Shamannoy mentioned, picking up 3 wickets. Again, very crucial for Bangladesh with the new ball, trying to pick up early wickets within the first power play. And I've watched this nice interview she gave very recently after the T20 series, where she spoke about her advancement as a cricketer in Bangladesh. Initially, she had some issues with her bowling action, and which is why she had to concentrate on her batting. But later on, she came back with a revised action, and then from then on, she hadn't looked back. So there were some transformations on the way for her. And it's good that she's back bowling and leading the way for Bangladesh in the bowling department. Marufa is back. Again, her trademark air swing paying dividends on that occasion. Batter not finding the gap. Dot ball to start with.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens for her so far. First couple of overs, and as you and Sami already mentioned, she does get that natural swing initially with the new ball also.
On drive there, the fielder has to do the job, and she does well. Pinky was the fielder on that occasion. Single being taken there, a risky one. Good fielding. Saved a lot of runs there for Bangladesh.
Definitely saved at least a couple of runs. Very good effort. Diving to her right was for Zanahawk Pinky. Is the effort was going away from her towards the gap. Perhaps would have reached the boundary, and quick throw, quick release, just to threaten the batters. Marufa, if she can land one in the block hole.
She has that ability though. This time looks for the length ball and does it pretty well. Sadaf has to defend that. Pakistan taking it slow and steady, trying to conserve wickets, trying to assess the conditions.
Yeah, you mentioned assessing the conditions. Thank you for that. I think pulling it back, the length. Marufa, I think it's part of the ploy. It's what's been advised by the think tanks. I think the wicket is sticking a bit, hence slowing it down, not allowing and giving the pace to the batters.
That was full and straight. The Yorker, as Shamunai mentioned, got that out of her arsenal. Full and delivery. Just maybe moving too much down the leg. Slight chance of an appeal, but not taken.
Just wondering if there was an inside edge over there, because there was a bit of an appeal from behind the stumps from Nigar Sultana Jyoti, but nothing else. Mushida now, some words of advice for the youngster Marufa, walking up to her. Let's see what she does now.
Conceded just one from her 2.4 overs so far. Down the leg. Nice glance for a single. Playing it safe there.
See, in terms of setting the field, both the sides in some aspects have been similar, right? Looking at the offside for the right-handed batters, there are 4 fielders inside the circle, and there's a deep third. The other one outside the circle in the first power play now is deep backward square leg. Just come back to that.
Straight drive there. Bowler kicks it to a dot, and another good over from Marufa comes to an end. Wicketless over nonetheless, but Pakistan taking it slow and steady. After 5, it's 9 without loss.
Just wanted to point out, Pervez, kept a deep square leg. I understand that she gets a natural hint of inward movement for the right-handed batters, and batters can nudge it away on the leg side, just flick it or glance it, and get that single, right? What if you block that single out? You keep a square leg also. There were a couple of fielders inside the circle on the onside, but maybe take one off from the offside and tempt the batter to go against that inward movement and go for an off drive or a cover drive. Anyway, it's Nahida now.
Very good option you've pointed out, and I'm sure the think tank out there, Nigar Sultana Jyoti as well, she's led the team pretty nicely. She's been an inspirational leader for Bangladesh. We'll also have a look at this, but Nahida back in action. Another decent delivery outside off stump. Hint of turn there, but well negotiated by Sadaf. Both batters playing a lot of deliveries there. 18 balls for 6 for Sadaf and 14 played by Sidra Amin. 4 fielders down the offside. A slip as well for Nahida. That was a bit short. driven through mid-off, but for no avail.
Yeah, it was the arm ball. Just went in towards Salaf Shams. Then it played it off the back foot again. Deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. Two fielders. There's a slip in the form of Fahima standing there.
That was nicely driven to the point, but yet again blocked by the fielder at the cover point region there, Murshida Khatun. Still no runs scored from this over. Sadaf again on the front press. Nahida plugging things in for Bangladesh, trying to restrict, giving Pakistan the same medicine that they provided the Bangladesh batters with, trying to strangle them for runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last ball also is a dot, so Nahida finishes off with a maiden over. Tight bowling for Bangladesh. After 6, it's 9 for no loss. So Marufa Akhtar having to do a much bigger job today. She just had 2 overs to bowl in the previous game, and after that Jyoti depended on her spinners because it was a low scoring game and the spinners got a lot of advantage, but Marufa has really bowled well today.
Yeah, she's been very economical, and hence Jyoti has persisted with her. She's on to bowl her 4th.
Again, right on the money, attempting to hit middle and leg.
So what I'm trying to say is there are 4 fielders on the offside, right? There's a backward point, cover point, there's an extra cover, and that fielder mid-off. If you take one of them off, perhaps either the cover point or the extra cover, and lure the batter that go against the sea movement, this, and try and hit that drive. And you could opt to keep that fielder by removing that fielder. If you keep that fielder in the slip cotton, because if you're going for the drive, there's a possibility of an outside edge if the pace is not too much, if it does not have that much carry. It's a Pakistan dugout. Maybe just block off that single in the square leg. There's Alia Riaz, Sadia Iqbal on the left with the physio.
This time glance to fine leg. A direct hit would have been cardines for the batter. This occasion, fielder there really aimed to release the ball very quickly. Into the action replay, it was a very risky run and a yes/no call initially. Strong throw, just needed to have that accuracy. Batter would have been long gone on that occasion. So risky single taken there. Pakistan move into double digits. They're 10 for no loss. Marufa, she has been bowling well, and that short fine leg comes into action more often than not. She's bowling to her field.
I think it was the debutant Dr. Nishi on that occasion. Fine leg, short fine leg inside the circle. She was quick to the ball, but had a bit more time maybe than she realized to shy at the stumps and get it right. These are the half opportunities you got to take, only single. This overall.
Beautiful, beautiful one. If you look at that, Marufa, she bowls from a wide of the crease situation and angles the ball in, but this ball just held its line. That deceived the batter. All ends up, and it's not easy to deceive someone like Sadaf. He's had some decent opportunities for Pakistan. Looking at the action replay, yes, the ball just held its line, kept a bit low.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Tempt the batter to play the drive. Because with the natural movement, they're happy with... Oh, that's a plain a miss. That's a plain a miss. going for that big hoik, looking for that lofted on drive, but missing it altogether. Two back-to-back deliveries where, that missed everything.
Just millimeters off the off stump. Marufa could have got her first wicket. Brilliant way to end the over there. Some questions being asked by the Bangladeshi bowlers right now, but Pakistan holding fort. After 7, it's 10 for no loss, but there has been a few play and miss opportunities there created by the Bangladeshi bowlers. Spin from one end, pace from the other. Nahida Akhtar will continue from the media end. Sidra Amin and Sadaf in the crease.
Nahida Akhtar was also the vice captain of the side. Quite a bit of a character, definitely, with experience.
First ball being played down the leg with no run being scored.
23 years of age. He's got 44 wickets in 35 matches already. Best of 5 for 21. Usually stays pretty economical.
That's the magic of Nahida. She keeps it pretty tight and induces the mistake from the batters. As you mentioned, she's just 23 years old. She started 8 years back. So if you track back, she started at around 15. Started playing for the national side. So has a lot of experience under her belt at this very young age.
Absolutely.
And, yeah. So goes for the next one again. Accurate from Nahida.
As you pointed out, in case of Nishi, the debutante also, she's also very, very young. Nishita Akhtar Nishi, just 15 years and 141 days is her age, from Khulna.
This time onto the middle stump. Not that much turn. Sidra Amin comfortably defending it.
Absolutely. Nahida bowling well. 3 dots on the trot. Now, we've seen Marufa get past the edge.
Nicely swept there. She finds the gap. Short fine has been beaten. The ball races off to the boundary. An important shot there from Sidra Amin, breaking the shackles for the time being. Pakistan get their second boundary.
Something had to give, because in the previous over also, as I was just saying, we've seen Marufa get past the edge. This was on the middle and leg, more on the leg side-ish. Shubhana Mustari gave up on the chase. Nishi with the dive, despairing dive away from her, and straight away you could see Jyoti pointing out, don't bowl that line, keep it around the off-stump line.
Nahida goes for another one there. This time she adjusts it. Keeps it outside off, bowling to her field.
With the new ball, the ploy is clear. Make them drive. Invite them to drive. And in the process, because there's a slip, there she is. Faima's there in the slip cotton.
Square driven, but just finds the fielder.
Not much pace on offer. So if you get them to drive, the slip fielder comes into play. That is the ploy. Still looking for wickets, Bangladesh. Pakistan, the openers managed to score 14 runs. Sadaf Shams 6 of 25 and Sidra Amin 8 of 23. Just getting by, just to get, just trying to weather off this period with the new ball. And 2 more overs after the power play is done with. Maybe they'll get more access to singles and doubles when the field spreads out.
And that's exactly what Jyoti has to try and stop. We've seen Pakistan keep at least 7 fielders, even beyond the first power play, within the 30-yard circle. Bangladesh would also look into that maybe, since the Pakistani batters are not taking a lot of risks. It would be good for Bangladesh to put up an aggressive attacking field setup, try to keep some catchers in, as well as keep the fielders within the 30-yard circle to block those singles. Marufa continues. Down the leg, easy peasy for Sadaf. Just flicks it off for a boundary from the first delivery. Just the first time Marufa erred in line and length.
One of those rare occasions when she has earned in line, but not only that, on top of that, I think there was pace on offer. So the front foot could just flick it away, just time it, and made sure that it was very fine, so fine that it was away from that fielder at short fine leg.
That's the risk that Marufa has when she's bowling, because she has this natural in-swing movement, and if you don't have a fine leg down the boundary line, sometimes if you're in line or earning your length, these things could happen.
From behind the stumps, we could see Nigar Sultana Jyoti indicating her towards the fourth stump and fifth stump line, just to make sure that she bowls that line. She also made sure that fielder deep backward square leg was moved even finer, because if she's bowling that line and the batters are playing off the front foot, it's more likely than not that the ball's going to travel over there.
This time on the money. Driven straight by Sadaf, straight to the mid-off fielder, Murshida.
Particularly on this pitch, taking into account the first ODI and this one also, I have to bring in that discussion again, that we've rarely seen cover drives, rarely seen shots to deep extra cover and cover.
We've seen 3 boundaries so far. This is not one of them though. Driven straight, stepped out a bit. Sadaf trying to be proactive. We've just seen 3 boundaries scored, and one of them was through covers of Nahida that was way off the off stump, but the other 2 were hit down the leg, particularly using the fine leg region, the vacant fine leg region. 2 batters gradually settling in and trying to increase the run rate. Pakistan still need 152 runs to win this game. The required run rate is still within grasp, just 3.67 to make. This was played to the point region.
Off the back foot, it's just back of a length. Credit should be given to Marufa. Now I think that's a warning. Is that a warning? That is, or perhaps a bit of repair needs to be done on the pitch. It's not a warning. I think umpire Masur Rahman Mukul just confirmed with Marufa if she's having some trouble with the landing space, and she, I think, confessed that she is, and then there we see some repair work. The groundsmen are on straight away, and of course rightly so. Security, safety of the players should be prioritized, and rightly, and that gives the players an excuse to get a drinks break. Of course, it's bright, sunny, and a bit hot, but well, do you feel enough of the winter coming already, Parvez?
Well, I wish winter was here already. I have to confess, winter is my favorite season of the year, but yeah, still doesn't feel like winter is here. It just looks like that sometimes with the fog around.
It does. You a morning person?
No, which is why I like winter. you might have that opportunity to wake up a bit late, and
You do, I think. Otherwise, why would you love winter and not be an early riser?
yeah, but right now Bangladesh will have to rise early enough because the first power play is going by. They haven't still picked up a single wicket. Pakistan going pretty strong. I think they have a very, very solid idea of how they want to break this run chase down. Initially, it will definitely be to keep hold of the wickets. Sadaf Shams, Sidra Amin making a good job out of that. 18 scored without loss of a wicket here. We're into the 9th over. And yesterday on social media, I've seen a lot of the social media influencers and cricket fans from Bangladesh. They've talked about the lack of crowd coming in to watch the women's game. So this has to be encouraged, and many of us are trying to actually push for it. It's hard though. It's a weekday, it's a day game. It's difficult for people to manage their time, but then again, Nigar Sultana also mentioned it in one of her press conferences that the more we promote these kind of games, the more people will be interested. And also, they get influenced by the results. This time, a good result could have come. Quick single being taken, a direct hit could have made things interesting, but not to happen. A single for Pakistan nonetheless to end the over.
It was actually very well covered. So it's a one-handed throw. And look at that bounce. An awkward bounce. And the fielder covering up, I think, did a very good job. Definitely saved a few runs. It was a one-handed save. So 5 runs that Marufa over. 5 overs, he's just conceded 8 runs. And out of those 8 runs, 5 of them came off her 5th. So that goes on to show how economical she has been. She's been quite tight, under 2, her economy rate, and 1.6 to be precise, a bit more economical than Nahida was. Now, change in bowling, it's Rabia from the media end.
First glance was from finger spin from Bangladesh. We've got a couple of them. First ball right on the money from Rabia.
Amir Khan is a good bowler with the cap on, the leggy. Can she get a wicket?
This time a bit short, but a leading edge. Nearly pops up for the catching cover fielder there, Murshida. She got interested for a second.
Yes, she did. She did. It's a deep mid wicket on the onside. Just looking to play towards that.
Oh, this could be close. The umpire says not out. Might have been a googly from Rabia.
Yeah, Mohammad Kamruzaman not interested. I think nodding his head, probably implying that it's going down the leg, but moral victory for the bowler. And she's rushing in.
Started off really well. Gave some room over there. Slight fumble, but single not being taken. The runs are being plugged in by the Bangladeshi bowlers right now.
She's not allowing too much time to the batters, I think, to think. She's just rushing. Much flatter in line. That's rare misfielding from Bangladesh. Allows that single, otherwise pressure was building on.
Good bowling from Rabia. It's not difficult for a leg spinner. It's quite difficult for them actually to keep control of the deliveries. Quite a few times you see 1 or 2 loose balls coming in per over, but this time Rabia did a great job throughout the over. Can she finish well? Sadaf fends it, an inside edge to end the over with a dot. So the first power play is out of the way. Pakistan scoring exactly at 2 per over, or just a bit more than that, 2.1. So, no, it's actually 2. After 10 overs, it's 20 for no loss. Bangladesh has 2 leggies in their lineup. We haven't yet seen Fahima, the more experienced one. She comes in usually in the middle overs. Are we seeing the debut? The young debutante might have the ball in her hand, and after the first power play, she comes in at the 11th over with high hopes of making it big in international cricket. Bangladesh have yet another debutante here. 15-year-old Nishi. Right arm off break. Quite tall in stature. Nicely flighted in. That was flicked down to fine leg, but there's a fielder in there. A very good start to her international career.
Yeah, you mentioned it, just 15 years of age, from Khulna. Nishit Nishi, number 12. Also with the cap on, Jyoti just bringing her on.
Driven straight there, but mid-off is up in the circle, which is a good thing. Batter tried to gain some advantage, trying to hit over, but not finding the timing. Sadaf is the batter on that occasion, 12 from 38. She has seen enough of the bowling. Will be trying to get a move on, and if you look at the field setup, there's 5 in the circle. Jyoti is playing a bit on the defensive side, I must be confessing.
She's giving the youngsters some protection. She waited for the power play to end. Of course, she's looking for wickets. But also, you don't want to demotivate such a youngster who's young. You can see Shubhana Mostari clapping and probably chirping away. She's so young.
This time she steps up, beats the mid off. There she goes. Another boundary there for Sidra Amin, the experienced campaigner. We've mentioned it before. She has 176 as her highest ODI score. So it will be a tough ask for the youngster to keep her quiet. It was flighted in, Shamunnoy, and she made good use of it, used her feet well.
Just have a feeling that they're going to target her. Just have a feeling that they realize that how young she is, just trying to play with her nerves.
Oh, that was a late cut. And another single to rotate the strike. Sidra Amin scores that 4 and then gets her single. Experience showing here. 6 runs from this over already.
You said it, experience, that's what matters, and she shouldn't be, I would love to see some of the players going up to her, speaking to her. Actually, delivery, happy to deal with another single. So 7 runs of Nishita Nishi's first international over. 7 runs off it. It's the Pakistan dugout. Nashra there. Sadia Iqbal probably showing her sunscreen off. And Alia Riaz beside the physio, having a good laugh. Rabia will continue as Sami rejoins the comm box.
Thank you very much, Shamunnoy. Pakistan bought some time for themselves, but they have managed it well. Tossing it up, Rabia flighted and tossed, well driven by the batter. As I mentioned that they struggled a bit, but somehow they have managed to score 27, not losing a wicket.
Trying to play it late, as we were discussing off air. Some of the Pakistan players that are good at it. This occasion was beaten, and perhaps will give Rabia some hope.
I saw earlier during the practice session before the match, I'll get back onto that after the ball. Now forcing the batter to come forward. I saw during the practice session before the match that the practice pattern of Rabia is quite different from others. She was placing 3 cones in 3 different certain lengths. And her pattern of practice was to hit those cones, and those cones were placed in 3 different lengths, and she was very much accurate on that. I think what we have just witnessed, 4 dot balls in a row, not giving that much room to the batter, once again shaping back in towards the batter, towards the right-hander, and this is the pattern what she was using for her accuracy, to build up the accuracy. I think she is very much accurate as far as line is concerned so far.
And she's one of the better fielders in the side also. Just saw her rushing off, quickly running to field of her own bowling. Now mid-off being pushed off in the deep. To long off. Maiden bowled by Rabia Khan. She's only given away a single of her 2 overs. 12 done. Pakistan are 27 for naught.
After 12 hits, 27 for no lost, Pakistan chasing 170, winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Bangladesh managed to score 169. Now changing the bowling from Thana end, experienced Fahima Khatun, right arm leg break bowler. Onto her leg side, push towards fine leg on that occasion. There is a protection.
So the young Nishita Nishi on screen with a smile on her face, just given a single over, went for 7. But yes, Bangladesh can't afford to give away easy runs at the moment. Obviously not much pressure on the batters, but 143 required.
Got the room on that occasion, played onto her back. You mentioned about Nishita Nishi. This is where the experience comes from. Both the Pakistani batters are vastly experienced. They know how to charge. Tossed it up on that occasion. Picks up a single. Yes, Bangladesh does not have the luxury to give away runs. So they have to tight it up. And they have again got the room, produced the room by herself, the batter, Sadaf Shams, tucked it away towards backward point.
Rabia is the one fielding there. Shubhana Mustari slip caught in now. Fahima Khatun, Jyoti prefers her in the slip cotton, but now moving Shubhana Mustari to backward point, like a gully position.
Finds the gap on that occasion, but there is a fieldsman over there in deep cover. Interesting field setup just before the ball. Both the backward point and the point placed together.
She's pitching it up. Maybe if she does draw the length back, she doesn't. Flighted one again, quick single, going for it, throw in, no damage done. 3 singles, 2 so far in this over.
I think an extra ball is going to be bowled by Fahima. Well, umpire Masudur Rahman Mukul suddenly realizes that, well, you are done with that particular over? Yes, she is done. She has conceded 3 runs from 6 deliveries, and Masudur Rahman Mukul being confused about the fact that
Maybe he's just confirming. And yes, confirmed. It is end of the over. 3 singles from it of the first Fahima Khatun over. 13 overs gone. Pakistan women are 30 for no loss.
and we're going to have a short drinks interval. Thirteen overs have passed. Pakistan have managed to score 30 without losing a wicket. Rabia Khan charging in from the media end. It's his third over, just conceded a lone run. There is a slip in place for Sidra Amin, forcing the batter once again to come forward. I think the ploy is to make the batter drive, and yes, she is accurate as far as her line and length is concerned. Once again making the drive, and from the batting point of view making the drive too easy to pick up the single. Chasing 170 Pakistan. Jams it towards mid-wicket. Couple of fielders over there to chase for the ball.
In fact, 4 fielders converging in, and Marufa, of course, was the fastest of the lot. Gets the ball. It was nicely played with soft hands. See, there was a bigger total on the board, and if there was pressure on the batters, these are the shots where you put pressure on the fielder and go for the second run. They didn't bother to. playing the waiting game.
Oh my goodness, just past the outside edge. The ball is racing towards deep third man region. A long chase by Fahima, but she gave up the chase. 4 runs for Pakistan.
Just when the slip cotton was removed. Even the delivery before this, the slip cotton was there. Just when it is removed, there's an outside edge and it runs off.
I think the biggest difference between both the sides that Pakistan captain were a bit more proactive and bit more attacking as far as the field setup is concerned. I can remember during the 14th over, they set 7 fielders into the inner circle region. They were not allowing the singles to take for the Bangladeshi batters, but right now they have managed to take a couple of singles in this particular over along with a boundary. That means the runs are coming on. Bangladesh are allowing those singles. This is where they should be more proactive. Just cut off the single, bring pressure onto the batters. 14 gone, it's 36 for no lost.
Faima Khatun to continue. Just the 3 runs of her first over. Credit should be given to Najia Alvi, the Pakistan wicketkeeper. She's contributed to 3 stumpings, in fact 4. Murshida Khatun was stumped, Nigar Sultana Jyoti was stumped, Ritu Moni was stumped, Shorna Akhtar was stumped. She's also played her part in a run out, 4 stumpings. She's had a good outing today, Najia Alvi. Got 2 wicket keepers in the side.
Slight fumble in the cover that allows the batter to take the single. What was the ploy from Pakistan was to force the batter to come forward, and they have managed 3 stumping during Bangladesh innings. The wicketkeeper being very much proactive. 4 stumpings indeed, and also a couple of run-outs. The pressure kept building up. They were restricting the Bangladeshi batters to take the singles. After that, while the pressure increased, they had to go for the big shots using their fists, and that really created the opportunity for those kind of stumpings.
A few people might have questioned Bangladesh opting without a regular opener. Played off the back foot, his cover in the deep. Farzanah Pinky opening. Yes, one of the most experienced batters. Scoring 40 of 88. Murshida Khatun looked good. 12 of 18, 2 boundaries in there, but she looked good opening the batting also. So there were some questions with that. Nigar Sultana Jyoti with yet another half century. 54 of 104. Now this is good. Soft hands, quick single taken, direct hit, but a bit late from Farzanah Pinky. But yes, I think that's where the difference has been, and it goes on to show the importance of fielding and how much of a mental game this is, the importance of both mental and the physical side of it, the fitness of it also. 15 overs done with, 39 for no loss. Pakistan at the moment in no danger. Yes, Jyoti is opting for a slightly more defensive field. She's also keeping slip cotton intact again with Rabia, who's looked pretty good till now. 3 overs, 7 runs given away, but the Pakistan batters somehow haven't looked too comfortable against her.
Not that much deviation produced by the spinners of Bangladesh so far in this particular innings, particularly the length they are bowling, not allowing that much deviations to get. Rabia Khan once again forcing the batter to play the drive. there is a protection in the short cover region. I was mentioning about the length. To purchase a certain turn, you have to vary your length. Right now you are darting your length bit fuller. Now this time, that's what I was talking about, but allowing the single on that occasion. Rabia Khan has conceded 8 runs so far, and it's a kind of easy peasy equation for Pakistan. Brings a 40 for them.
Just playing that waiting game, just not. They don't want to leak runs. And so I think, oh, is that? Oh my God! There was that the opportunity. It's not really dropped. It did not really carry. It was very low when it crossed Jyoti itself, and dropped right in front of Fahima Khatun. There's the. Well, they're acting out the replay for you.
This is the length I was talking about. You have to give the ball some here, and you have to give the opportunity to deviate. And Fahima, on that occasion, had some football skills on.
Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. It did carry.
Yeah.
It did carry. But it was fast. It was very quick to her left-hand side. And she just managed to get in touch with her left foot. Just fingers away. There's the replay again. There's the left foot. Fingers just few meters away. Few centimeters away of her fingers.
I think it was the reaction time which did not allow Fahima to get down that much. Dot ball to finish the over, a nice one. Only couple of runs been scored from that particular over after 16 hits, 41 for no loss to Pakistan.
Now you do need a bit of luck to go your way, or something incredible. And if had she, Fahima Khatun on screen, taken that catch, it would have been an incredible catch. Now, it's not in fate for her to take that catch, but is there a wicket written for her?
Shakib Al Hasan mentioned in one of his press conferences that with skill in cricket, you also need a slice of luck. During New Zealand game, while defending a very small total like 246, they missed couple of opportunities into the power play. Oh, the ball was nipping back in towards the right-hander. Placed towards cover, but suddenly a risky situation occurred. As I was mentioning, during the New Zealand game in this particular World Cup, during the first 10 overs, Bangladesh missed 2 opportunities. One from Devon Conway, one from Ken Williamson. And Shakib Al Hasan mentioned exactly so. If those chances were taken, that could have been a different game. So slice of luck is needed.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned how Najia Alvi played her part with the gloves on when they were fielding. Until you see someone else miss it, you don't realize the importance of it. Sid Ramin on strike.
Now tried to clear the mid-on but could not. She's gone, Sid Ramin. Sharp catch by Pinky. First wicket down for Pakistan.
Exactly what I questioned. It was not in fate for her to take that catch, Fahima Khatun, but can she get a wicket? Does she have a wicket written under her? And yes, she does. She does get a wicket. Sid Ramin going for the lofted on drive, looking for that big margin, looking to cross it over, but failed on this occasion, and Bangladesh get their first breakthrough. That's the first blood. Good catch taken by Farzana Haq Pinky. Very well judged.
So the patience and the plan exactly spot on by Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Bringing the mid-on in, forcing the batter, inviting the batter to play the lofted on drive, clear the mid-on region. And yes, she has accepted the invitation, but unfortunately, she has to depart.
Yes, Sid Ramin, plenty of experience. The experienced batter departs, 22 of 43, 3 fours. And in her innings, and that's what she went for. The fielder was right on the edge of the circle. Was right on the edge. As you pointed out, Sami, that it was part of the ploy probably to place her there in the middle to cut off the singles, but at the same time, if there was an opportunity as such, take that, and she has. So so far 3 dots and a wicket in this Fahima over. Pakistan are 41 for 1 after 16.4 overs as the women in the middle take a drinks break. That leg before shout against Alia Riaz was very close. Now can Bangladesh? Bit of confusion. Quick throw required. Before they make them pay, can they still get the breakthrough and send one of the batters back in the hut?
This is where slice of luck comes, Shamannoy, as we were mentioning. 3 chances in a row. Again, tossing it up, forcing the batter to come forward. Excellent stop into the cover by Nahida. The pressure is building. 5 dot balls in a row. Can she have a maiden? She already had in the very first over. Conceding 10, has picked up a long wicket. Again an appeal, again, but the umpire refused the appeal. The ball was nipping back in towards the right-hander. We're gonna have a quick look at the replay as the ball, the point of impact, whether it was on line or not.
She's got that maiden. Rabia, yet another one. 6 overs, just conceded 10 runs for 1 wicket. 20 overs done. Pakistan women are 47 for 2. Will be called for a change in the comm box. Ahmed bin Parvez will be joining Sami.
We're watching the replay. The ball pitched into the leg stump, and the deviation says the ball might have missed the leg stump on that occasion. But in the previous occasion, on the naked eye, it seemed to be hit into the leg stump. Alia Riaz, the experienced campaigner, using her feet, clears mid-off on that occasion. The ball raises towards boundary for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Pakistan. And that will certainly release the pressure. 50 up for Pakistan, 51 for 2. Ahmed bin Parvez.
Yeah, it's been a tough fight from both sides, and Pakistan are making their way back into the match, especially after losing those 2-4 wickets. A couple of wickets there, but look at that shot. Straight drive, stepping out, getting onto the pitch of the ball, safely landing over the mid-off's head. Naida will continue, driven to the covers, but no runs out there.
Interesting to see the position of the bat of Alia, quite angular, not that much straighter as Sadaf or other batters have. Driving it with an angular bat, picking up the single. Quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you've been a cricketer yourself. You still do play cricket in a professional level. So we always see different batters have different comfort zones, and a lot of coaches try to help them adjust, but of course keeping their originality. She has a different kind of batting stance. You are very, very right. But if that helps her score those runs, that's what's important for her.
I think this particular bat shape helps a batter to punch, cut, and also chops the ball. And if you have a very high back lift, it will always allow you some time to play your shots. Slight fumble in the mid-off region, the ball heading towards long-off area for a single. Pakistan moves on to 53 for 2. As you were mentioning that each and every batter has his or her own point of view and his or her own comfort zone. So it's the duty of the coach is to ensure the comfort zone of the batter, not to change the basic, which we are actually deprived of in our root level cricket.
Yes, a lot of times that happens, and which is why nowadays, with the advent of a lot of technology, a lot of advancement in analyzing the game, it's getting clearer that the natural instincts of the batters, or even for the bowlers on that occasion, a lot of bowlers have different actions which are not very common, but instead of maybe trying to rectify them, it could be better to enhance them and keep them at their natural best. So that's what things are happening right now. We just saw an aeroplane fly over Mirpur. Lots of things happening here. 21 overs gone. Pakistan still in the run chase, but playing slow and steady, similar to the Bangladesh batting innings. The new over from Fahima. She has been successful. She has been very accurate. The first ball again, right on the money, straight driven to her. No runs there from Sadaf.
That particular aeroplane reminds me that I have to go for a vacation after the World Cup. It's been a long and hectic journey throughout the World Cup for all of us. Now allowing the batter to go back, slight fumble into the backward point region, a long chase by Shobana Mustari allows the batters to pick a couple of runs on that occasion. Fahima Khatun provided some rooms for the batter and allowed the batter to go back, to rock back. The length was quite decent to get the deviation right, but unfortunately it was a fumble from the fielder into the inner circle.
The 8 wickets in hand, but the required run rate for the first time in this match has gone over 4, which could be a concern. Nicely bowled one. Flight and guile from Fahima there. Little leg turning delivery. Sadaf trying to play through the offside, but ball just gets the inside edge. Moral victory for the bowler.
We mentioned in the previous slot, Shamanway Ghosh was there. The biggest difference between Bangladesh and Pakistan, Pakistan captain was very much proactive and she was very much attacking. We saw 7 fielders being decorated into the inner circle area to keep the pressure on, to build the pressure more. As Bangladeshi batters were deprived of rotating the strikes, that really created the pressure and forced the batter to use their feet, 4 stumpings into the scorecard of Bangladesh.
Yeah, quite a few anomalies there in the Bangladesh batting order. I think if Bangladesh could have stopped the consistent fall of wickets, the runs could have been piled up at a higher rate, but Bangladesh will have to play with whatever they have scored, whatever the batters have given them. Fahima, in the meantime, has very quickly completed another neat over there. Just 2 runs coming from it. After 22, it's 55 for 2 Pakistan women.
I think there can be more depth as far as field setup is concerned. Fahima Akhtar is tossing the ball up, allowing the batter to play those kind of cut shots, but there is no extra protection in the backward point region. Sometimes when there is a plan on that you are forcing the batter to go back and play those kind of cut shots, you may have another extra protection alongside with the backward point, the traditional backward point. You may have a gully that creates the chance to take a catch from that particular angle. The match summary says winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh managed to score 169. Pakistan chasing the target right now. They have passed 22nd over, managed to score 55, loss of 2 wickets.
The debutant Nishita is back, right hand off spin bowler. Conceded 7 from her first. This time flights it well within the stumps. Alia steps out but just softly drives it back to the bowler.
I think this is the time to promote a newbie, a new champ, because a couple of wickets are down, the pressure is building, so let's give the newbie a bit of opportunity to explore herself in international arena. Produced.
Softly played to the backward point region there. Nishita is giving a lot of flight, Sami.
To purchase the turn, to be exact, to purchase the turn and also the length which she is dropping the ball, that allows her to get the deviation.
Alia with her unorthodox batting stance. Face the next one, checks her shot. Not going for a big one on this occasion. Nishita started well in this over.
I think this is the mind game going on between the batter and the bowler. Alia knows that Nishita is on her debut. She is forcing herself in, going down the ground.
Bit of room, cut away, but doesn't find the gap again. Alia getting a bit frustrated there.
Good change of plan by Nishita. Was maintaining a length, dropping the ball bit fuller, but on that occasion, seeing the approach of Alia, put the length bit back. Good presence of mind by Nishita, the debutant.
Showing some prowess there, the debutant, showing why she has been picked in the international scene. A direct hit could have been interesting, but a single being stolen by the 2 batters out there. 1 more run to Pakistan, 56 for 2.
It was a direct hit in fact, but the batters were well into the crease. Good to see Nishita being brought once again for her second over, giving her the opportunity to explore herself in international arena. There is a fielder in the long on region. Push towards cover. Dot ball to finish the over. It's 56 for 2 after 23.
So 170 to chase. Pakistan still need 114 runs. They have 24 overs to score it from, and as we've already mentioned, the required run rate has risen to 4.19, making it difficult by the minute. The wicket is slowing down, the spinners are settling in. Looks like a very tight battle between the two sides this time around.
This is the time where you have to be very much proactive as far as the field setup is concerned. We have seen Bangladesh allowing the singles quite a bit, but the fact is both the batters are struggling. Sadaf Shams conceding 80 deliveries. She has passed a bit of time. She's buying time, but not so much fluent as she should have been. On the other hand, Alia, she tried to play some shots, but struggled, conceding 12 deliveries, scoring only 6 runs. So the pressure is on. The pressure is on. Current run rate says it's 2.43 runs per over. The required run is up, 4.22.
If you look at the career stats of Alia and Sadaf, there's a stark difference in experience as well. Alia Riaz played 58 matches, over 1,000 runs, so she has to be the mainstay. Sadaf, the opener, just started her international career into her 9th match, just over 150 runs, an average of 25, which is impressive for women's cricket. But now I think she has to try and improve on her strike rate of 35. She scored 28 from 80 balls already. Fahima Akhtar, the first delivery onto the covers, and no run being scored on that end, or was it a single?
It was not, in fact. Good to see a leg spinner from Bangladesh has proper control on her deliveries. In fact, they have taken a single from the previous delivery.
So speaking of leg spinners, I think you might have a lot of idea about that, and it's very nice to see Bangladesh has 2 leg spinners in their ranks. Rabia is there, Fahima is the very experienced one, and you might be able to say it even better. It's very difficult to bowl with accuracy as a leg spinner, and just as we've seen, she tried something different on this occasion but went down the leg. Maybe try the googly, but it's difficult, and it's very impressive that Fahima and Rabia have been able to contain the batters and bowl at very accurate channels.
Definitely, Bangladesh has another leg spinner with the likes of Sher-e Akhtar. She's also a leg spinner. So 3 leg spinners in the team. The problem is the leg spinners often try variations, but the fact is you have to be very much accurate at your stock deliveries first. As a coach, when I teach the young champs, I always try to tell them that you have to be accurate as far as your stock deliveries are concerned. Finds the gap towards backward point. A long chase by the fielder, Farzana Haq Pinky, but at the end she gave up the chase. It's 63 for 2 Pakistan women. As I was mentioning, as a coach, while teaching to the young chaps, I always prefer, at first you have to be accurate on your stock deliveries. After that you may try the variations, but sticking onto your stock delivery is the prime concern for you.
So far Fahima and Rabia, they've done well, but just on this occasion we've seen that sometimes the leg spinners, they tend to bowl a couple of deliveries, maybe a bit of a loosener. Alia took that advantage using her experience. This time tries to dab it, a risky shot, a play and a miss. A moral victory again for Fahima. Good comeback after conceding a boundary.
In the previous over we mentioned that she has to bowl according to the field, as we can understand the plan to make the cut shots on for the batter, but the fact is you don't have any extra protection on that.
Misfield there by Fahima off her own bowling, and a single being taken. Quite an expensive over from her. The over ends. We have 8 runs from this over, and after 24,
It's
Pakistan.
one more ball.
Oh, it's one
remaining.
more, right. There was a
One
wide
more
delivery
remaining.
ball. So Fahima going for her last delivery. She has a slip. This time, very accurate. Dot ball ends the over finally. So 24 gone, nearly halfway down. Pakistan 64 for 2.
As we were mentioning that we can understand the plan to force the batter to cut away and just try to get those outside edge towards the slip cordon. But the fact is, for that kind of bowling, you need a proper field setup. You need to have the backward point very much proactive, and also you may have an extra protection alongside with the backward point. That's where I think Bangladesh is lag behind, because they have conceded a couple of boundaries from that particular region. And Fahima Akhtar, she was tossing the ball up, giving room towards the batter, forcing the batter to rock back and play those kind of cut shots. In a couple of occasions, they find the boundary. So for those kind of deliveries, you need a proper field setup. As I mentioned, you should have another extra protection alongside with the backward point.
Nishita's back for the 25th over. She's got a leg side oriented field setup. Short mid wicket, short fine leg, player backward square leg, mid wicket and long on in the boundary ropes. And on the offside she has a couple of players, backward point and cover. And in the deeper region we have the long off. So her channel would be mostly through middle and off. That's what she did for the first ball, driven to the covers, no runs there. Alia stepping out again, using her feet.
She's struggling to make the scoring shots against Nishita, we have seen in the previous over. Nishita being very much accurate into her line and also mixing up the lengths as well. The debutant, again tossing it up, driven towards mid-on. The bowler had an opportunity to stop the ball on that occasion, but somehow she missed it. Allowing the singles, it's the difference what we were mentioning, that Bangladesh certainly allowing the singles, and also a couple of occasions they found the boundaries. You have to stop those singles.
Current run rate is 6.27 and the required run rate comes down to 4 right now. Lofted shot straight to the mid-off. Nishita creates history for herself. The debutant gets her first wicket, and Sadaf, after struggling for a bit, is out. The third wicket is gone.
What a moment for the debutant, tossing the ball up, forcing the batter to clear mid-off, and Sadaf Shams, she gets into the trap. A sharp catch into the mid-off region.
Nishita must be very happy with that. As we look at the action replay, made room, removed the front leg, wanted to clear mid-off but could not get the elevation right. She went under the ball, but the power wasn't there, and it was a pretty easy catch at mid-off for Rabia. A muted celebration though, but that calls for another drinks break for the players, but well deserved. Nishita gets her wicket.
The fact I was mentioning about leg spinners, Pervez, that you have to be strict on your stock deliveries. Same thing goes for an off spinner also. Nishita playing her very first match, not depending on variations that much. She was very much accurate on her stock deliveries. She has already bowled 15, and as far as line and length is concerned, I think she's spot on. The hard work pays off, the patience pays off, and she has managed to pick up the vital wicket. The set batter, she departs, Sadaf Shams.
Nidadar, the captain, the biggest thorn in Bangladesh's way. She was the player of the match in the previous game with an all-round performance of 3 wickets and some handy runs in the end. Coming on strike for the first time in this game. A nice delivery, flighted in. The ball had some turn. Good challenge being presented to Nidadar from the debutant.
She is very much strong on her back foot, Nidadar. On the previous occasions, we have seen Nidadar connecting the ball just under her eyes. So there might be a plan from Bangladesh forcing Nidadar up front, forcing her to come into her front foot.
This time though played from the back foot, and she looks already pretty comfortable, as you mentioned. Pretty much a back foot oriented player. She can hit balls all around the park. We've seen that before.
She made her debut back in 2008, and she has assessed this condition very well. Experience comes on. Nishita into her last delivery of her third over, forcing the batter to rock back. Dot ball to finish the over on that occasion. 25 gone, it's 65 for 3, Pakistan chasing 170.
Alia and Nidadar starting to forge a new partnership here. The last over from Nishita was a great one for Bangladesh, at least, picking up the important wicket of Sadaf. Nishita on her debut getting her first wicket will give her a lot of confidence. But halfway down the line, Bangladesh, they were in a similar situation, around 70 from 25, but they had wickets in hand, and Pakistan have those as well. But they need 105 from the next 150 deliveries with 7 wickets in hand. Could be a challenging task for them.
Anybody's game from this particular stage. I think this is the transitional stage where the momentum has been shifted towards Bangladesh. A change in the bowling. Rabia Khan has been brought back from this particular end. We have seen Fahima Khatun was bowling from media end. Right now, Rabia being consistent within her length and line.
Rabia just conceded 10. This time a paddle sweep. Beats the fielder in fine leg. Nishita running after that. The ball won't reach the boundary. Few runs from the batters. A couple more added to the total. Alia, the batter on that occasion. We've mentioned about how unorthodox she is, especially with her batting stance and the way she grips the bat. Played that sweep pretty nicely.
I think the angular bat and the downswing of the bat, it really allows her to get a bit of time while playing those kind of sweep shots.
This
Oh
time
my-
edged. That was edged, but evades the fielder in the sleep. Couple of more runs there, but fortuitous runs for Alia. On that occasion, she wasn't in control of the shot.
I think this is the particular area where maximum number of runs been scored, and we have seen a couple of times Fahima Khatun drop those catches. I know this is not that much easy as a slip fielder. You don't have that kind of proper reaction time, but in international cricket you have to take those. You have to play your A+ games to convert the half chances to the full chance.
Very, very important to convert those half chances, and Bangladesh creating a few. Good bowling from Rabia there, creating some kind of doubt in the batters' minds. This time she steps out. Alia tries to hit it over the mid-on. Just evades the fielder there. Marufa, one of the safest hands for Bangladesh, tried her best, but she couldn't reach onto it. Another tough opportunity.
As I was mentioning, to win this kind of crunch games, you have to make your chances right, and you have to grab those opportunities which will come towards you. The plan was right, they were spot on, forcing the batter to come forward. Maruf Akhtar, just at the edge of the inner circle of mid-on, could not grab the ball properly. They are beating by the deviation on that occasion. Pakistan, Nidadar, struggling a bit, has conceded 4 deliveries, has not yet picked up a single. 70 for 3 Pakistan after end of 26.
I think the timing of the jump from Marufa wasn't perfect. If she could have timed her jump properly, that could have been a good opportunity. But as we look at the replay again of the last ball, the leg spinners are getting some kind of turn and grip here. Nidadar trying to close the face of the bat a bit early and provides a leading edge on that occasion. We still have to settle down. We know how good a player she is. Once she gets set, once she gets her eye in, she can go for a big knock and help Pakistan in this regard. Skipper. Rabia with the first ball. This is Nishita back with the first delivery of the new over. Starts it with a dot.
So the plan is on. The plan is on, forcing the batter to come forward. You have a long off in place, and also you have a long on. On the previous occasion, I think Marufa was standing a bit wider, and she had to run her left to grab up the ball. The control was not there, and you exactly mentioned the time of the jumping. She was at the edge of the inner circle area, but the time of the jumping was not proper, and she had to run her left. So the control came down on that occasion for Rabia. 7-1 for 3 Pakistan.
Nishita to Nidadar. Another spot on delivery. Turning in, has some extra bounce. For a 15-year-old, Nishita is quite tall and she has a high release point, which is good for an off spinner. Making use of that, and if you remember, Sami, she came in the 11th over and conceded 7 runs. That's another great delivery from her, asking a lot of questions to the Pakistan skipper. She conceded 7. There was a boundary scored off her, and Jyoti immediately took her off, tried to release her of some pressure. But in her second spell, she has been much, much better.
You may have some plans, but it's your ability how you execute the plan. Now some turn and bounce on the occasion. Nida Dar placed the ball just under her eyes. This is what she's known for. You don't have the luxury to rock back Nida Dar because she's very good at it. But the fact is the matter of execution, what we were mentioning, for a 15-year-old kid like Nishita, it's her credit that she's executing the captain's plan very well.
Alia back on strike, steps out, finds the long off gap and gets her single. So the over ends with another single. 3 runs from this over, neat one from Nishita, 27 down, 73 for 3, Pakistan winner. We've seen a lot of sunshine. The weather has been conducive to cricket, and we're playing at the wicket number 3 at the home of cricket, Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium here in Mirpur, Dhaka. Part of the ODI championships, this match. Very important for both sides to rack up points up there. Pakistan, by winning the first game, moved up to 2nd in the points table with 14 points. Bangladesh kind of languishing on the 8th position. Since the next World Cup is scheduled to be next year here, as the host nation, Bangladesh would really want to make a good account of themselves, especially in the ODI format. The men's team have always been comfortable in this format, and the women's team have also shown that they can put up a fight, especially if you recall the last ODI World Cup. Bangladesh actually were able to beat Pakistan in that crucial, critical game. It was a very close encounter again. So Bangladesh has experienced winning against this Pakistan side, and that will give them a lot of confidence.
Yes, they are always neck to neck. An unofficial drinks break has been taken by Pakistan on that occasion. Not a humid condition at all in Dhaka. Ahmed bin Parvez has his jacket on.
That's more about keeping my style and profile, I guess, not related to the weather. But yeah, it's important to be ready, as Angela Matthews understood yesterday. You need to be ready. You need to have everything.
So you're
all
ready
the
for the
equipment.
winter, and the dress
Yeah.
rehearsal has been going on.
Yeah. If anyone looks at me, they would actually start to feel that winter is already here, but it's not. Let's see what Rabia can do. Can she do some damage? Wow, that was a great delivery. A bit of width, but still then, Nida Dar was a bit confused what to do with it.
Trying to purchase the outside edge every time, Team Bangladesh, but unfortunately, 3 chance has been dropped out by Fahima Khatun in the slip cordon. Now into her pads. Nida Dar jamming it towards mid-wicket for a single. 75 for 3, Pakistan women. Still, they have a long way to go.
Yes, but they've brought down the target to less than 100 right now. Nida Dar struggling a bit with her running. Seems like she's been struggling with something. Seen her limping for a few singles now. If she's not fully fit, maybe at some point she'll be trying to hit herself. Oh, the first stumping there. Rabia gets her wicket. Alia went for the big one, missed it absolutely, and Rabia strikes for Bangladesh once again.
The length, the deviation and the sharp turn which actually did the trick for Rabia. Alia was not comfortable enough during her innings so far. She goes for 21, conceding 27 deliveries, and the plan works for Bangladesh. Slightly put the length back on that occasion, Rabia. On the previous occasion, it was a bit fuller, but this particular delivery, she slightly darted the length back, and the deviation did the trick. Nigar Sultana Jyoti with a swift glove work. 4th wicket down for Pakistan. It's 75 for 4. Just look at the replay. Tossed it up in a flighted trajectory, forcing the batter to come. And again, it's the deviation which we were mentioning. And to deviate, you have to maintain a certain length. And the quick glove work, you must give credit to the captain, Nigar Sultana Jyoti. 4th wicket down, Pakistan are struggling. It's 75 for 4.
Wickets falling in heaps right now. Pakistan not being able to forge big partnerships here, and Nida Dar has a big responsibility on her right now. just like what Jyoti had to face during the Bangladesh batting innings. So this is a time where Pakistan batters would be tested, but they have come in here for the test. They've come in here prepared. They've won the first ODI, putting themselves in a strong position in the series already. And today, while chasing this score, they've lost their fourth wicket just a while ago. Alia stumped. Rabia really bowling proper channels right now. Oh, that was just outside the off stump for the new batter. Slight edge, but batter survives. Iram is the new batter. She wasn't there in the previous game.
You have to maintain the pressure. You have to maintain the pressure. You have to restrict those singles. Don't let the batter to set on. That was a gem of a delivery by Rabia on that occasion. Somehow the batter managed to survive. Gets past the outside edge, inside edge in fact. For a single after 28, it's 76 for Pakistan women. They still require 94 runs to win, 6 wickets in hand. But the fact is, right now, 2 new batters into the crease. Nidadar has already passed 9 deliveries so far, but not that much fluent. On the other hand, Iram, she's been brought back in for the second ODI. Conceded 2 deliveries, picking up 1 single run.
Iram came in for this match in place of Muniba Ali, who scored 6 from 19 in the previous match. So she has been rested for this game, and Iram gets her chance. Taking the guard right now, has to forge an important partnership here with Nidadar. After this, they've got a couple of more batters, but the tail will be exposed if a couple of wickets fall. So it's important to hold on to the wickets for Pakistan and also try and at least go at 3.5, 4 and over from here on. The required run rate has moved up to 4.3. Nishita back with a new over. First ball again, right on the money.
Good to see the captain relying on the debutant, and the debutant Nishita, the 15-year-old kid, she has given the belief to her captain that yes, I can do, I can manage, and she's managing it well. Jamming it towards onside for a single. Pakistan struggling a bit to score those kind of runs, which they are actually needed right now. They are into a transitional phase where they have to go through a rebuilding procedure. They have already lost 4. They can't afford to lose more.
Nidadar back on strike, rightly put. Partnership has to be produced by these two. Wide outside off, rocks into her back foot. Gets a single, was struggling with the running. Had to leave her bat, and she's limping right now. She has been struggling with her running already, we've seen in previous occasions, and this was a tight call. She had to scamper through, but surely she's facing some kind of discomfort here. Would be talking to the umpires, maybe even Fahima doing a friendly job of picking up her bat and giving it back to her, but just look at that. She was struggling by miles. The fielder should have been behind the stumps, by the way. Maybe there was a run-out opportunity on that occasion.
She's having a cramp, Nidadar, from the very early stage. You have noticed. I think Bangladesh may have slight change of their plans. Over the infield. Good shot to get set in by Iram. Finds the boundary on that occasion, clears mid-off. As I was mentioning that Nidadar, as she's having a cramp, I must mention one game. It was between Bangladesh and Afghanistan back in 2019. Gulbadin Naib, he also had a cramp. Shakib Al Hassan being the bowler, bringing the short cover in, forcing the batter to come forward. And as it was in his uncomfortable zone, Gulbadin Naib was not able to drive it fast. The same plan may be executed by the captain of Bangladesh when Nidadar is on strike.
Let's see if that happens, but right now it's Iram on strike, who's struck a very nice boundary the previous ball. Nishita comes back with a dot, just pulling her length off a bit. The previous delivery where she conceded that boundary, it was a bit full, and Iram stepped out nicely and cleared the mid-off region. Pakistanis have been trying to do this, but a few of the wickets fell through that process as well.
Dot ball to finish the over. It's 82 for 4 Pakistan women after 29. Slight defensive field setup in the last delivery for Bangladesh. On the previous occasion, we saw the mid-off was up, inviting the batter to go up, and it certainly created an opportunity to take the wicket. But in the very last ball, as soon as Ram scored the boundary, Nigar Sultana Jyoti brought back the mid-off towards the mid-long off region. After 29, it's 82 for 4 Pakistan women.
It's going to be a tough game for both sides. The situation of the match tilting on each side, winding like a pendulum right now, and we have third leg spinner for Bangladesh, Sher-e. She's preparing herself to come into the attack for the first time. This is the luxury that Bangladesh has. They just have the one fast bowler, but they have a big plethora of leggies, and this is something that makes the Bangladesh women's side different from the others, and in all kinds of formats, it must be said. For T20s as well, the leggies are very important, and also in ODIs. If you're accurate enough, you're good enough to be effective and help your team out.
This is one of the biggest achievements of Bangladesh women's cricket wing, that they have promoted 3 leg spinners into a side, and they have brought themselves into their camp, nurtured well, and made them ready for international arena. Right now they have got Sher-e Akhtar into their camp.
Oh, that was a nice one. Bit of a low bounce there, but there was significant turn. Hiram went and played to the turn. She had to stretch for it in the end. An outside edge goes on to the point region, but no runs being scored. Sher-e getting some turn early in her bowling spell.
You have to be proactive when Nida Dar is batting in particular. You should not allow those singles. Look at the deviation produced by Sher-e Akhtar on that occasion. Was it an outside edge? No, it did not. But the fact is, the deviation and the batter was forced to come forward.
Look at how Hiram's scampering towards Nida Dar. They need to have a discussion here. Hiram went for a few big shots against the spinners, but I think the captain would be surely telling her to take her time. It's not easy to hit out. They've already seen what the Bangladeshi batters did and what happened to them. We've seen 4 stumpings during the Bangladesh batting innings, and already we've seen one getting stumped out from Pakistan. So Hiram has to be careful. Faima is having a very busy day for herself down at the slip cordon. Hasn't caught a single one, but has been part of the action for quite a bit.
Yes, certainly. So just a bit of time they're taking for the next delivery. Interesting field setup has been brought by Nigar Sultana Jyoti. There is a slip in place, and also there is a gully and a backward point in a parallel position for the right-hander Iram, and forcing the batter to come forward.
This time she sweeps well. Iram finds the fielder in the deep, gets an easy single there. It was comparatively comfortable for Nida Dar. But even for the spinners, she's wearing a helmet, getting some extra protection on that occasion. Nida Dar, after a long time, she gets the strike. She's been off strike for quite some time.
But for a single delivery, she tried to manage a single on that one, but could not. After end of 30, it's 84 for 4, change in voice. In place of mine, Shaman Ghosh is joining with Ahmed bin Pervez.
The current partnership of 9 runs from 14 deliveries. Hiram coming into this game in place of Muniba Ali, trying to accelerate at this point. Pakistan need 4.5 runs per over to win this game. We've got 6 wickets in hand, and Hiram and Nida Dar in the crease in the thick of things, trying to combat the spin attack from Bangladesh. Nishita, debutant, right arm off spin bowler. Already completed 5 overs and getting into her 6th. Very impressive figures of 1 for 18. Jyoti making some late adjustments to the field as Nishita comes for the 31st over. First ball being bowled and welcoming Shamonai Ghosh.
Thank you, Parvez. Iram Javed, one of the changes. Pakistan side for the second ODI. Nishita making her debut. She's looking to play it on the offside. Just leading towards the onside. Where it was not intended. But no damage done on that occasion. Now, still some runs required. 86 to be precise. Pakistan with 6 wickets in hand. I think it's game on, Parvez, from here.
Absolutely. Nidadar knows it, Iram knows it, and so does Nishita, who's coming for her next delivery. Hit on the batter with turn. She couldn't reach up to the pitch of the ball. Nida is definitely struggling with something. Doesn't look like she's 100% fit right now.
Nidadar, I think it will be playing in their minds.
Goes for the sweep, does it well, but there is protection down the backward square leg region. Look at her limping. She's been doing this for the last few overs, and I think she'll try to go for the big shots because she is struggling to score those singles.
She has a bit of a cramp. I think being the captain, she can't afford to give away her wicket. That is why she's holding on.
This time the ball kept low, no runs on that occasion. The batter was Iram. Has to take a leading role in scoring some big runs here. Nishita keeping it very tight, just a couple coming from the first 4 balls of this over. Pakistan know what they need, a bit more than 4.5 runs per over. That's the sweep. Bit aggression shown by the batter, straight to the fielder.
There's some protection at deep mid wicket. So it'll only be a single. And that's going to be the end of the over. She is done with her 6th. And was a single of the last ball of the over. So 87 for 4 Pakistan. Nishi debut, 6 overs bowled, 21 for 1. She's taken a wicket. That too of a set batter of form of Salaf Sham. She was scored 29 of 83. Then that wicket of Ali Riyaz taken by Rabia Khan. Shorna Akhtar to continue. Another bowler, 2 more overs remaining of Rabia Khan. Question is, when do you bowl those 2 overs? So she's been bowling very, very well. 2 for 18 of her 8 maidens.
Managing the bowlers will be another challenge for Jyoti. She'll have to calculate, be precise about that. Another precise delivery from Shorna on that occasion. Draws out a front foot defensive shot from Iram.
Yeah, she's bowled Marufa her 5 overs, 2 maidens in those, 8 runs. India series, I noticed she would bring her back on during the latter overs. That overs, that is. Oh, trying to cut it late, just past the outside edge. Good take from Jyoti. Nahida. Well, today, as of now, it's gone for 22 runs, 1 maiden, no wickets for her so far.
A bit surprising, Nahida without a wicket. She usually gets at least 1 per match. Next ball from Shorna, draws another defensive shot from Iram. She's playing with a lot of caution right now. I think she knows the importance of this partnership and how well the Bangladesh leg spinners have been bowling. Shorna flighted that up, driven straight, but cut off by the cover fielder. Another dot pressure piling on Pakistan.
It's a different game played by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain. Please with patience. Delivery, good delivery. Be a maiden, Shorna Akhtar. Second over, only conceded 2 runs so far of the 2 overs. The reason I say that it's a different game that Nigar Sultana Jyoti is playing in terms of strategy. 54 of 104, she had to play that sheet anchor role. Again, a drinks break would be taken, but also in terms of defending the total of 169, 170 the target for Pakistan. She's been patient. She's been patient in marshalling her troops, rotating the bowlers. She's done it pretty well till now. So after 32, Pakistan women are 87 for 4. Take a short break and resume again. Stay tuned. Play to resume. Nishid Akhtar Nishi will continue to bowl from the Thana end. Bowls to the Pakistan skipper Nida Dar, who's not looking very comfortable, perhaps suffering from a cramp. Still going on. Drags it from outside the off stump and sweeps it and times it sweetly. That runs away, that races for the boundary. Nida Dar has struck it well and found the gap. Again, here's the shot, flighted delivery. She just latched onto it the moment she saw that flighted delivery outside the off stump, as if she was just waiting for it. Very quick to read the length. Again, she sweeps. limps off to the other end. It's good batting, a boundary to start. Very first delivery of this over, and then followed by a single. One thing Jyoti does very well is keep the team together. Youngster Nishi, sure she's been talked to by Jyoti regularly, and this is good fielding. Rolls over Rabia and makes it look so easy. She's a good fielder and good to watch on the field.
Being proactive in the field is important for Bangladesh, and the fielders and the bowlers have been doing that so far. Nishita has been very impressive on her debut. Bangladesh have found another accurate off spinner in their ranks. Hope she can bat a bit as well.
Time will tell. Got to bat, single delivery, 2 runs off it, so she's off the mark on that regard also. This will end the over. Speaking of being proactive, Nida Dar, the first 2 deliveries of this over was pretty proactive. 93 for 4.
Pakistan still needs 77 runs to win this game. They've got a handy 6 wickets in hand, but the required run rate has moved up to 4.44. The last 5 overs yielded just 18 runs, and there was a fall of the wicket. Viram Javed, Nida Dar forging a partnership, 18 runs from 30 deliveries. Still keeping the slip on for Sharna Akhtar, who has been bowling very, very well. She's gone for just 2 runs from her previous 2 overs. Giving some width. Nicely driven to the extra cover region there. Single being taken. Nida Dar, the batter.
Viram Javed, partner, another senior campaigner for Pakistan. 31 years of age, from Lahore, Punjab. Middle order batter. She's got to give company to Nida Dar, the captain. Quickly off the gloves was Jyoti on this occasion, quickly running, not willing to give away that single.
This is good bowling from Sharna. Testing Iram outside the off stump. Making her play towards the cover, and that's what she does. Plays a lofted drive, but reaches the fielder on 1 bounce. Nida Dar struggling back to the striking end. Completes the single nonetheless.
1 bounce to that fielder. Had she hit it a bit harder, would have carried it to the fielder. So the field has been well placed.
Another nice delivery. No chance for the batter to get any sort of room. Sharna being very accurate right now.
Again, in terms of being fit, not her 100%. Nida Dar struggling a bit.
Oh, that kept low. Jyoti had to make a good take, just millimeters away from the off stump. Difficult delivery to contend with. The wicket showing some variable bounce right now, Shaman.
Yeah, and perhaps was the quicker one. Just skidded through, and Nida Dar missed it altogether. Just whiskers away.
This time she edges it. 1 bounce to the slip fielder. Fahima back in action. Has been there toiling the entire day. Somehow not managing to grab hold of it. Wasn't a catch though. Fell to her on the full. Another over gone. A tight one from Sharna. Makes sure the batters don't get loose deliveries. Just a couple coming from the last over there. 94 for 4 Pakistan. Match getting closer and closer now. Pakistan still need quite a bit of runs to win this game. Needs 75 from 96 deliveries. Required run rate moving up to 4.63 at the moment. Oh, moved up to 4.75 now. angle here.
And as I was just mentioning, when are we going to see Marfa? Seen Jyoti bring her on in the India series in the latter overs. Now she feels now is a good time to bring her on, to bring Marfa on and try something different. Introduce a bit of pace. Bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, just given away 8 runs. Splendid bowling. Exceptional economy, 1.6. Can she get Bangladesh a breakthrough?
That's the important question here, but on the other hand, Pakistan might be feeling a bit relieved that the spin strangle from both ends has come to an end. They can face a bit of pace bowling that might help in their stroke making as well. We all know Marufa can swing the ball in. She's got a Yorker in her as well. We've seen a few devastating Yorkers from her throughout her young international career. Marufa doesn't have a very long run-up. She's got very strong shoulders, very strong wrists to go with it. Ideal for a pace bowler. Goes for the Yorker straight up. Converts it into a low full toss there, Iram, but can't find the gap on that occasion.
Yeah, as you mentioned, straight away went for the Yorker. Just on the fuller side. It's played as a full toss though. If you can get a wicket or two, I think that exposes the tail. Najia Alvi, the wicket-keeper batter, yet to come. Had a good day with the gloves.
Outside off, half volley. Driven through the covers, but there is protection there. Rabia, she was back there. Very strong throw back to the striking end. Just a single being taken by the two batters there. The runs coming off Iram Javed. Nidadar back on strike. Has to play a similar kind of an innings that she played during the first ODI that gave Pakistan the win and gave her the Player of the Match award. Having a look at the field positions right now. There's a backward point, cover and mid-off. Inside the circle on the leg side, there's short fine leg and a mid-on. 4 fielders out in the boundary, backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. There's also a deep third man and a deep cover point.
Not a pleasant side. She's definitely struggling. Nidadar. Holding her knees, she was. Just let that go through. So when you see the batter struggling, that's not helping. That's not helping, but she still carries on because of that responsibility. To give her credit, she's got a lot of determination to stay on.
Not shying off from the challenge. The Pakistan skipper clearly struggling. There's something wrong with her left leg, it seems. Excruciating pain with each and every run that she takes. Nonetheless, she's still sticking on to it. Iram back on strike. Goes for the big one. She's hit that pretty well. Has she cleared the boundary? Is this going to be the first 6 of the Pakistan batting innings? Umpire Masood Rahman Mukul needs some confirmation, but from the naked eye, it looked like it went all the way.
Seemed as if it did. Straight away, Nahida Akhtar rushing on to Marufa Akhtar. You see Murshida also giving her a pat on the back. Oh, that's a great stroke. Right off the middle of the bat. And full swing, full follow through. Did it just drop right before? It seemed like that, Parvez.
Yes, I think it dropped just before the ropes, although third umpire might want to have a look at it. Yes, looks like it dropped in front. So it's going to be a boundary. Just the 4 runs, but a nice shot nonetheless. A shot of intent from Iram. The next one is a perfect Yorker there. Brilliant response from Marufa.
Yeah, right in the block hole. The next delivery. Shamima Sultana in the dugout. Along with the staff. Nasiruddin, Farooq Shojib, the assistant coach.
Maruffa would want to end this over on a high. She's already conceded a few runs in this.
The way the 100's up for Pakistan. 100 for 4. One more delivery to go.
70 to get. That was an appeal. Hit the front pad and the umpire raises his finger. Nidadar on the non-striker's end indicating the ball. Was it maybe going past leg stump, but that doesn't matter in this case.
Well, the change has worked for Bangladesh. Never mind the boundary. Yes, she's conceded a boundary, but this is what they needed, a wicket. And Maruffa Akhtar has given her captain that. Iram Javed, she departs for 15 of 31. LBW Maruffa.
Brilliant bowling change brings the wicket for Bangladesh. Maruffa strikes and pat on the back again for Nigar Sultana for bringing her ace pace bowler at this point of the game to get that breakthrough. These two batters wanted to up the tempo, especially the batter who just is going off.
And Pakistan are 100 for 5 as the new batter comes in. Najiha Alvi, the wicketkeeper batter, makes it to the crease and joins her captain. The skipper Nidadar gets some water. I don't know if she got some further treatment. It's not looking the most comfortable. Again, she pitches it full, gets the ball to come back in.
Looks pretty adjacent, and I think Maruffa would be very happy with the length that she's being able to hit. Getting the ball to tail in the last moment. That has been her stock ball and the danger ball for the batters. This time round, she gets the precious wicket, her first of the match. In her second spell, she gets the breakthrough in her first over. Sharna on the other end, no space for respite for Pakistan. Square cut to backward point, doesn't yield a run for Nidadar. 12 from 23 now. Pakistan exactly on 100. Still needs 70 more runs from 89 deliveries right now. This time, some slow turn. Nidadar trying to play it with the turn, but not finding the gap on that occasion. Again, getting stuck on her crease, not comfortable moving her feet around. Definitely an injury to your leg will restrict your feet movement. The way that the batters tried to step up, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, hasn't been working. A low full toss, swept away, but the fielder is there. Good stop in the end. And a single taken. Struggling single taken by Nidadar.
Yeah, it was in the air for a bit. Well, did not go all the way, did not carry to the fielder either. Jyoti is not happy with the effort, so straight away, what she's doing is she's swapping the fielders. I think it was Nishita Nishi there at the deep backward square leg. And, well, deep backward square leg, that fielder is there for the sweep shot. So she moves her to backward point.
It's for the new batter now, Najiha. Wicketkeeper batter who's had a great outing in the field with 4 stumpings and 1 run out to her name. Single taken straight away. She goes off the mark.
Najiha Alvi, as mentioned earlier, had contributed in 4 stumpings and a run out. Bit of turn for Sharna Akhtar though. Watchfully played by Nidadar. Speak of determination, being stern, showing some grit. She is showing it, Nidadar.
Pakistan need her as well. I mean, if she gets a serious injury, that could be trouble, but it could have been trouble right there. The ball kept low. She tried to pull that off, but just hit the inside edge. Another single, another clean and neat over from Sharna. Just gave away a couple of runs there. And Pakistan 102 for 5 after 36. Najiha Alvi, she can bat. She's She's got some caliber behind her. She can hit some big ones as well, but right now, again, it's important to form a partnership. We've seen how quickly the Bangladesh late middle order disintegrated once a big partnership was broken. So these things can happen in cricket. We've seen that during the couple of matches already. So the Pakistanis will be mindful of that. 2-run partnership from 6 balls so far from Nidadar and Najiha Alvi. Marufa continues from the Thana end. Previously bowling 6 overs, conceding just 14. And the last over was her most expensive one, but she got that brilliant wicket that was needed for Bangladesh. The first ball again, outside off, testing the batter with some pace. It was a play and miss from Najiha. Could not adjust to the low bounce of the ball. Marufa is a true athlete.
Yes, she is. She actually does show a lot of intent on the field. Dives, runs. You mentioned Cheetah. Say she runs like a tigress. And then fielding of her own bowling. Was the foot in front to defend the ball.
Najiha Alvi as well on the other end, trying to support her captain.
For some reason though, Nidadar not happy with Najiha Alvi. She's a bit annoyed. Few words to be spoken.
Of course, as captain, you need to not only focus on your performance, but also need to support the other players while having those partnerships. And Nidadar has been an excellent servant of Pakistan cricket with both bat and ball. And as captain, flash outside the off stump. The umpire calls for a wide, a bit too harsh maybe. Marufa feels that. She has to re-bowl. An extra run added to the Pakistan scorecard. Marufa smiling back to her bowling mark.
See Pinky straight away walking to Marufa Akhtar and giving her some words of advice. Just keep her calm and bowl according to plan. This time again wide outside the off stump, but the batter followed. So wide not signaled by umpire Masood Rahman Mukul, and rightly so.
We've seen quite a few deliveries from Marufa. She's intentionally trying to hit that wide outside off stump line, trying to drag the batters, shuffle into the offside, try to take some risks over there, play away from their body.
A positive move. She just moved a deep third inside the circle, shifted. Shifted to inside the circle. Again, Jyoti walking up, applauding the bowler. They are speaking to each other. Getting her field right is Nigar Sultana Jyoti.
Marufa Akhtar taking some time. Bangladesh won't be struggling with the over rates. They've had a lot of spin bowlers bowling, a lot of economical overs as well. This time, Najiha drives well. Just gets a single though. And brings back Nidadar to the strike. Pakistan skipper struck on 13 for quite some time now. The boundaries have dried up. Quite a few overs.
Yes, the last recognized pair of batters in the middle, Najiha Alvi and Nidadar. After them are the bowlers. This was full, way towards the onside, and she limps. No shortage of effort from Nidadar though. Straight away calls towards the dugout. Needs some treatment, does Nidadar. End of the 37th, Pakistan are 105 for 5. Need 65 more runs.
65 needed from 13 overs. difference between runs and balls at some point was a lot, but now it's coming down, which means the required run rate is increasing. Pakistan doing themselves no favor by losing wickets at regular intervals. Current partnership 5 from 12. And Sher-e will be back with her leg spin. She's been very accurate from her 24 balls bowled, just conceding 6 runs. Yet to get her first wicket though. Look at that. For the first time the required run rate moves up to 5. First ball being bowled there. Much to the point. No runs there.
Well spotted, Parvez. It does, and that adds on to the pressure. I think mentally also, it's a matter of time. They can put some more pressure, particularly on Nidadar. It's a full toss given. It's well placed. But, fortunately, the conditions she is in, she can only afford to take a single, not more than that.
This is something which would be a big concern for Pakistan, especially looking onto the series, the rest of it. There's the third match to be played on 10th of November. That's a Friday, and we might be expecting a bit more of crowd in the ground on a weekend. That could be a decider if Bangladesh managed to win this. So having Nidadar fully fit and ready to play, ready to lead the team would be very important. Again, single taken there. Played a safe shot down towards mid-wicket.
And particularly if Bangladesh do go on to win this one, the second one, and level the series 1 each, I think the decider, I think it will attract a better crowd here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla. This is well swept away by Nidadar. Again, another single taken, so 3 back-to-back singles.
The field placement has to be applauded. Jyoti knows Nida's go-to shot could be the sweep, and she kept a fielder specifically just behind the backward square in the boundary area. She has been covering quite a lot of ground, and looking at how Nida is running, they also know they can put pressure on the batters and restrict them to singles. Whereas if she was fully fit, they could have got maybe a couple of runs on those occasions. So that is important for Bangladesh to understand. This over has been better for Pakistan. They've been trying to score single every ball at least.
Yeah. I think it's... Oh, now that's in the air, but falls safe. It does. She just manages to take a single, pops it off, was in the air, but it falls safe. 5 singles of this 5th over by Sher-e. 38 done. 110 for 5. There it is. Split it. Went up in the air, but was nowhere near any of the fielders.
Falls into no man's land. Some desperation from Sher-e there, but nothing to do. Nidadar clearly beaten by turn and bounce, and that was a proper top edge from that sweep. Trying to play against the turn, but on this occasion she remains not out, remains safe, retains the strike. I think she has to go for the big shots now.
Well, yes, but Jyoti has other plans. So getting Fahima Khatun in, and as we speak of this, is a change in the commentary box. Ahmed bin Parvez replaced by Sami. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Shomana. Pakistan still requires 60 more runs to win. The match is going to be a cruncher. Fahima Khatun has brought back with the ball, conceding 16 runs, taking a lone wicket. Slight change in the field. Square leg has been brought into the circle, and also a deep square leg in place. Gave her the room on that occasion, placed towards sweeper for a single. It's 111 for 5 Pakistan.
Dar on 18 of 34. Along with Naji Alvi, who's on 4 of 8. Fahima Khatun, can she get another wicket? She's already got one. Smartly bowled, much flatter delivery. She got the wicket of Sidra Amin. She was the one to get the first breakthrough, Fahima Khatun, even though she was the 5th bowler to be introduced.
The rotation has been quite impressive by Nigar Sultana Jyoti so far. They had a partnership of 41 in the opening, now forcing the batter to play the sweep shot. There is a protection there to cut off the sweep. Brings up the single, moves on to 112 for 5.
That itself brings me to a question. Rabia Khan has bowled brilliantly today, 2 for 18 of her 8, 2 maidens. There's 2 more overs to go. Now, do you bring her on in the next few overs and look for a wicket? Or do you save her up? Now, that's an opportunity for a run out. Oh my God, missed opportunity. It was a throw, stayed low. Fahima collected it, but could not dislodge the bails. I don't think she could dislodge the bails within time. We've been mentioning how Nida Dar, the Pakistan captain, has been struggling a bit. She's got some struggle going on with her foot, but this was an opportunity to get her wicket.
Opportunities don't come too often, but whenever it comes, you have to grab up. Fahima Khatun grabbed the ball well, but could not break the stump on that occasion. Nida Dar, as you mentioned, she had a niggle, she was struggling a bit. She had a cramp earlier on and she has been struggling throughout her innings, have faced 35 deliveries.
Just at the very last moment, she was looking to hit it towards the onside, towards mid-wicket perhaps, for a big sweep. But last moment she ejected and adjusted and played it on the offside. But no runs taken, no runs taken. So that will be the end of the over, end of the 39. And the question remains, when do you bring Rabia on again? I think she's going for experience now, bringing on Nahid Akhtar.
I think you need to, because the experienced campaigner Nida Dar, she's on and they're having a partnership. You need to break that partnership, break the partnership soon. As I earlier mentioned, that they had a partnership of 41 runs in the opening pair. After that, Nigar Sultana Jyoti kept rotating the bowlers. Now, as you really mentioned, I think Nahid Akhtar, she's on. She's on from the media end.
She is opting for experience. Is Jyoti saving 2 overs by Rabia for the latter overs, perhaps? She is a smart bowler. Now Nahida, a lot of experience, has bowled well, has done the job for the team. Today, she is yet to get a wicket.
Interesting field setup by Nigar Sultana Jyoti on that occasion, placing the slip fielder a bit wider. We have seen Fahima Khatun struggling on that particular position, dropped thrice, though those were not easy chances, but to win this kind of matches, you need to play your A+ games. You need to convert those half chances into full. Now, bit uppish, missed the fielder on that occasion, heading towards extra cover for a couple of runs, but the chance was on Shamanwai.
It was just up and above the fielder at cover. Murshida, I think it was Murshida Khatun, jumping of course, but it was out of her reach. It was out of her reach indeed.
And again, maintaining the same trajectory, Nahid Akhtar, not giving that much room to the batter. Naziha conceding 13 deliveries of her 7. Still, there is a game on for Bangladesh if they can pick up a wicket.
Without a doubt. In the air, but will find the gap. That's well played by Naji Alvi. Can't opt to push for the second, considering Nida Dar. Again, some grit shown by her. She's just hanging on to the other end.
I think the approach says it all, that Pakistan are trying to wrap up the games early. There is a feel that there is a protection in the mid-on region. Slight fumble, but did not allow the batter to score the single. 117 for 5 Pakistan women. We are on to the 40th over. 10 more overs remaining.
Still 53 runs to win in 10.2 overs with 5 wickets in hand. She's denied it. Directed, could be dangerous. Oh, well, not well backed up. Now they get the single. Now they do get the single.
You can't afford to concede those kind of singles when Nida Dar, she's having a cramp and you are allowing her to take a single. Anyways, end of 40th, Pakistan are still behind 52 runs. They have 5 wickets in hand, but Bangladesh needs an early breakthrough to wrap this match up, to build more pressure towards Pakistan. Changing the com box once again. Welcome back, Ahmed bin Parvez. We're going to have a cruncher.
Yes, the finishing bells are ringing. The final power play, the last 10 overs, the big challenge for Pakistan. The first ball yields a few runs there. Najiha Dar back on strike. She has to be the aggressor at this point since her captain is injured. Goes for it big. There's protection in the mid-wicket region. Just can't get more than a single. A big shot for just this single, and Nida Dar back on strike. She has been struggling throughout her innings, just a one boundary, but it has to be applauded the way she has bravely stayed in the wicket and tried to make a match out of it. Going for it big this time, missing the turn all through.
I was about to tell that the plan is quite predicted, that Nida Dar, she will hold on. She will carry the innings too deep. On the other hand, Naziha, she was going for the deliveries, as we have seen a couple of occasions. Right now, well played to manage a single on that occasion. Nida Dar, this is the area where Bangladesh needs to be very much proactive. Cut off those singles from Nida Dar as she's struggling while running, so she can't afford to pick those quick singles.
Going for the big one there, the big sweep out from Najiha Alvi gives her another single. Interestingly for Pakistan, as we've mentioned, they might be struggling or not, but they have 5 wickets in hand, and just singles from this point on will still win them the game.
Exactly so, and the plan is on. The plan is quite on and quite predicted that Naziha will go for everything. On the other hand, Nida Dar, as I mentioned, that she will hold. Right now, there is a protection in the short mid-wicket region to cut off the single. I think that's very proactive captaincy, but she did not bowl according to the field. As you have a field set up into the inner circle towards short mid-wicket region, you have to bowl in a corridor where the batter is forced to play on that particular region. Single to finish the over after 41. It's 1, 2, 3 for 5.
It's been a good fight back from Pakistan, definitely, and this partnership is gradually bringing Pakistan back into the game. 22-run partnership between Nida Dar and Naziha Alvi. 22 runs from 35 added by the two. The last batter out was Iram Zaved, the LBW bowled Marufa Akhtar. Marufa, in her brief stint in her second spell of 2 overs, got that vital wicket, but after that again, another fight back from Pakistan. This time goes for the sweep. A risky ploy against Nahida, but nonetheless executed that well, but yet again could not get the single.
Again, I must say the field setup should be more proactive just to cut off the singles from Nida Dar. She's not going for every balls, conceding 43 deliveries, scoring 24 runs, struggling a bit to pick up those quick singles. Now negotiating the ball just under her eyes, picking up the quick single.
You can already see the Bangladesh fielders aiming at Nidadar's end. Wherever she is, fielders are going after it, but still not stopping her from taking these quick singles.
You have to be more calculative, you have to be more precise according to your plans while Nidadar is batting. Why you are allowing such kind of singles? Now she goes for it. She goes for it and misses. This is the chance what Bangladesh has to take on. As I mentioned that Naziha, she will go for every deliveries as they have planned. It's very much predicted that Naziha will take up the charge and Nidadar will bat deep towards the end. Again a tossed up delivery, very good batting, very good presence of mind. As she has seen, there is a big gap in between mid-wicket and square leg into the inner circle region. She has picked up the single. It's an easy peasy equation for Pakistan right now. Dealing with singles, rotating the strikes, they require 45 more runs to win. They have 5 wickets in hand.
Very good batting from the Pakistan batters right now. Mostly using their batting sense. Instead of going for a lot of power hitting, they're just trying to get closer to the target. That will make the Bangladesh camp very nervous. Again, another gap found through the cover region by Nidadar, walking towards another single. She's been very impressive, very brave to be still out there with that injury.
I think they might bring another fielder into the circle, into the inner circle area, particularly into the mid-wicket region to cut off the single. We have seen Naziha tried the big shots quite a bit. And again tried the big shot, but somehow slight inside edge actually saved her on the occasion. In the 42nd over, Pakistan women are 126 for 5. They still require 44 runs to win. They have 5 wickets in hand, but a quick breakthrough from Bangladesh point of view might done the damage.
Exceptional batting from Nidadar, 26 from 45, well supported by Naziha Alvi. Very busy cricketer by her own right. Has had a great day on the field behind the stumps. Was involved in 4 stumpings and also 1 run out during Pakistan's bowling innings. And now with the bat, she's again coming up, chipping in with some important contributions, helping her captain. Partnership building, 26 of 41. And Pakistan need 44 from 48 balls now. Almost a run a ball situation. The last 5 overs yielded 21 runs and no wickets fell during that period. Rabia is back on the attack. First ball nudged into the mid-wicket region again. An easy single for the Pakistani batters. Runs coming from Nidadar on that occasion. Naziha Alvi back on strike. Rabia is finishing her spell. She's bowled very well today. 2 wickets for 24 runs.
Going for the big shot once again, but somehow manages to take the single. Big shot for a single on the occasion.
Both the batters are preferring the leg side and trying to score those runs off those sweeps behind square, in front of square, trying to hit those regions. Both batters strong in those areas. Now Nidadar steps out, stumping call. Third umpire might be into action there. Yes, the square leg umpire signals for that, but Nigar Sultana Jyoti looks confident. Bangladesh might get a big breakthrough right now. We'll have to wait for it.
This is the wicket what they were looking for. Nidadar, the experienced campaigner, the captain of Pakistan. As you mentioned earlier, they are targeting the boundaries on the onside and they prefers the onside region very well. Against the turn, Rabia, she tries to do that so. On that occasion, she stepped forward. Just look at the action replay. She stepped forward to make the shot. Nigar Sultana Jyoti grabbed the ball well. Now we have to look whether Nigar Sultana Jyoti broke the stump on time or not. I think she has broke the stump on time. That's what I feel, that's what I think. Looking from that point of view, the front leg was clear. There was nothing wrong on that front leg.
Another close stumping call to be adjudged by the third umpire.
The bat was in the air, Purvis. The bat
Seemed
was
like
in
it
the
was
air.
in the air, and Nigar Sultana was very quick in breaking. Yes, I think a conclusive evidence was found, and Nidadar's gallant knock has come to an end, and it's Rabia again who gives us the breakthrough.
So the match is on for Bangladesh. Captain departs. It's 128 for 6 Pakistan women. And hard work, of course, the proper plan pays off. As we were mentioning, that Pakistani batters were targeting the leg side, playing against the turn, consistently bowling on that particular region, sticking into their basics, sticking into their stock deliveries, not trying the variations too much. Rabia picks up 3 wickets. Might be the player of the moment right now, conceding only 25 runs. She was economical, she was very much handy as far as line and length is concerned, and also playing along with the mind of the batter, what she did from the very early stage. New batter, Diana, the lone pace bowler from Pakistan, can also bat a bit.
It's going to be a big challenge for her, especially when you need a run every ball from this point on. 45 balls remain in this innings. Pakistan needing 42 more runs to win. Again, a straight delivery just outside the off stump. Diana drives it straight, but straight back to the bowler.
Yes, they have to maintain the pressure. They have to increase the amount of dot balls to build the pressure more. Goes for the big shot. Goes for the big shot and succeeded. Clears mid-on on the occasion. The ball raising towards long on boundary. That will certainly release the pressure from Pakistan. Diana Iqbal, just into her second ball she faced, scores a boundary. That will really ease the pressure from Pakistan.
Fantastic shot there. She got the ball on the full, but managed to keep her bat under the delivery and lifted it over mid-on. The outfield is pretty fast, and she gets her boundary. Oh, that was a play and a miss. Rabia coming back with a nice flipper of a delivery to end her spell. Successful spell for her. 10 overs, 3 for 29 for the right arm leg spinner. So 43 overs gone. It's 132 for 6. Pakistan still needing 38 runs from 42 deliveries. Diana Beg and Najiha Alvi into the crease, as we have another change in the commentary box. Very happy to invite Shamanai Ghosh on the mic.
Thank you very much, Pervez. As mentioned earlier, Rabia Khan did bring on the breakthrough. Now Fahima Khatun from the media end. Played very late by Najiha. Quick throw in, collected, and Bales dislodged. I think Farzanat Pinky just implying that perhaps if the throw was a tad bit better, a bit closer to the stumps, would have aided Jyoti to get the bails off faster. Diana Beg, the new batter in. Here's the opportunity.
Having a look at the replay, she was pretty close, and the non-striker actually responded pretty well. She was already off when the run was being called. So the throw came at the end where the batter was prepared, and she got in quite easily in the end. Diana Beg on strike, stuck onto her crease. Quicker one from Fahima on that occasion. She's also bowled very well. Got a solitary wicket to her name, economy of 3.24.
37 more runs required. It's the Pakistan camp. Bit of nerves in there. Down the wicket, well played for a single. Well, the ploy is clear. They don't want to take unnecessary risks. I think courtesy of that boundary in the previous over, they can afford to do is take singles of every delivery. That's what they want to do as of now, and pick that odd boundary.
Bangladesh would be looking for wickets at this point. It would be tough for them to defend something than less than a run of ball for the remainder of the game. An odd bounce there. Thankfully, the backup fielder was ready. The single taken nonetheless. Some bit of activity shown by the Pakistan batters now, trying to look for those singles. And now, singles seem to become coming a bit more easier since Nidadar left, because she was struggling with her running, and her partner was also confused regarding how to make use of taking those quick singles or making doubles out of it. This time again, another straight drive from Diana. She's a very strong girl and used her wrists the previous over to get an important boundary for Pakistan that gives them some kind of a cushion. Still need some runs to win this game, but it's important for them to stick to their plan. Look at that dab. She's been doing that on a very regular basis. Another run out opportunity there. Jyoti not happy with her fielder, but single taken nonetheless.
Yeah, getting a bit frustrated with the singles being allowed. She's not happy with the throws that are coming in. What Bangladesh can't afford to do is leak any boundaries at this stage. They required 33, Pakistan, of 6 overs, so that's 33 of 36 deliveries with 4 wickets in hand. Faima Khatun, previous over, conceded 5 singles in that over. Now, if you look at the bowling card, Rabia Khan's done with 3 for 29, off for 10, 2 maidens, 2.9 the economy, so she's done her job. Nahida Akhtar, none for 30, off for 8. 1 for 17 for Marufa, off for 7. Just wonder if the ball is being given to Nishida Akhtar Nishi, the debutant. He's gotten 1 for 26, off for 7. No, it's Shorna Akhtar. None for 11, off for 5. She's been brought back from the Thana end, played off the back foot. There's a sweeper in the deep on the offside. It's another single given. So on her toes, very active is Nigar Sultana Jyoti, bringing the deep square leg inside the circle. So there is a fine leg inside the circle and the deep and the square leg inside the circle also.
That was an outside edge. Could have been a catching opportunity there for the fielder in the cover region, but just evaded her. Single being taken again. It's a tough spot for the debutant Nishita to come in, and such a tight situation here. Team depending on her to produce the goods. The floodlights start to light up.
Here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla, deep square leg has dropped back for Najia Alvi. She pushes it towards the deep mid wicket and takes another easy single. So pretty much under control, and the young Najia Alvi is leading the chase at the moment.
Very good from her. Very good from Diana as well. Run of ball 7. Every run is very crucial at this moment. Every dot ball creates some pressure. Nishita going for a leg break ball. Still can't stop that single though. Trying to show her variations over there.
That's a quick single taken. That's good running between the wickets. You have to give it to the pair in the middle. Even though the square leg was inside the circle, she just nudges it towards that onside, and well, it was part of the plan. Najia Alvi, she was in no time at the other end.
Thinking of opportunities, Nishita might look into some other opportunities there. Another single being taken. Rabia a bit too late to release the ball. She held on to that well, but by the time she moved her body and aimed for the stumps, the run was complete again. Pakistan scampering through. This has been a tough battle for both sides. A desperate dive in there from Diana. Ultimately, the single was complete. As we look at the action replay, Rabia was very good to stop that. But then the throw wasn't a very strong one, since she had to move a bit. That took up a bit of time. And in the meantime, just look at the dive. Look at the desperation Pakistan they're showing right now. Still, 3 is the gap between runs and balls.
So determination and commitment from both sides. First from Rabia in the fielding and then Diana Baig. Hits it straight and will get another single. This one is going down the wire. Here the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla, the second ODI, end of another over, end of the 45th. Pakistan are 143 for 6.
"27 from 5 with 4 wickets in hand." It's a very, very close encounter here. Diana Baig, Najiha Alvi leading the run chase for Pakistan, dealing in singles. That has been their ploy for the few overs that they've batted together. Bangladesh now will try to find a way to reduce the gap, try to put some pressure on. I think the most important would be to get some wickets at this point.
Yeah, without a doubt, wickets would certainly help. The 4 batters in their 20s got out in the Pakistan innings. That's been the issue of concern. Now Fahima onto her 8th. Few steps. Now this is good fielding. Good fielding from Swarna Akhtar at cover.
Important one to stop. A dot ball to start off. The difference between runs and balls coming closer and closer now. 27 needed from 29.
It's a precious dot ball. Fahima to Diana Baig. Nudges it off towards square leg. Jyoti has to do some running. Chases the ball, but they get a single. Now 26 of 28 required.
Important phase of the game now. Fahima has to bring all of her experience. Diana as well has really supported Najiha. An excellent partnership. 15 coming off 16 balls. Run-a-ball partnership at a crucial moment for them.
Flighted delivery. It's a straight. Well fielded. Very well fielded by Fahima. Diving to her right and applauded by the captain from behind the stumps.
Stakes are getting bigger now. Another dot ball. Bit more pressure into the Pakistan batters. 26 needed of 27. Things are getting tight out here.
Straight away you see the fielders go on and applauding the fielding effort. Goes on to show how important each and every run is. Now the field on the onside have been moved a bit squarer. Courtesy of that, there's a fielder in there. Direct throw, but not a hit. Pakistan get another single.
This is a cat and mouse game going on, Shamunai. Excellent from the Pakistanis, still keeping hold of the nerves. Very confident that they can pull off this run chase with singles and doubles, and Bangladesh trying to pin them down with dot balls.
This is the stage of the game. Again, making some room for herself, and she gets an easy single. It's the stage of the game, as I was saying, where your fitness comes under the scanner. First, Bangladesh batted the full 50 overs. Now, Pakistan, having been on the field, are on to bat, and these two, and Najiha Alvi, who's also a wicket keeper, now taking the game down the wire. Off the back foot, clears her front leg, quick single, trying for it, all 3 stumps she had. Rabia is a much better fielder. If we could see her, she's already down on the ground. She can't believe it. Rabia Khan, she had all the 3 stumps to shy at, but did not hit.
That was the biggest disappointment for her. All 3 stumps were up there. She had the ball in her hand, a very strong throw. The batter was miles out, and this is a very, very narrow escape for Diana. She would have been gone. Scoring 10 of 12 now. It's getting tighter by the over, by the minute. Last 4 overs remain. 23 from 24 required. This match is going to the wire. And if you can recall, Shamona, we've been talking about those extra 20 runs that Pakistan did not want to concede, and ultimately these are the runs which are keeping Bangladesh in the game.
Absolutely, I was there in the toss and I asked the Pakistan skipper Nida Dar, and before that Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain, for her what would be the ideal score, and she mentioned somewhere around 230s. But when I asked the same question to Nida Dar, she said we would like to restrict them to 150. Thankfully, Bangladesh, for them, the managed to score 169. So those 20 runs, that's what they're playing for now. Nahida with all her experience. Soft nudge with soft hands. Quick single taken. Again, you have to give it to these batters. They're somehow managing to take these risky singles and accomplishing them.
They're doing it. They're doing it, Pakistani batters. Excellent commitment shown and good backup fielding though. These kind of situations will create some opportunities for overthrows as well, and Bangladesh has to be mindful about that.
Absolutely. Spot on. Spot on. Getting the feet right. This Jyoti. It is a nail biter, without a doubt. We just saw the Bangladesh camp. Inside edge. Onto the foot of Diana Baig. Nahida was thinking of throwing it, but doesn't. Diana made it.
Anywhere would do now for the two Pakistan batters. Diana, she just went for it, heard the connection with ball and bat, and she just scampered for that single. So Pakistan still keeping up to the rate, dealing in singles. 22 required, now 21 required from 22. Nahida with a tough ask.
Her delivery, she did not connect it. Can she get her out? Wrong end was it? Is the other end, or now they're scampering for the run, and now they get it. Even though Jyoti is appealing for it, and I think it's umpire, the square leg umpire, is it Mohammad Kamruzaman? I think it is.
He'll have to make a call. Let's see what happens, because I think he will be referring it to the third umpire. Critical juncture of the game. Jyoti tried for a run out at her end, the striking end. And from that overthrow, as we were mentioning before, this kind of deflections creates some kind of an opportunity. Looks like the batter made her way in. What a desperate dive there. She came back while the direct hit was made. Jyoti did a good job, took her gloves off immediately, but maybe the batter still survives.
Commitment from both the players. The dive in also from the batter in the process. So it was sort of a tackle with the bat. But finally, they do get the run. So two singles of the two deliveries of this over by Nahida. Now Najia Alvi is back to the non-strikers end. So Diana Baig will be taking the strike against Nahida. She gets back to ball, connects it, quick single taken. Oh no, she's hurt herself behind the stumps, and they get an extra single. One more throw in towards the keeper. She appeals for that also. Not sure if umpire Kamruzaman is interested. Oh no, he has referred it to the TV umpire just to make sure it has been referred to Morshid Ali Khan.
Direct hit in both ends. And Bangladesh really desperate to get this partnership off. As you can look at the first instance, there was a throw at the non-striker's end, and then the throw came back to the striker's end while the batters were going for the second run. That was another direct hit, but no, the batter was comfortably in. The umpire, just to make sure, referred it to the third umpire, but Pakistan really making a feast out of this run chase and running their way into a very, very important victory.
I think the batter looks pretty safe. But again, regardless of Pakistan, if Pakistan make it or not, I think that innings by Nida Dar, I think it made a huge difference. 27 of 47, and under the duress she was in due to her injury. But it's all to play for. It's still all to play for. They now require 18 of 20 deliveries. Now they've reduced the gap between the bat and the ball, and it's well within reach because they've managed to come back for 2 runs. It's courtesy of that of the 4 deliveries. They've already scored 5 in this over. Diana Baig on strike.
Is she going to go big?
Well, if she bowl, just trying to play with the batter's mind, checking at the non-striker's end. Hope you're not running early. was in the air, but into the gap. Well stopped by one hand by Fahima. Have they managed to scamper a single? Yes, they have.
Excellent there from Diana. Had to run for it, completed the run. 6 runs coming from this over. Nahida, with all her experience, all her guile, all her expertise bowling in the death, still not being able to contain these two busy cricketers from Pakistan. Oh, what a mighty blow there, but straight to the hands of the debutant Nishita.
It is Sher-e Akhtar,
Oh, it's
actually.
Sher-e Akhtar, yes.
And a good catch taken. The one blow she went for, Najia Alvi, the one big hit she went for, and now she's touching her helmet, she's punching her helmet. Why did I go for that? The one boundary, after so much resilience and determination, and such a well-played knock of 22 of 32, she goes for the one boundary. She has not hit any boundaries, so it's been a very hard-worked innings by Najia Alvi, but she only manages to find that fielder, Sher-e Akhtar, at deep mid-wicket, and gives the wicket away. Now, is it the breakthrough? Is this the turning point of this match?
Oh, a critical wicket there. And Nahida, just as we were mentioning her experience bowling at the death, she comes up with the goods. Gone, and that's what Jyoti was talking to Fahima about. You threw at the wrong end, lady. That's what she might be telling her, but now it's a runnable equation for Pakistan. Diana stands between Bangladesh and a comeback victory against Pakistan now. 17 needed from 17. A dot ball was an important addition to this over. Every dot ball puts up a bit more pressure on to the Pakistan batters.
Oh, took a few steps forward, then shifted to the back foot. Missing the ball altogether. They're all pumped up. They're all on their toes. Look at the shift in roles. It was Najia Alvi leading the partnership. Now it's Diana Baig with Hani, her partner, in the middle.
Let's see what transpires. Full toss. She walks into the shot. Will get definitely a single. Going for the second. Could be risky one, and this could be gone. A picture-perfect throw right into the hands of Nigar Sultana. The stumps have been broken. The umpires still want to confirm, but this could be very, very close, Shaman Noy.
As you said it, Parvez, a picture-perfect throw. I think it was more than a picture-perfect throw, because in actuality, in reality, it was a very good throw by Nahida, who's got strong arms, the left-arm bowler, and look at the camp. They're all circled together. She was calling for the bowler's end. It went to the keeper's end, of course. Oh, quickly it is lost. And straight away she knew it. She was onto it in a flash. Was Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Fantastic glove work by her.
Desperation shown from Diana Baig. Went for the risky second and lost her wicket in the process. Another run out costs Pakistan. Wickets falling, wickets stumbling, but the win is still within reach. They still need 17 from 16 balls, but it's now onto the tail-enders to bring some magic with the bat. Fahima, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, Nahida Akhtar, the experience of Bangladesh shining right now here under the lights of the Sher-e Bangla National Stadium. So we look on the replay again. Throw was done on the striking end. Nigar Jyoti was just standing behind the stumps. And ultimately, she dislodged the stumps before the desperate dive of Diana Baig. She couldn't make it in the end. A clear-cut run-out opportunity implemented by the Bangladeshi fielders. Good combination work from Nahida and Nigar Sultana to get that wicket.
Still looking for some confirmation. Well, in the middle, the Bangladesh team has already had a hurdle.
Or maybe they're looking at if it was a short run or not.
Yes. Rightly pointed out by Parvez, if they had crossed successfully, is what they're trying to confirm. If there is a single there or not, because they were going for the second run. Out is the confirmation from umpire, on-field umpire Masood Rahman Mukul. And I'm not sure if the first run has been allowed. If
It hasn't. The wicket has fallen, so the short run has been counted. It was seen by the third umpire. The batter could not cross the line, which is the rule. There was no part of the bat behind the line, so the run has been stopped and the wicket has fallen. Right now, Pakistan in serious bit of trouble here. Diana Baig has to go. The run out causing Pakistan a lot of trouble right now. 170 to chase, and right now Pakistan 154 for 8. Hani still there. Who is she joined by? We'll be letting you know very soon, but Fahima is there with the ball. Very proactive in setting her own field. Jyoti helping her out as well. This has been a great encounter of bat and ball throughout the entirety of the day. Great exhibition of grit, patience and intelligence shown from both sides. Seems to be some sort of confusion there. The squirrel umpire talking. Fahima still waiting to complete her over. She's been very good with the ball. 1 for 27 from her 9th over she's been bowling. Overall, she's got 17 wickets in ODI cricket before this game. Nashra Sandhu is now on the strike. She has to face the music. Nicely driven, some sort of a misfield in the inner circle that will give the batters a run. Very precious one there. Nashra gets off the mark. Hani on strike for the first time. She's come in and seen her partner get run out, so she's going to face the first ball now. Just a single from the 4 deliveries of this over could be the turning point of the game.
Absolutely. Well bowled, but that is a fine shot. Hani out of nowhere gets a boundary. She makes a boundary. Well played shot, and look at Jyoti. She's not happy. She is not happy. It was wayward bowling from Fahima. That one loose delivery. And you see the captain walking up to the bowler. She's not happy. Down the leg it was. There was no protection there.
That was very risky from Fahima. She went for the quicker one, lost her control, and a well-timed shot from Hani. She's off the mark, and off the mark in style. Pakistan need 12 from 13 at this point. Last ball of the over, swept again. Having some very good connection. There's a fielder in the deep, scampering for the second. We'll get there safely. Jyoti is not happy, but right now, happy would be the Pakistan camp. Just need 10 from 12. It's a nail-biter, Shamannoy.
It was actually a pretty good piece of fielding in the deep from Nahida, but was not the best of throws. Now, it's only the frustration that's coming out, and rightly so. She's trying her best. The last 2 deliveries, even though you mentioned it, would it be the turning point? Till the wicket, We're seeing the trajectory of the over. 2 dot balls, the third ball was a wicket. And then the last 3 deliveries, she conceded 7 runs. And in a nail biter such as this, 7 runs are a lot of runs. Now Pakistan required 10 more runs within 2 overs. So 12 balls, 10 runs, 2 wickets in hand. You want to call it? You want to call it?
Oh, my nerves. I'm not being able to think properly at the moment because anything can happen. The match has swung like a pendulum from end to end. Both teams having their moments of dominance, and right now it just hangs in the balance. Anything can happen. Just 2 wickets there. The issue for Pakistan is that their tail end is there, and if just a couple of dots come in, the pressure would start to pile up. But on the other hand, the Bangladesh fielders, they've already done so much. I don't know how much they have in their tank remaining for this next 12 balls.
They're on to the 49th. We can already see Nahida stretching her arm. Just a couple of throws in the previous over. Now fielding of her own bowling. There's some commitment, but Pakistan and Nashra, she's managed to do what she needed to. Take a single and give Hani the strike. That's what Nashra has managed to do.
Pakistan batting deep. Nashra coming in at number 10. Still putting up a good fight here. Scoring at a runner ball, but Hani, those 2 deliveries in the last over was very important. Again, a big sweep from her. She finds the gap. What a shot! Hani makes those big strides in. Looks like Pakistan might be going past the line, getting closer and closer to a memorable series win over Bangladesh here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla. What a shot from Hani. Nahida bowled within the stumps. She went for a brave hoik through the mid-wicket region. The fielder couldn't reach it, fell onto the gap. The most critical boundary of this innings for Pakistan. And Hani, 10 from 3. Power-packed performance with the bat. She's bowled really well as well. Could be the telling factor here for Pakistan sealing the series with a game in hand now. Nahida Akhtar did not have her regular day out with the ball. Expensive, but she still has a chance to come back. A full-length delivery now. Going for everything. Ball struck onto the long-on region. There could be a run-out opportunity there and gone. My goodness. Drama here. A needless run-out brings Pakistan back to where they began. This was an absolutely needless run-out. The first run was taken very easily, but Hani wanted more. She wanted to close the gap. She was too eager to get that victory, and instead the run out happened. This time round Nahida did not make a mistake, and the match is still hanging in the balance. 4 runs needed for Pakistan, 1 good strike and they could win the match. In the other hand, just 1 wicket and Bangladesh wins it.
Yeah, 1 wicket in hand, and hanging in the balance is the word. Hanging in the balance is the word. Here's the stroke, played it towards the onside. A single was on, but she was looking for the double and perhaps pushing for a bit too much. Well collected, and she was nowhere in the screen. Was Hani, and she has to depart. She's gone, and that brings in Sadia Iqbal to join Nashra Sandhu in the middle. 1 boundary required. 4 runs with a wicket in hand, with 9 balls to go. So if Bangladesh, is it going to be a boundary for Pakistan or a wicket for Bangladesh? Over to you, Parvez.
Oh, that's a big question there. 9 balls to bowl with, so Nahida still has the tail ender to bowl at. Nashra, we've seen, she went off the mark, has 2 from 2, looks like she can bat. Sadia Iqbal, on the other hand, wouldn't want to get the strike, I hope. Oh, that was a nice delivery outside off. Nashra calling for a wide, but the umpire says it was well within that indicator there outside off stump. So a dot ball again. Dot balls won't do the job for Bangladesh. Maybe they would like to get that final wicket that gives them that win. But Pakistan, they're so close as well. Oh my goodness, it looks like the final mile where two sprinters running, trying to reach that. Oh, that's nicely struck. She found the gap there, would easily get that single, but will be happy with that. Pakistan now trying to cool themselves down. Nashra getting that single, but now is that the opportunity for Nahida to bowl at batter number 11.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she's been so busy. She's been so busy. She batted so long. She's batted for 104 deliveries for her 54. She's contributed in 3 stumpings and runouts also. Now, above all, she's got a job to do as a captain. She's walking up to the vice captain, which is Nahida Akhtar, speaking to her, getting the field right. So for the left-handed Sadia, what are they going to do? They have a deep mid-wicket inside this. They've got a mid-wicket inside the circle. They have a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. They are stumped. They're appealing for it. They're appealing for it. Umpire Masood Rahman Mukul, firstly, he wants them to calm down a bit. Was it the extra bounce? Was it the extra bounce?
Could have been that. The umpire wasn't convinced. Ball pitched outside off. There was some sharp turn there. Yes, hit her over the pads, and the impact could have been outside off stump as well. So good decision by the umpire in the end. And Nashra asking Sadia to cool herself down. I mean, she survived that ball. So all onus up to Nashra now to get Pakistan this memorable win. 3 needed from the last over.
The second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan here at Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium. Part of the ICC Women's Championship, of course. Pakistan on that table is on the 2nd. Bangladesh are on the 8th. But here, hosting against Pakistan, they've already won the T20 series. They are behind by a match in this ODI contest. Pakistan having won the first ODI by 5 wickets. The second one is still hanging with 6 balls to go. 3 runs required for Pakistan to win and a wicket in hand. If Bangladesh manage to get the wicket, they win. If Pakistan get the 3 runs, they win. It's the last over, and as we predicted, it is Fahima Khatun with the last over. With Nashra Sandhu and Sadia Iqbal in the middle. Nashra Sandhu will be taking the strike. Both the parents in hand, but not done yet. Getting the field position right. Mid-on being pushed outside the circle as long on. Rabia falls back. Maruf Akhtar goes inside the circle, so mid-off is inside the circle. There's one fielder in the deep. As a sweeper on the offside, there's a deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. Fahima Khatun, the leg spinner.
Going for the first ball, Nashra Sandhu, the batter. That was flighted in, but no run being taken. Very good bowling there from Fahima, kept her cool. Jyoti asking everyone to calm down for a bit. Each and every ball, very much critical right now. Nashra Sandhu, she'll look at her options. The offside is completely open. Just that deep cover there. On the leg side, there are fielders in the deep mid-wicket and long-on regions. Backward point and point is being covered. There is a cover and a mid-off and a short fine leg. So anything within the stumps, Sandhu has an opportunity to hit the leg side. There are big gaps over there. Fahima with the next one outside off. That was nicely driven to deep extra cover. Just a single being taken there. Sadia Iqbal being exposed to Fahima. This could be make or break for Bangladesh. Sadia will be facing Fahima there. 4 balls to go. Pakistan need 1 run to level the scores and 2 to win.
Two runs of 4 balls, 1 wicket in hand. Bangladesh, I think they need to take the wicket. They need to get the wicket if they want to win this, and it's an offside pack field. All inside the circle. Sadia Iqbal plays and misses. The only fielder outside the circle is the deep square leg. There's a short third inside the circle. There's point, there's cover point, there's cover, there's mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and the square leg inside the circle. Moves her front leg, is going for the single. I think she's gonna get it. Marufa goes for the direct hit, misses it, and they get the single. So Sadia has done her job. Not only has she opened her account, but she's got the single and put Nashra back on strike. The scores are level. The scores are now level. 1 run to win. A wicket in hand with 2 balls remaining. Oh wow, what a match we've had. And it's still on. It is still on. Now, all the fielders, oh what a sight. All the fielders are inside the circle. Everyone, including the bowler and keeper, of course, all the fielders, both on and off, are inside the circle.
So the penultimate delivery, they go for a single. There's a run-out chance in the non-striker's end, and she's gone. Oh, what drama here in Mirpur. The crowd having the last moment entertainment here. A run-out from the last delivery, the penultimate delivery of the match. So Pakistan all out for 169, and that means the scores are tied.
I think they have managed to get the run out. Looked pretty clear. They went for it. They went for it. Sadia Iqbal ran. Nashra Sandhu was a tad bit late. Just a bit of hesitation because it was behind her, so she wanted to make sure that she made it back to the crease. And the match has been tied. The match has been tied. Pakistan required 1 run with 1 wicket in hand, and Bangladesh have managed to get a run out. And as a result of that, this match is going into a super over. Oh wow. Mirpur Sher-e Bangla witnessing yet another spectacle. This match is going into a super over. The match has been tied. Bangladesh winning the toss, electing to bat first, scoring 169 for 9 of their 50 overs. The only difference is Pakistan have managed to score 169 also, but they were all out. So the score has been tied, and as a result, this match is going to the super over.
Oh, this drama here. The Bangladesh players, Pakistan players, both dugouts, chalking out their options. Just a 1 over of super over. In football, we always see, even in practice sessions, the teams practice penalty shootouts, but for a super over, what kind of practice can you do? How often that happens? It doesn't happen very often. It's very seldom. And right now, Bangladesh still have a chance to win this game, but Pakistan, on the other hand, what a gallant fight back they made. Especially their lower order batters really pumped up when it was required. They hit some big important shots, but there you go. The replay for the last wicket. Nishita was the fielder. She made that throw, and Fahima Khatun broke the stumps there. Naida was running as if they've already won the game, because it was a situation where Bangladesh could have lost this game. And from now, the super over will be important to see what happens in this occasion. Which team is going to bat first? That's important. And then who do you send? These are the things that are being talked about at both dugouts as we await the super over of the second ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan women's team. Pakistan leading this series by 1-0 so far, but this game was a nail-biter nonetheless. Bangladesh won the toss, batted first, scored 169 for 9. And in reply, Pakistan also ended up with 169, but losing all of their wickets in the penultimate ball of the batting innings. And the scores are tied, meaning a super over is in the cards here. We've seen a bit of a crowd being generated at the grandstands here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla, and they are in for a treat. This is something we do not see on a regular basis, and it would be a first-time experience for a lot of these players, so nerves will be a big part of this. The umpires gradually heading towards the wicket as the groundsmen make last-minute adjustments to the wicket. A very, very important time for both sides to get their heads straight and plan for this super over. Shaman, have you been part of this super over before?
I actually, I haven't. This would be my first time. Yeah, during radio commentary I have, but during an international broadcast, this is going to be my first super over. So Alia Riaz getting all set up along with Iram Javed are going to be the batters for Pakistan who are going to come in and bat. Question is, who is going to bowl it for Bangladesh? Some words of advice from the coaching staff of Pakistan before Alia Riaz and Iram Javed come on to bat. Now Bangladesh, they've fielded 50 overs at a stretch. Team huddle going on. You can see Alia Riaz and deep on the left side. If you can focus, you can see that there's a team hurdle. Bangladesh that's going on. Now, what's a good total for a super over? The two umpires in the middle, Umpire Kamruzaman and Masur Rahman Mukul, both in the middle.
Waiting for the fielders to come in, and here comes the Bangladesh contingent. The 11 that represents Bangladesh in this game will have one big over for them to field and to try and keep the runs at the minimum, while for Pakistan, the unorthodox Alvi and Iram are the two chosen. So Alia and Iram are the two chosen to take first strike. Just to refresh our memories on the rules for the super over, it's just going to be one over, and the batting side will have 2 wickets in hand. So the idea is to outscore the opponent. So the Pakistani batters in there. There will be jitters, there will be nerves. Jyoti again setting her field up, and she goes to her all reliable left arm spinner Nahida. Jyoti relying on spin. In other occasions where I have actually spectated a super over, it has always been a fast bowler that has been chosen. But on this occasion, considering the ground conditions, considering experience, and considering how much nervy it could be, it's like a penalty shootout. So here we stand. Nahida to bowl the super over for Bangladesh, with all responsibility on her. Field setup, as we look at it, there's a deep mid wicket, a long on and a long off. There's also a deep extra cover. There's a backward point, a cover, a short fine leg, and a short square leg for Nahida. She's taking her time. The batters will have a last moment chat as well. Such a critical game for both sides. The match part of the ICC Women's ODI Championships. The win gives very important 2 points. In other occasions we've seen in bilateral series, a tie is considered a tie, but in this occasion, moves on to a super over. So the first ball of the super over, bowled him. Full and straight, goes through the gate. First ball yields a wicket, but more importantly for Bangladesh, more runs on the board for Pakistan in the super over. And the first wicket falls. Pakistan will have one more wicket in hand. They'll have to take those big risks, but Nahida kept her cool, stood her front, aimed at the middle stump, full and straight. The batter completely missed it. Ball crashed to the stumps, through the gate. An important wicket for Bangladesh, already putting Pakistan in a bit of pressure now. They'll have to at least try and play those 5 balls and get as much as they can. This is how the super over works. You'll have to be having nerves of steel. And at this point in time, another experienced campaigner has been brought into the fray. She'll take strike there as Alia looks on from the non-striker's end, still couldn't get the strike. And at this point, I mean, my heart is racing, 1,000 rates not, and I invite Sami to join me.
The heart is onto our mouth right now. How many times you have seen a super over is being played in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium? Zipping back in towards the left-hander, glancing away towards square leg for a single on the occasion. They are already a wicket down. Mind it, this is the last wicket. This is the last pair who can bat. If a wicket goes down, then Pakistan has to wrap up their innings. Oh my, what a match is going on between these two sides, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Bangladesh scored 169. Pakistan equals that score. After that, we are into the super over. Sweeps it away fine towards square leg region. It's a boundary picked up by Pakistan on that occasion. Alia, the batter, ensuring a comfort zone, runs on the board for Pakistan.
Big boundary there, and this boundary means Bangladesh would also have to come out and score some big shots. Singles or doubles won't do at this point. Neither. She went for that straight delivery again, but Alia was very good with her sweep, as she's shown when she came to bat previously as well. A bit unorthodox in her approach, but very effective with her shot making. Neither with the next one, an outside edge, but nonetheless, a single taken. That could be a double. Desperate dive within the inner circle by Pinky, but she misjudged that, costing Bangladesh few more runs on the board. Now Pakistan really trying to push it up a bit more. A total of 7 runs conceded in this over so far. Nahida under a bit of pressure here, and the 2 runs brings Alia back on strike, who's been hitting the balls pretty well. She seems to understand what Nahida wants to do, and her premeditations have worked so far.
I think they have made a nice comeback, Team Bangladesh, as far as fielding is concerned, but they had to be more proactive into the field, taking up those chances, dancing down the wicket. Good stop by the fielder, and she's gone. She's trapped into the run-out region on that occasion. So Bangladesh has to chase down 8 runs in the particular over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are onto the super over procedure. Pakistan has just finished their innings in the super over. They have managed to score 7 runs. That means in the super over, Bangladesh will have to score 8 to chase it down. Let me remind you once again, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh scored 169. It's the combined and collective effort of the Bangladeshi bowlers and the fielders that restrict Pakistan within 169. I was asking Anuddin Parvez, my fellow commentator, how many times you have seen a super over is being played in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium. I have not seen in international cricket. We may see in BPL or in the domestic T20 leagues, but in international cricket, maybe this is going to be the first time we have seen a super over is being played. Back in the series against India, in the very last match, it was also a tie. It was a tight match, but on that particular time, super over was not being played. But as far as the playing condition is concerned, we have the procedure of super over in this particular series.
Super over, super excitement here in Mirpur. The Pakistan innings comes to an end. They score 7, which means Bangladesh has 8 to score from their 6 deliveries. And they have 2 wickets in hand. It will be important to see who from Bangladesh comes out to bat. It will also be important to see what Pakistan brings up. Bangladesh brought Nahida, who did pretty okay, conceding that 4 was the only drawback, but despite that, it was a good effort from Bangladesh, restricting Pakistan to just 7. And 8 is the target. 2 good blows and the match could be for Bangladesh. But on the other hand, Pakistan have shown that they can strangle the opponent with spin. And it could be Sadia Iqbal bowling that super over for them. Let's see what happens. The fielders are taking their positions. The umpires are ready. And we still are to see who from the Bangladesh dugout comes out to bat. Sher-e could be one of the contenders since she can hit some big shots. You need some big hitters in these conditions, and Bangladesh will be thinking of who to bring up. It could be Nigar Jyoti as well, since she's been in good form. It could be Pinky, who has been Bangladesh's top run getter in ODI cricket. So every equation comes into play right now, and Bangladesh will be thinking who to bring on. They still are deciding, I guess.
I think it's a bit difficult for Nigar Sultana Jyoti keeping the wicket for 50 overs. Had a bad patch during in the middle while batting. Had a little. We saw her struggling while running, but at the end she kept wickets. Had some decent enough glove works. It's a bit difficult for a wicket keeper to keep wicket for 50 overs and just come and change the scenario now. As you rightly mentioned, Sher-e Akhtar. She's been promoted along with Shuhana Mustari, another one who likes to play her shots. Let me remind you once again, Bangladesh has to score 8 runs to chase it down to win the super over. Shuhana Mustari and Sher-e Akhtar. I think it has been the perfect choice for Bangladesh as far as the condition is concerned, because as I mentioned, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, although she has scored a half century, but it's almost very much difficult for a wicket keeper to keep wickets for 50 overs and then come back to bat. And when there is a super over on, you have the asking rate of 8. In this sort of condition, when the wickets are getting low, wickets are getting slow, and of course, Sadia Iqbal, the left-arm orthodox spinner, who actually likes to play with the mind of the batter, play with the deceiving speed, so it will be difficult for Nigar Sultana Jyoti. In fact, it's not Sadia Iqbal, I think it's Nashra Sandhu, another left-arm orthodox spinner who's very much dependent on flight and very much dependent on the deceiving speeds. Pakistan also have made a tricky choice regarding that. We expected that Sadia Iqbal might be in for the super over, but it's different choice from Captain Nidadar, bringing on Nashra Sandhu. Flighted delivery, clears the cover, Shuhana Mustari. Yes, it's a fumbling and it's a 4. 4 from the very first delivery of the super over by Shuhana Mustari, dancing down the wicket, tried to clear the aerial route, found the gap on that occasion, and just a slight fumbling towards the extra cover region at the deep. That really done the trick for Bangladesh. They must be sailing with confidence right now. Bangladesh scoring boundary in the very first delivery, chasing down 8 in this particular super over. She has to write her own script, Shuhana Mustari. Tense looking dugout in the Bangladesh scenario. There is a chat going on between the bowler and the wicket keeper. She tossed it up to grab a catch for the cover fielder, but on that occasion she bisected between 2. Yes, there was a protection in the deep, but a slight fumble did the trick for Bangladesh.
Just one big hit and the game will be for Bangladesh. Shuhana Mustari on strike. A bit of a lucky break for her, but Bangladesh get the early boundary they needed, chasing 8 runs in the super over. A lot of pressure on Sandhu. She comes up for the next delivery now. Oh, that was a dot. That was a good delivery on spot. The batter had no idea what to do with it. She tried to pierce the mid-on area. There's a big gap there. She wanted to get that single, but she just couldn't get that. So a bit of pressure back to Bangladesh. 4 from 4 needed, Sami.
Yes, 4 from 4 for Bangladesh. Needed Shobana Mustari. She's on charge. Now again taking the aerial route, but could not manage to find the gap on that occasion. There was a fielder there in the whitish long off region, could not clear that much. Ended up with a single on that occasion. 5 runs have scored. They still required 3 more runs to win, and they have 3 more balls left.
Sher-e on strike. She's known for her big hitting. And that's the reason why she has been sent onto the crease, and she has to prove it now. Time to really become the match winner for Bangladesh. Sher-e with the bat. She was pretty good when Bangladesh batted, but she couldn't make her innings into a long one. This is her chance to become the player that takes Bangladesh into this series and trying to level this series back at 1-1. Sandhu with the next ball. She checks her drive in the end. Satisfied with that single. So 2 from 2 needed. Bangladesh still on course for the win. Just 1 run from each of those deliveries can give Bangladesh the victory. But will they take that risk, or will Subhana Mustari go for a big one in this ball?
It was well adjusted by the batter on that occasion. Shauna Akhtar, she was dancing down the wicket, seeing her footsteps. Nasha Sandhu on that occasion changed the line a bit, although she was maintaining a line away from the off stump. There's good cricket from both the sides. Good adjustment made by the Pakistani bowler and also the Bangladeshi batter. Dancing down the wicket, and she misses. She misses it. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Shobana Mustari, she has to depart. Dance down the wicket, take on the charge. On that occasion, the ball kept a bit low. She tossed up, and she misses the ploy.
The last ball of the super over. Can Jyoti win it for Bangladesh? She solely strides into the striking end, understanding what she has to do. She's struck a lot of big shots in her career, but this could be one of the biggest ones to bring Bangladesh back into the series, to give them this memorable win in this hardly fought super over. Game that has seen lots of ups and downs throughout the entirety of the day. The scores were tied at 169. Pakistan scored 7 from their super over, and Bangladesh now struck at 5 runs. They've got just 1 ball left, and they need Bangladesh has 6 in fact. They have 1 ball left. They need 2 to win and 1 to tie on super over again. And at that point, we'll have to look at the rule books again, according to playing conditions. Is another super over on the cards? That is the big question, but an excellent delivery there. A very, very good comeback by Sandhu. After conceding 4 from the first ball, it was a very, very good comeback from her to still keep on defending this total. Now Pakistan will have a tricky field setup as well. They need to stop those 2 runs, but they still are thinking of keeping a couple of fielders closer to the boundary line, so they'll be happy to concede a single maybe. The field looks pretty spread out, and let's see what the ploy of the bowler is. Maybe she'll try to bowl stump to stump and not allow Jyoti to release her hands or stretch her hands, get a big shot in. Jyoti would be also eyeing the leg side. As we all know, she knows how to hit those sweeps, and we don't see a lot of fielders behind square there. There's a short fine leg, there's a square leg closer to the boundary. A lot of chit chat happening between the players. They're still deciding on what to do. Just the 1 ball left in the Bangladesh super over innings as Nigar Sultana Jyoti gets ready to take strike. 2 runs needed from this 1 ball for Bangladesh to win this game. A few people in the gallery in the grandstand here in Mirpur enjoying this. Floodlights are on, the spotlight is on. Nigar Sultana Jyoti is the batter for Bangladesh to face the last ball of the super over. Bangladesh need 2 to win from that, 1 solitary delivery. And Pakistan is taking their time, definitely taking their time here. So here comes the last ball. Jyoti going up, straight over the top. Is that a gap? The fielder's running behind it and Jyoti celebrates. What a win for Bangladesh. Look at the team scampering in. A memorable victory, a historic victory, a super over victory for Bangladesh, and Nigar Sultana Jyoti again leads from the front. Bangladesh winning the second match on super over, chasing down Pakistan's score of 7, and that boundary from the last ball was a straight clean hit from Jyoti that gave Bangladesh the winning runs.
She had to take the charge. She had to take the risk. Mid-off was on, and Nigar Sultana Jyoti cleared mid-off on that occasion. There was a ploy by the bowler, keeping the ball just wide outside the off stump. Nigar Sultana Jyoti manages to punch that ball over mid-off region. Historical victory by Bangladesh women's national team, winning the match through super over. Let me remind you once again, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, Bangladesh scored 169. While chasing that particular total, Pakistan were stuck onto 169. That's why, in a result, we had to move towards to a super over. In the super over, Pakistan managed to score 7 runs, and it was the script written by Nigar Sultana Jyoti at the end, finishing the match with a boundary, scoring 9 runs, in fact 10 runs in total in the super over. What a match! What a scenario, what a professional performance of display by Team Bangladesh. Purpose, I think this is the first match I have ever witnessed in Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium, which we had to get on to the super over. What do you think? It's the calmness, it's the determination, and it's the fighting approach of Team Bangladesh which actually kept them alive till the last ball of the match?
It was very nerve-wracking, to be honest, Sami, and yes, I agree with you. This is also the first time that I'm witnessing an international match going into a super over at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla here. And as I've said before, for many of these players, from both sides, Bangladesh and Pakistan, they might have not even played a super over before. So this was very much a tactical battle between the two sides. Who to bring in to bowl and who to bring in to bat. So those were the conditions where the two teams, the two think tanks had to think it out, and in the end I think Pakistan made a decent job of scoring 7, and in this kind of a slow wicket where the turn was happening, the ball was keeping low, it wasn't easy to hit the big shots in. A target of 8 wasn't a very easy task for Bangladesh, but in the meantime what Bangladesh did was just create history, and all through Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Look at that.
It's an emotional moment going on between parents of Nigar Sultana Jyoti and herself. She has made it. She has made it for her country, Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Kept 2 wickets for 50 overs. After that, coming for the winning knock. Hats off to this girl, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain of Bangladesh. In the early stage, scoring 54 runs, conceding 104 deliveries. She had to bat deep. She had to bat deep to score a decent enough runs on the board. And she did it convincingly. Batted it towards 50 overs. After that, she had to keep wickets for 50 overs. Then she had to rotate her bowlers. She had to make those plans. After that, she had to came back once again for the super over. Wow, what a display of professionalism by Nigar Sultana Jyoti. End of it, Bangladesh are still on the hunt. They have equalized the series. Right now, we have to move on to the next match, which will be the series decider between these two. What a clinical performance. They deserve the appreciation from the crowd. Team Bangladesh, they have managed the victory through super over against Pakistan.
Some very emotional moments here, and obviously the Bangladesh team basking in glory. Exceptional fielding effort from them after a decent enough total. And Jyoti leading the way again. Look at her hugging out every player out there who has supported her leadership And she has been the sailor that steadied the ship every time Bangladesh went off path. And now look at that wry smile. She must be satisfied. Another invitation by the Bangladesh women's team to every cricket fan of the country to come and watch them, because they can entertain, they can win, they can perform. And today was yet another example of why we have to support the women's team more and more.
At one stage, Pakistan were 41 for no loss, and seems like they would have chased the target convincingly. But it was the determination of Team Bangladesh. They kept the pressure, they kept the nerve, they kept rotating the bowlers and building up the pressures. They tried to got the wickets on those occasions, and yes, they were successful. Especially, I want to mention a particular scenario when there was a partnership going on between Nida Dar and the wicketkeeper of Pakistan. They were targeting the leg side boundaries against the turn. At that particular moment, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, she had some other plans. She kept rotating her bowlers, she kept changed her bowlers, and boy oh boy, she got the ploy very well. It's such an emotional moment for Team Bangladesh, winning the match through super over, winning convincingly, and saving the series for their country. And rightly, you mentioned, Parvez, that this is a clear statement to the crowd that yes, Bangladesh women's cricket team, they can also entertain you, they can also win crunch games, and they can also gain clinical victories for their country. It's a clear statement to the crowd that please come forward and support our women's team, because they need your support. They need your support for many more to come.
Everyone out there from the team management, the players, they're all waiting eagerly for the post-match presentation. There will be a lot to talk about. Obviously, emotions coming out right now, but more importantly, the important issue here is throughout this pain barrier, throughout this tiredness, the both sides have performed exceptionally well and have created a historic moment here for Bangladesh women's cricket as they beat Pakistan through a super over. Bangladesh team talking to respected BCB officials there. And this will be another memorable moment for them. Moment of inspiration that will spur them to perform even better in the upcoming matches. But kudos to Pakistan as well. They've put up such an excellent fight throughout the day. Until the last ball of the match, they were in the game, well in the game. And Bangladesh edged it narrowly. A very, very narrow, thrilling super over victory. Gets the series tied at 1-1. Pakistan, they fought so well, especially within the run chase. They did not make a very quick start and started to keep losing wickets. But in the end, Nida Dar was there. And she fought through her pain barrier. She really batted with a lot of grit and a lot of determination. And she was well supported throughout her innings. Kudos has to be given to Iram Javed as well. Her knock of 15 helped the team out. In the top of the order, Sidra Amin, Alia Riaz played some handy knocks. Sadaf Shamas also scored 29. But Diana Beg, in the end, made things interesting with her 14 from 18. And Hani came in and really turned the tides in Pakistan's favor. At some point, it seemed like Pakistan was losing the plot. But Hani came in, 11 from 4. Really did the job for Pakistan. And when they needed just the one run to win, a run-out situation happened. Pakistan got all out for 169. Bringing the match into super over, and there history was made. Bangladesh chased down the 7 runs put on the board by Pakistan and won this game through the super overs and kept the series alive. It's Bangladesh 1, Pakistan 1 after 2 matches of this 3-match ODI series here at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Stadium. We're eagerly awaiting for the prize distribution ceremony, and we will soon be joined by our colleague Shomonoy Ghosh at the presentation ceremony. Till then, stay with us.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
ইপিএম ইয়ারে পাঠাইছি হ্যালো 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 চেক হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো বলতেছি হ্যালো চেক সাউন্ড ঠিক আছে রাসেল ভাই দাঁড়ান 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 হ্যাঁ এই যে বসুন। হ্যাঁ সাউন্ড ঠিক আছে সাউন্ডটা দেখুন
গেস্ট এখানে দাঁড়াবে না? গেস্ট এখানে দাঁড়াবে না?
রাসেল ভাই সাউন্ড ঠিক আছে সাজান ভাই ক্লিয়ার দেন সাজান ভাই ক্লিয়ার দেন
Hello, hello. What a nail-biting encounter we've had here at the Mirpur Sher-e National Cricket Stadium. It's the second ODI. It was the second ODI between Bangladesh women and Pakistan women as a part of the ICC Women's Championship. And after Pakistan had won the first ODI by 5 wickets, this was a nail-biting encounter, a thriller here, of course, which has been decided in the super over finally. Bangladesh electing to bat first and scoring 169, and then Pakistan with a great chase, but of course they were all out at 169, so scores were tied, and then Bangladesh, of course, winning it in this encounter fantastically in the super over. So commiserations to the losing side and congratulations to the winning side. Very well done to both the sides. What a match of cricket we've had. So firstly, I would like to invite the Pakistan captain, but before I do that, I'd just like to introduce the presentation party also. We've got with me the Bangladesh Cricket Board CEO, Mr. Nizamuddin Chaudhary. Thank you for being with us, sir. And we've got Mr. Nazib Ahmed, Director of BCB, Vice Chairman, Women's Wing, BCB. Thank you for being with us, sir. Sorry to make you wait. Nida Dar, the captain of Pakistan, if I may welcome her. Nida, very well played. Tough contest, of course, but what a match.
Definitely, I would have to give credit to the Bangladeshi fielders and the bowlers, especially. They got a lot of energy in the field. Yes, it was a very great contest, and I love the challenges like that. But still, this contest is not over yet, so we have another match.
Of course, you're a fighter, and it's very kind of you to applaud the opposition also. But how's the leg? You were fighting in the middle also.
Definitely, it's not good. But you know, as a fighter of the team and as a captain of the team, I have to be in the on the pitch, and especially the contest like that. You know, it's always needed by me. So yes, it will be okay for the next matches, inshallah.
Yeah, and you gave credit to the Bangladeshi fielders. Do you think it's their fielding effort in the field that created the difference?
I guess yes, they are very energetic in the field, and they wanted to win the match. So yes, all credit goes to bowlers and the fielders as well.
So do you think you gave away 20 runs extra, or you know, a lot of partnerships were there, many 20s, I think 4 20s in your batting scorecard, you could not convert. What was the issue, you think?
Yes, we have some of fielding lapses there, but still 160, 179, it's not a big target, but still as a batting unit, we have to take responsibility to complete the target. And yes, we have another chance, so we'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. It's all set for the final match. Thank you very much and all the best for that. Nida Dar, the Pakistan captain, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I've got a responsibility to announce the player of the match and also speak to the captain. It's made easier when the captain is the player of the match. It's none other than Nigar Sultana Jyoti. So the check is going to be handed over by the BCB CEO Nizamuddin Chaudhary and Mr. Nazib Ahmed, Director of BCB and Vice Chairman of Women's Wing, Bangladesh Cricket Board. Thank you very much. Yes, thank yous all around, but I think both the captains deserve thank yous for gifting us such a game first and foremost.
So obviously it was a, I think, thrilling match, and we both team actually enjoyed it. And I think the whoever coming here and see the match, I think they enjoyed a lot.
Well, I should speak on behalf of the commentators and whoever was watching also. We enjoyed it and we loved every bit of it. Jyoti, batting first, you mentioned in the toss that you wanted somewhere around 230. You were happy with the 169 you got?
I know I have mentioned it, but I'm not happy because pretty disappointed how we bat actually. I think we are short of 30-40 runs obviously, because in this kind of surface we should have get 200 plus run, and obviously we have a good bowling attack, but still I think pretty disappointed how actually I batted there, because this is not how actually I bat usually, so I played my character obviously. So but still I think the bowler actually shown their character, how they actually defend the total. It was brilliant.
And so you want to pick out your bowlers and how they fielded. Your counterpart Nida Dar also mentioned the fielding effort, how hungry the girls were. You want to mention that?
I think yes, obviously, because I think each and every time they believe in self, and till in the last ball they said like, now we are gonna win this match whatever happened, and in the super over, and I think each and everyone believes actually comes here.
Yeah, it was hanging by a thread. It was a fine balance, and after the 7th or the 8th wicket, there was a hurdle right around that corner. What was said in that hurdle?
So I said, see, this is our day, this is our game. We just have to be in the present, and we just stick by our plan and bowl wicket to wicket just.
Fantastic, and thanks again. Wonderful performance. Congratulations to you and the team. And scores are level, and we're all set for the final and third ODI match here. All the best for that.
Thank you so much.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti, Bangladesh captain and player of the match in the second ODI. Third ODI still pending on the 10th of November, Friday. Do stay tuned. Thank you. Welcome to the post-match analysis of the second ODI between Bangladesh women and Pakistan women. The match was, of course, part of the ICC Women's Championship, and the first ODI was won by Pakistan by 5 wickets. But the second ODI, oh, what a match! What a match we've had. Shamana Ghosh alongside Ahmed bin Parvez here at the analysis, right? And what a match we've had. I think one of those rare occasions where a match has gone to a super over at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla.
Yes, I mean, if you would ask me to describe it in one word, it would be just super. I mean, the match was super, it was full of entertainment, went on to the super over, as you mentioned, one of the rarest occasions at the Mirpur Sher-e Bangla. And definitely, for a lot of these players out there for Pakistan and Bangladesh, it would have been the first time that they've come into this kind of pressure, the super over pressure. So it was a great match from the start. I mean, starting from the toss, if you look at Bangladesh winning it, Nigar Sultana going to bat again. I mean, usually you look at it and you think, okay, it did not work the previous game. She might change her tactics, but the team management stuck to it. They knew they had a plan. This was a better wicket to bat on. And Bangladesh started well. Few of their openers made some important contributions in the beginning, but it was Pinky's innings that held the fort for the first half of the innings.
40 of 88.
40 of 88. She struggled a bit, but she stuck to it. That was important. And that is the reason, I think, why Bangladesh could manage to play the 50 overs there and scored 169 for 9. Important innings by Nigar Sultana Jyoti as well. Her fourth 50 in ODI cricket, and she was the highest scorer for the team again. Played over 100 balls, really grinded
54
her
of
innings.
104, that's taking an ample time. I think also Murshida Khatun at the very start, she looked comfortable, she did not score big, but Nigar Sultana Jyoti, captain's knock, leading from the front yet again. 104 deliveries she faced and 54, and in the post-match presentation she mentioned that it was sort of unlike her. She had to be there, she had to be stuck playing that sheet anchor role and keeping it together so that the innings can grow around her. And that's what she did, but credit goes to Pakistan bowling also, because in the toss, Nigar Sultana Jyoti did mention that they would like to score around 230, and the post-match ceremony she mentioned that they were short of 30-40 runs, so maybe 200. Even us, we were mentioning that, right? Around 200 would be a very competitive score. Compared to that, 169, but Sadia Iqbal 2 for 32, 2 for 27, Nasra Sandhu, whom they call the professor, right? So she was very, very economical, taking 2 wickets over 10 overs, and Hani 1 for 25. They bowled well, and then, well, it was up to the Bangladeshi bowlers and the hunger and the appetite in the field, right?
Obviously, 170 would be tricky. I mean, we actually talked about it even in the innings break, right? That the target that Bangladesh set, it's not very big, but it's big enough to trouble them if Bangladesh get a good start. Pakistan held on to their wickets. The opening stand went past 30-40 runs. That was a very good, solid partnership between the two. And then, you know, they started to struggle.
Yeah.
Wickets started to fall off.
5 scores of 20 plus, which they did not manage to convert.
That's the big issue there.
Sadaf Shams with 29, Sid Ramin with 22, Ali Ariaz with 21, Nida Dar with 27, which was a very hard-worked innings. Of course, she was struggling with the injury, but she still carried on. Right, a lot of grit shown by her. And Najiha Alvi, I think she played really well, 22 of 32.
Yes, the overall innings, I mean, in one way you could tell that none of them converted it. On the other sense, you could say that each and every one chipped in. And this was kind of a total which was attainable. And I think at some point, Bangladesh looked the favorites after they got the 5 wickets and they exposed the tail. But in the end, Hani, that was that one turning over of Fahima, that she scored that, you know, the boundary and the 2, and suddenly decreased the runs required for Pakistan.
And I think
which
also before that, Najiha Alvi,
Right.
Hani, of course, and before that, Najiha Alvi was she played a very crucial knock, because right after Nida Dar got out. But coming to Bangladesh bowling, I think Marufa was very, very, very economical. 1 for 17 of 7 overs, 2 maidens. She was very, very on the spot, on the money, if we say. And Rabia, fantastic effort by her, 3 for 29.
She had a great outing today. The last game, she wasn't that good. 5 overs for 23, no wickets, so she had to come back. Today, she was nearly in contention to be the player of the match for her brilliant, brilliant performance. But the pressure was put on, and in the last over, when Naida was bowling, Bangladesh had to defend 4 runs. It was very tough, and they still managed to get Pakistan all out and get it to the super over. And there was another drama. I mean, who to bowl? Bangladesh chose Nahida again, and she delivered the
In the
goods.
super over.
Yes, she
Yeah.
delivered the goods.
Faima was bowling the last over, and then for
Right,
the super over,
right.
so 170, 169 all out, and then came the super over where Pakistan batted first. Talia Riaz came up, and they scored 7 runs, and they lost 2 wickets. They could not capitalize and play out the full super over. They lost both the wickets, and then Bangladesh came on to bat and lost a wicket.
I think in a way it was good to have Jyoti facing the last ball, because she, I think, has that steel and mantle to not succumb under that kind of pressure. Bangladesh needed 2 from 1. She just hit it straight in the safe zone, and the celebrations afterwards was really, really very emotional. She even got to meet her parents over there at the grandstand, and it was a great day overall for Bangladesh women's cricket and Bangladesh cricket. And obviously this is another advertisement from the Bangladesh women's team that they're here to compete, and they really can entertain you if you come in numbers and support them.
Absolutely, and that is required, right? And what a match we've had. Like I mentioned it in the post-match ceremony also, we enjoyed it in the commentary box. didn't we?
Absolutely, and you know, at some point during the super over, I had my squeaky voice on. I mean, I just couldn't stop that excitement. So this is what happens, and in the end, the series is tied 1-1.
Yeah, and we're all set for the final ODI, which is going to be the decider, of course, at the same venue here at Mirpur Sher-e Bangla National Cricket Stadium, the third and final ODI between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Who will take the series? The series is tied 1 each, and we're all set, as Parvez was also saying. See you all on the 10th of November, which is also a holiday. So if you can, show up here at the ground and show your support for cricket, for the women who are giving it all out in the middle. And otherwise, you can find us live on BCB's YouTube channel and Facebook channel and enjoy the game. Hope you don't miss out.
আমি তো ঘামই সরাতে পারতেছি
ঠিক আছে না?
হ্যাঁ ডান ও আসেন 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 ওমা
Ashun, Ashun.
আসেন 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 আসেন